The storm was so black and so big.
Here it comes. I don't know what to do right now.
Things were flying by. We had baseball-sized hail hitting the windshields.
This is just some of the stuff that we went through and had to deal with.
I could see the direction that it was headed. It was going straight for Windmill.
It said 200 kids inside with injuries.
All I could hear was the children screaming and crying.
I had my hands over the crib, telling them it was going to be okay.
I yelled out the door, "Where is my daughter? Is she okay?"
From the Weather Channel, this is Storm Stories with meteorologist Jim Cantore.
Weld County, Colorado is a rural farming community about 60 miles north of Denver. Tornadoes occasionally form over these flatlands, but they're more of a spectacle than threat, quickly disappearing without causing any damage.
I've been here for 28 years and we've seen funnel clouds drop down, pop back up. Really nothing's ever of any significance.
There are no killer tornadoes on record in the county since 1928.
We've had lots of what they call rope tornadoes in the area and just south of this area, but we've not ever had to respond to anything.
That's about to change as a unique combination of weather patterns converge, unleashing monster twisters across the region that will subject this mostly immune area to unbelievable destruction, devastating loss, and a massive search and rescue effort.
You guys all right?
This was certainly one that you won't ever forget.
It's Thursday, May 22nd, 2008. A huge weather system sprawling from California to Colorado starts to move over the Rockies. The result is felt as far away as Los Angeles, where 4 tornadoes are reported. One, an F2, that derails a freight train. The unusual weather also strikes Arizona, where the temperature plummets, leading to an extremely rare snowstorm. But it's in Colorado where the weather turns deadly, as low pressure centered over central Colorado pulls in warm, moist air from the Gulf of Mexico and adds wind shear, a deadly turning and strengthening of the winds that helps kickstart the Rocky Mountain Twister.
This storm was so black and so big, we saw a lot of cloud rotation. And we're anticipating something possibly big, but we've never seen any tornadoes of this magnitude. This is what happens in the Midwest, not in Colorado.
Making this tornado even more unusual is its huge size, its track, and the early time of day. It's estimated to be nearly a mile wide, and it moves northwest instead of northeast, the way upper-level winds propel most tornadoes. The tornado doesn't have the classic funnel shape, but takes the form of a wedge or fat cone. Inside the ominous black cloud are EF3 winds thrashing around at an estimated 136 to 165 miles an hour. It strikes early in the day, just before 11:30 a.m. at a campsite.
And all of a sudden I noticed it was just solid black. It was like jet black. And I couldn't see any features like movement, except on the side I saw clouds going sideways like cotton candy.
Campsite manager Pete Ambrose, a Vietnam and First Gulf War veteran, knows the area is under a tornado warning. He gets in his truck and drives to where 3 campers are staying in RVs to warn them of the coming storm.
My first thought was I had campers out here. I figured I needed to make sure my campers were safe. And so that's what I did. I went out to protect them first.
Just as Ambrose gets to the campsite, the deadly swirling mass engulfs the area.
Things were flying by. We had baseball-sized hail hitting the windshields and stuff like that. And so, you know, it was just trying to get somebody to shelter and then trying to get myself to shelter.
With no time to spare, he spots one camper, friend and fellow Vietnam veteran, Mike Manchester.
I just saw Mike. I didn't see the other 2. We motioned, because we couldn't talk, and he nodded like he had to go around a dirt berm to follow me. And when he did that, it just picked up and shredded his RV.
Caught in the center of the storm, Ambrose now has to think of his own safety. He gets out of his truck and heads for the nearest hope of shelter, the nearby public restroom.
I don't know how I got there. I mean, I was on my knees, I was up on my feet, I was back down on my knees. I got hit by a big, huge piece of plywood, and about a 4 or 5 inch branch hit me and set me down. All I was thinking was the restrooms were cinder blocks, so I figured there was some safety in there. And so I made it into the men's side. I just hunkered down over by the sink. The women's side of the roof came off, and it was starting to take the men's side, and you could start to see a little bit of light up there, and then all of a sudden it stopped. And then when it was gone, it was gone.
Dazed and bruised, but alive, Ambrose makes his way out of the rubble and checks on the campers.
Most of my experience I related to Vietnam, and this came pretty close to Vietnam.
Ambrose and 2 campers survive. His friend Mike Manchester, whose RV is turned into a twisted heap of metal, dies.
They figured he broke his neck right off. You know, there was nothing to do for him at all.
The local fire department is called to the scene to help the survivors, but they can't get through the downed power lines and the tornado wreckage.
We've not experienced anything big like this, and to see the damage that was there, it was just like toothpicks snapping with these telephone poles and with the larger power line. It's just unimaginable what it would take to blow one of those things off.
I've seen cars hit some of those big steel towers with really high voltage lines, and they don't even put a dent in it. But to see one blowing over and laying down in a field is just mind-boggling.
Farms and homes are obliterated. Tractor trailers tossed around like toys.
One of the things we were called to was a semi turned over on its side. The truck driver talked about he saw the storm coming, and it just picked his truck up, laid it on its side, and he was able to crawl out the window uninjured.
But this vicious storm isn't finished. The next town over, Windsor, population 16,000, is in its sight. On the highway, in between the 2 towns, and in the path of the tornado, is a local TV news crew. KUSA reporter Adam Chodak and photographer Gary Wolf.
That thing's headed right towards us. Holy
We had to take a picture of this. So I got out and started rolling tape. We were there about 2 minutes maybe, and I'm like, this thing might be headed right towards us, we better move.
Adam!
So I'm yelling at Adam, get somewhere safe where we can film this.
And we're gonna pull a U-turn, and we're gonna head down parallel to it.
They keep taping as the edge of the storm passes over, pinning them down with fierce winds and giant hail.
About that same time, the wind started coming in from behind me. It was sucking the air really hard, and then the hail started.
And the hail was coming down so hard, bam, the windshield cracked. My foot, which was still on the brake, started to shake uncontrollably.
We want to check in with 9 News Northern newsroom reporter Adam Chodak.
As soon as the tornado passes, the TV news crew goes to work.
Right here, this is just some of the stuff that we went through and had to deal with.
And I just reached down and grabbed it. I mean, it was my whole hand. It's like, and I couldn't even believe it. Like, I just wanted to stare and be like, what does this? What can actually produce this? I've never seen anything like it in my life.
About 15 minutes ago,
Andrea Mahachik is anxiously watching the tornado reports on TV in Windsor.
They said that the tornado was 5 miles east of Greeley, headed northwest. And I remember the reporters saying how unusual it was for a tornado to go in a northwesterly direction. Usually they go northeast.
Suddenly, Andrea realizes the storm is heading right toward the Windmill Daycare Center, where 2 of her 3 children are enrolled.
I could see the map. I could see the direction that it was headed. It was going straight for Windmill.
The biggest story of the day is yet to come.
The first thing I saw was the playground of the daycare. And so within the span of 5 seconds, your heart dropped into your stomach.
It's May 22nd, 2008, and a rare northern Colorado wedge tornado has killed a man at a campsite outside of Greeley. Next in the mile-wide storm's path of destruction is Windsor, Colorado. Population, 16,000. A local TV news crew covering the storm gets caught right in the middle.
And I just remember the speed at which it was traveling, and it was going right over the highway, and I was thinking, well, these people on the highway, you know, can they see it coming? Do they know to stop?
Oh my God, that would have killed somebody.
At a nearby golf course, players get caught on the greens in extreme hail. Others record the incredible storm at home.
Oh my God. Oh my God, that's the tornado right there. Here it comes. Oh my God. Wow. I don't know what to do right now.
The massive storm is heading straight for the Windmill Daycare Center in Windsor. More than 100 children and their teachers are inside.
The hail started coming down really hard, so we started getting all the kids into the middle of the building just because we were worried about the windows. At that time, we didn't know that a tornado was on its way.
Daycare director Christy Bernhardt quickly learns the tornado is barreling straight toward them. She has just one thought.
I'm responsible for 150 people. How are we going to get them all safely through this? Because this is not anything that we ever would have expected in Windsor, Colorado.
Teachers and students split up by class. Angie Ruiz and her little ones take cover in the bathroom.
This is where we brought the kids. We had 21 kids and 4 teachers, and we sat in here.
Prisha Scheid rushes into the room with 4 infants crammed into a single crib.
So I shoved the crib in here with all the babies. And I had the crib right there where the TV is, and held onto the crib.
Staff members do their best to stay calm. But then the storm slams into the daycare center and unleashes its fury.
All I heard was screaming in the background and stuff just shattering, glass breaking, stuff hitting the building, and that's when I knew the tornado was on top of us. I heard one of the directors say, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God."
Parts of the roof rip open, windows shatter, and dangerous debris swirls about.
I could feel everything hitting the back of that wall, and the toilet was just shaking like crazy. Kids were fussing. We were singing songs, Itsy Bitsy Spider, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
Teachers protect the children with their bodies.
When it actually hit the building, I was in there and just laying over my staff and the children that were in there at the time. And then there was children in the gym with staff members that were just doing the same, trying to shield them from the glass.
I think you go on instinct. We knew we had to take care of these kids. That's our job.
As the storm thrashes around, the staff isn't sure they'll all make it through safely.
I thought the worst. I guess I wanted to think the worst so that if it was good, it would be okay.
They make their way out of the damage and debris.
There was glass scattered all the way from the top of the rooms all the way out into the lobby.
Playground equipment had blown through the building and landed in the toddler rooms. It's like nothing that you would ever imagine seeing. You're just a state of shock.
Many of the teachers have children of their own at the facility and have been separated. Angie Ruiz protected 21 children in the bathroom and doesn't know if her 5-year-old daughter, Alicia, who took cover in the gym, is safe.
I then yelled out the door, "Where is my daughter? Is she okay? Is Alicia okay?"
The TV news crew following the storm arrives at the daycare center minutes after it's been hit.
What is this place? What is this place?
Child care.
And the first thing I saw was the playground of the daycare. And one of the tarps on one of the pieces of equipment was just whipping in the wind, all tattered.
Everyone is still inside the daycare. The parking lot is destroyed.
All the cars in the parking lot of the daycare had been spun into each other. And it just was, you know, like, whoa.
Firefighters are dispatched to the daycare center and fear the worst.
It said 200 kids inside with injuries. And we knew the address as a daycare center.
As the fire truck makes its way there, even the seasoned firefighters are stunned by the devastation.
It was like being in a different world. It wasn't even like being in our town because all the street signs were missing. There was no landmarks left. You're used to turning at a certain house when you're turning on left on whatever street and the house is gone.
Panicked parents, desperate for information, rush to the daycare center to see if their children are still alive.
It looked like a bomb had gone off in that parking lot.
It's 12 noon on May 22, 2008 in Windsor, Colorado, when a daycare center with 130 children inside is hit by an EF3 tornado nearly a mile wide.
All I could hear was the children, of course, screaming and crying.
Right before the storm hits, the staff and kids scatter wherever they can find cover. In the bathroom, the kitchen, the gym.
I had my hands over the crib, shaking the crib, telling him it was going to be okay, even though it was more for my sanity to say that.
When the storm passes, the staff begins a head count to see if everyone made it.
There was a lot of talking of, you know, we're safe and we're okay.
Our teacher was piled on top of us and was squishing us. We were really uncomfortable, but that's how we keep safe.
When firefighters arrive, daycare director Christy Bernhardt tells them some of the children are injured. But incredibly, everyone appears to have survived.
A lot of it was God just watching out for us, to be honest with you. 5 feet either way and it probably would have been a different story.
The daycare is badly damaged, but still standing, unlike buildings surrounding it.
It was definitely a miracle that the daycare center survived the way it did. Because by all means, that building really should have been just as flat as the ones next to it.
Parents arrive, anxious to know if their children are okay.
When I saw her, I mean, we're all crying in here. We're just like, I just told him how much I loved him. And you never expect anything like this. We had no lines of communication. Our cell phones weren't working, no power, but the kids are safe. They're a little banged up. She's got bruises on her knees and on her elbows. And I'm so glad everybody's safe.
A TV news crew following the storm captures the moment.
Right now with the same story, trying to find their kids, trying to get in touch with their loved ones.
God, they were terrified because all these parents hadn't known where their kids were.
And as you can see again behind me, a lot of devastation. Windsor taking the brunt of this funnel. Kyle, Gary, back to you.
An emotional scene unfolds as more parents are reunited with their children.
I saw Krisha and I just started crying. And Krisha said everybody's okay, and they all kept assuring me everybody's okay. And I was crying, and I think I made them cry then at that point. I was shaking so bad, my fingers and toes were shaking. It was unbelievable. Tragedy
at the daycare is averted. But the huge storm isn't as forgiving to other parts of town.
We thought we were going to be pulling bodies out of houses and stuff.
An EF3 tornado nearly a mile wide tears through Windsor, Colorado on May 22, 2008. More than 100 people are treated for injuries. Remarkably, there's only one fatality, 52-year-old Mike Manchester, who died in his RV at a campground. Insurance companies report nearly $150 million in damage, making the storm the costliest tornado in Colorado history.
I just hope there's never another tornado. They're really scary.
For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori. Your local forecast is next.
One of those days where you just knew it wasn't good.
Something about it just kind of put me on edge.
It looks like that thing is right on top of Greensburg. Your time is up. You need to be in your shelter right now.
Everything started falling on top of us.
As I was turning around, the roof started ripping up.
I literally got blown off the road into the ditch. I took everything that I know as far as survival skills and I threw them out the window.
The last thing I told him was, I don't want to die, and then I lost him.
Somebody said, take him to the hospital. We didn't realize there was no hospital.
From the Weather Channel, this is Storm Stories with meteorologist Jim Cantori.
Springtime. In rural Kansas, it marks the start of planting season and tornado season.
We know that there'll be a certain number of tornadoes every spring. Usually they're not too severe. Just have to keep an eye on them, make sure you're not in the path.
The small town of Greensburg, population 1,500, sits 2 hours west of Wichita, at the heart of what meteorologists call Tornado Alley. This alley, a corridor stretching from South Dakota down to Texas, sees more tornadoes than anywhere else in the world. And in 2007, Greensburg will suffer its worst one yet. Greensburg resident Dennis McKinney is used to dealing with Mother Nature. The state representative grew up working his parents' farm 17 miles away, land he still farms today. It can be a lengthy commute to the state capital in Topeka, but he and his family love calling Greensburg home.
Communities like Greensburg are just wonderful places to raise children. Great places to live, to retire. People look out after each other.
You just know everybody, and everybody knows you, and small town life.
Their neighbors are looking forward to raising a family in Greensburg, too. Chris Koss and Kelsey Schroth moved in next door to the McKinneys after buying their dream home, which they share with their 9-month-old son, Jaden, and dog, Chopper.
The house was just amazing. It was a dream home. I mean, anything that you'd ever want out of life. You know, we had a beautiful home.
After I had Jaden, Dennis would see us outside. He'd come over and talk to us.
We were watching him grow up, of course, and noticed he was growing pretty fast.
May 4th, 2007. Around 3 p.m., Chris pulls into his driveway. He and his dog Chopper are headed 30 miles north to Kinsley, Kansas on business. But the day is unseasonably warm, over 85 degrees, and Chris is thirsty.
We stopped off to get something to drink. I didn't know that was going to be the last time I was going to see the house, or the town for that fact.
On the way out of Greensburg, he notices several trucks stopped along the road.
We noticed storm spotters sitting on 183 and 54 highway. My brother had actually made the comment, you know, there must be going to be something going on.
There is. A halting mass of low pressure approaching the Great Plains has begun to tap warm, moist air flowing north across Texas and Oklahoma. A supercell forms over Harper County, Oklahoma, and begins moving north and east into Kansas. But as afternoon turns to evening, Kelsey Schroth isn't paying much attention to the weather. With Chris 30 miles away in Kinsley, she is taking care of their 9-month-old son, Jaden, solo. And tonight, that task is particularly difficult.
Nothing was making him happy, so I gave him a bath. At this time, my mom was calling. She was watching the weather and told me to just get ready in case the weather gets bad. Well, we live in Kansas, so, you know, weather's bad all the time, and you don't really think much of it, you know. So I wasn't too worried about it.
But her next-door neighbor, Dennis McKinney, is.
It was one of those days where you just knew it wasn't good. The weather was unsettled, it was windy, you could tell the barometric pressure was low because, you know, you'd hear the drains gurgling.
I remember it being really hot and just humid and just not very nice weather. Something about it just kind of put me on edge.
Back at the McKinney house, Lindy is cooking. Her mom, Jean, is out of town, leading the 8th grader in charge of dinner for Dad, Dennis.
I remember I was making eggs because they're easy and I could make them. I remember it started hailing pretty bad.
Already the storm has spawned funnel clouds. As it approaches Greensburg, Doppler radar measures winds rushing around its center at 100 miles per hour.
Turned on the TV because we wanted to watch the radar. We wanted to check, see what kind of storms there were and where they were at. And I was eating supper and the sirens went off.
The sirens can only mean one thing. A tornado has been spotted. Lindy jumps up from the table.
And that's when I started, you know, moving around. I put my shoes on. I just get downstairs and I just kind of stayed down there, turned on the TV down there.
Well, Lindy said, Dad, get your boots on and get downstairs. It was still at that point moving southwest to northeast. I called some friends of mine that were storm spotters. I said, what's it doing? They said, it's moving northeast. So at that point, I thought it looks like it will miss us.
But the tornado makes a sudden, unusual swerve toward Greensburg. And what had looked like a narrow miss now looks like a direct hit.
One of the weathermen for one of the local affiliates came on, who's always normally very controlled, very matter of fact. He said, this is bad, this is very, very bad. This is the worst possible signature this can have on radar. You've got to take this seriously and you've got to take cover.
Boy, I sure hate to tell you this, friends, but it looks like that thing is right on top of Greensburg. Your time is up. You need to be in your shelter right now.
And that's when it really got my attention. That's when I started to feel a little surge of adrenaline then.
Chris Koss is 30 miles from Greensburg in Kinsley, Kansas on business when he starts fielding anxious phone calls from Kelsey.
Initially, I was telling him, come home, there's a storm coming, and I don't like to be alone during storms. And when I realized how bad the storm was and how bad it was going to be, I was telling him to stay where he was, don't come home.
Chris used to be a long-haul truck driver. He knows how dangerous the roads will be in this weather, but the thought of Kelsey and Jaden facing a tornado without him is just too much to stomach, and he decides to attempt the trip back to Greensburg anyway.
I jumped in the car. I took everything that I know as far as survival skills and I threw them out the window. People were actually parked on the side of the road with the hazards on. That was actually the only reason I could tell the road was straight. I couldn't really tell it was hailing, raining. The windshield wipers weren't keeping up. Every worst case imaginable, worst driving conditions that you could ever have.
From the cab of his truck, Chris is still able to reach Kelsey sporadically via cell phone. But Kelsey is growing more panicked. She needs to hunker down with Jaden before the storm hits, but their home has no basement.
They tell you to go to a bathtub and put, you know, pillows or blankets or whatever over you. So I set some towels down in there and sat down in there with him. It just didn't feel right. So we got out. I decided to go to the master bedroom into our big walk-in closet.
By now, the tornado is just minutes away from Kelsey's house. 200-mile-an-hour winds have sliced through Greensburg's transmission lines, cutting power and silencing the tornado siren's blare. Racing down Highway 183, Chris makes a frantic call to his next-door neighbor, Dennis McKinney.
The phone rang, still had a landline. It was Chris, and he said, I'm going to send Kelsey and the baby over because they don't have a basement. And I said, they're coming over?
He says, sure, send her over, it's getting bad.
I remember my dad sounded pretty frantic. He just said, hurry, tell her to hurry, tell her to come to the back door.
I went out the back door. Well, I stepped down the deck and I shined my flashlight over there. Nobody came.
I was going between talking to Chris and talking to my mom. My mom was telling me to stay there, and Chris was telling me to go over to the neighbors.
Kelsey is confronted with an agonizing decision: brave the elements to get to underground shelter next door, or weather the storm inside the house above ground.
Dennis thought we were coming over, so I tried to open our glass sliding door. It just wouldn't budge. The suction from the wind, I couldn't open the door. So by that time I knew something was terribly wrong and it was too late for me to go anywhere.
Dennis McKinney still thinks Kelsey and Jaden are coming over and worries when they fail to show up.
I was getting kind of scared and stuff started blowing around the deck and nobody came. And I was holding the door shut, and then I heard the glass blow out of the south side of the house.
Dennis is struggling against 60-mile-an-hour winds, a losing proposition.
I picked up Jaden, and with one arm I was holding him, and the other I pulled the mattress off the bed and went in the closet and propped the mattress outside the door. It sounded like baseballs coming through my window from the hail. And then the next thing I know, everything's dark and I hear the walls starting to crack behind me.
I turned around and started running down the basement steps that were immediately behind me. And as I was turning around, the roof started ripping off, and I was partway down the steps when the ceiling came down. All I could think of was, I'm not stopping now.
I just kind of remember him running by me, grabbing me. We could hear it upstairs. And so he, said, get in the bathtub. And I was concerned about Kelsey and the baby. And I just started praying.
Chris Koss is just a few miles north of Greensburg. In a desperate attempt to get to his family, he is driving into, not away from, the storm. From behind the wheel, Chris reaches Kelsey's cell phone one more time, but the wind overwhelms the truck, knocking his phone onto the floorboard.
The telephone poles started breaking. Trees actually land in front of the highway in front of me. I get blown off the road.
I can remember the last thing I told him before I lost all service at all was, I don't want to die. And then I lost him.
May 4th, 2007. It's just before 10 p.m. and an EF5 tornado, the most severe kind, is bearing down on Greensburg, Kansas. Inside a first-floor closet, Kelsey Schroth clutches her 9-month-old son, Jaden, trying to shield him from the ear-popping intensity.
All I could concentrate was just holding on to Jaden. You could actually feel yourself moving. You're sitting still, but, something's moving you. And everything started falling on top of us. All I remember hearing is me screaming and Jaden screaming.
A few minutes earlier, Kelsey had tried in vain to leave her house and run across the yard to her neighbors, the McKinneys. But the wind and air pressure put such forces on the door that she couldn't get it open, and she and Jaden were forced to stay put. Next door, Dennis and Lindy McKinney brace themselves in the basement bathroom. He's terrified Kelsey and Jaden are stranded outside.
Got in the bathtub, and of course I was frantic because I felt like I had failed. I felt like, I'd left them out there in that storm.
And my dad, I remember the urgency in his voice when he said, I waited as long as I could. I couldn't wait any longer.
She put her hand on my arm and said, well, let's start praying for him right now.
The funnel has morphed into a massive wedge veiled by rain, hail, and darkness. Eyewitnesses say not even lightning allows them a glimpse of the entire tornado at once. It's simply too wide. And its force has just muscled Chris Goss's truck off the road.
I literally got blown off the road into the ditch. Remember the side of the tires hitting the ridge, and I never let off the gas. I never let off the gas. Down the ditch I went.
Chris draws on his old skills as a long-haul trucker to drive with the 60-mile-an-hour winds. He angles across a field and climbs back up onto a neighboring road, never losing speed.
Chopper is on the floorboard. He doesn't know what's going on, and by some miracle, you know, we stayed on our tires and we just kept going.
The twister plows through Greensburg with the force of a high-speed train. At nearly 2 miles across, the tornado is nearly as wide as the town itself. And Chris and Kelsey's house and the McKinneys sit in its direct path.
It just seemed like it would never end. And it finally kind of quieted down. And our first thoughts were, you know, we have to see if Kelsey and the baby are okay, see if Jaden's okay. We went to the base of the stairs, and there's a lot of debris that had fallen down the stairway. And so my dad went ahead of me and kind of helped pick a pathway. I remember seeing a lightning flash, and I hadn't left what used to be my house yet. And I just kind of put my hood up, and I just followed behind my dad. I remember having to jump down where the glass windows used to be, and I thought, this is not good.
The tornado has mown over the house. Only the basement remains partially intact. When Lindy and Dennis ascend the basement stairs, they emerge directly into the elements.
It's interesting to look up the stairway from the basement, and there's no wall or door there anymore, and you're seeing the rain blow by and debris blow by. It's an interesting sight, an unexpected sight.
Sadly, the destruction has not stopped at the McKinney's doorstep. In just 10 minutes, the storm has leveled all but 2 buildings in this 125-year-old town. 30 yards away, an anxious Kelsey Schroth lays buried under the rubble, gripping her 9-month-old son. Baby Jaden has gone silent, but the tomb-like space is too dark to see his injuries.
After it had passed, I was actually on my side with him in my right arm and me holding the house off of him with my left arm. I didn't realize what was going on or what was on top of us, and all that kept running through my mind is, how are we gonna get out of here? Does anybody know I'm here? And I tried to start pushing, not knowing how much was there or what I was actually holding up.
We went over to their house, where their house had been. It was a nice brick home, and it was all gone, just gone. And I thought they were dead. And we went over, there was a pile of rubble about 3 or 4 feet high towards the north side of their house. I just couldn't imagine anybody was left. And I called out, and this voice came from in the rubble and said, "Please get us out of here, I have my baby here."
I started hollering for them, and then they found where we were.
And so we started digging. Lindy held the lights.
I could hear things moving above us, and I seen a hand come down and touch Jaden's leg.
And we pulled some things off, and pretty soon there's a little pair of legs sticking out.
There's nothing left of the house but this pile. And they pull a baby out from under this pile. And they handed him to me, and he's cold.
There's something red running down his back. That's what caught my eye, and I thought he was bleeding.
But they don't have time to check where the blood is coming from. Jaden's mom, Kelsey, is still trapped in the rubble.
And then we did some more digging, got his mom out, and she was bruised up, but not a cut, no bleeding, nothing.
First thing I asked was, is Jaden okay?
Somebody said take him to the hospital to make sure they're okay. We didn't realize that there was no hospital.
An EF5 tornado has just burrowed through 28 miles of southern Kansas. Its 200-mile-an-hour winds taking most of the town of Greensburg with it. In its wake, the residents begin emerging into the night to begin searching for family and neighbors. Among them are Dennis and Lindy McKinney, who have pulled their next-door neighbor, Kelsey Schroth, and her 9-month-old son, Jaden, from the ruins of a walk-in closet.
Somebody said that they had to pull the bathtub off of us.
Dennis is relieved to find mother and son alive. But at first, he thinks Jaden might be seriously injured.
There was something red running down his back. That's what caught my eye, and I thought he was bleeding.
But on second glance, Dennis learns it's not blood.
We looked him over and we realized he had been doused with automatic transmission fluid, red automatic transmission fluid.
My car flew from the garage over me and Jaden and landed in the field behind our house.
So that's how close it came.
The temperature has fallen off quickly in the wake of the storm. Before going off in search of others who need help, the McKinneys help Kelsey and Jaden to a friend's vehicle out of the cold.
I can remember not having enough energy to carry Jaden. They had to carry Jaden for me. My arms felt like jello, and now I was worried about Chris because he was on the highway.
Meanwhile, Chris is frantically driving home to see if Jaden and Kelsey have survived the tornado.
I was running over telephone poles, all the electric lines, and the only thing I could think of is, please let them be all right.
Chris gets within a block of their driveway when the street becomes impassable. He pulls over, hops out, and sprints the rest of the way home. His dog Chopper in tow. Kelsey spies him from the truck.
I didn't know if that was Chopper, if I was just, seeing things. I could have swore that was my dog.
And as we were running, getting closer, I heard Kelsey scream. She screamed for Chopper.
Then I seen Chris right behind him, and another big relief came over me.
We sat there, held each other for a little bit. They were okay, not even injured. Kelsey was strong. She held on to him, didn't let him go.
Chris, Kelsey, and the McKinneys are overjoyed their families aren't hurt, but they have lost almost everything in the tornado. As day breaks and Greensburg's 1,500 residents can actually see the staggering extent of the damage, both families discover their losses are sadly all too common.
Something you never envisioned before. To the level of destruction, the whole town smelled like a lumber yard, kind of. You could smell all that wood that had been ripped apart.
May 5th, 2007. Greensburg, Kansas is reeling from an EF5 tornado. The storm has demolished 95% of the town's buildings and taken 10 lives. Crumbled homes, crushed vehicles. The pattern of destruction seems bewildering.
I found my purse. It was open, but I still had some money in it.
Smaller things were left, the biggest things were gone. So I still don't understand.
In the following days, a veritable army descends on Greensburg to assist the cleanup. It will take a long time for Greensburg to heal and rebuild, but residents have proven a town's spirit survives, even after its buildings have fallen.
The home is more than a house, and the community is more than a set of buildings.
For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori. Your local forecast is next.
The Midwest floods of 2007. For smaller cities, this was that 100-year flooding event.
When we seen the house, it was snapped in two. And everything we bought down to the littlest thing had washed downstream.
It had rained so much, it was so deep, it had pushed the truck off the road.
I mean, the water was pounding me.
I had to keep jumping up to get air.
I had a heart attack the year before. That wasn't a good place to have another one.
From the Weather Channel, this is Storm Stories with meteorologist Jim Cantore.
Summer in the Midwest. Crops like wheat are being harvested. The livestock is out to pasture, and the open plains heat up. By August, it is typically hot, humid, and dry. And in 2007, it's even hotter than usual. Places like Louisville, Kentucky are experiencing a heat wave, a record 22 consecutive days at 90 degrees or above. By mid-August, unsettled weather starts to brew. On August 16th, Tropical Storm Erin sweeps in from the Gulf, drenching Texas. It moves up into Oklahoma, where rain continues to come down hard, dropping record amounts. At the same time, a cool front moves down from the north and stalls over the Midwest.
You had the remnant low pressure from Tropical Storm Erin still circulating, still spinning in moisture, and then you had that stationary front slowly moving its legs through the upper Midwest.
This cocktail of unusual weather players will soon collide, and the results will prove to be catastrophic for many across the Midwest.
It really was about timing and these two storms really joining up at just the right moment.
By August 18th, the warm, humid air lingering from Erin clashes with the cold front, resulting in rains not seen in parts of the Midwest in almost 100 years.
States from Wisconsin, Minnesota, Illinois, Iowa, Ohio saw 5 to 10 inches of rainfall in about an 18-hour period.
The rain will cause massive flooding across 12 states from northern Minnesota to southwest Missouri. It will force people to evacuate their homes and cause widespread damage. And because in many places the relentless rain is unexpected, dangerous flash floods will put lives at risk. It's August 20th when 69-year-old Ruth Ross leaves her home early in the morning to take her 87-year-old mother, who lives in nearby Miller, Missouri, to a doctor's appointment. Ruth doesn't think there's anything unusual about the rainstorm that greets her that day. Ruth takes pride in driving her 22-year-old blue Ford Ranger truck. She says they've been through a lot of miles and weather together.
The closer I got to Miller, the more it was raining. And I've been over that road a lot of times, never been any water there. So I didn't think anything about pulling over or anything.
At the same time, Kenneth Mills is finishing his night shift as a short order cook at a nearby restaurant. He is also driving through Miller on Highway 39. The rain is coming down hard, pounding the country road.
Didn't realize it was going to rain that hard that fast.
Ruth Ross and Kenneth Mills' destinies will soon collide in the wee hours of the morning on this empty road. They will be in the fight of their lives, together, yet very much alone.
The water coming across the road, and my truck stalled. So I turned on my flashers and my lights. I thought maybe somebody would come out and tow me out. Then all of a sudden, I was in it.
Water begins to fill the embankment of the country road as the rain pounds down harder. Ruth is suddenly caught in a flash flood.
I got scared because I didn't know how high the water was going to come up, and I was afraid my truck would go upside down, and I might lose my sense of direction.
With no one around to help, Ruth decides to get out of her truck.
I had a heart attack the year before. I knew I had to stay calm because that wasn't a good place to have another one. So I thought I'd walk up to that higher part of the highway where it was an upgrade, but it was too swift. So I got back in my truck.
But her truck is no longer safe. It is quickly filling up with water.
Water started coming up in my floorboard. I got out and I held on to the front bumper.
Ruth worries that she will drown in the rapidly moving waters. She looks up and sees something in the distance.
A little white truck came, and I didn't know who it was at the time.
I pulled up and I saw her truck, and I hollered out her, hang on, I was going to try to drive down through there. on the high side of the road and get to her and throw a rope to her.
While Ruth clenches her bumper, Kenneth prepares his rescue.
She just was screaming for help, you know, and there wasn't nobody else around.
I'm just thinking, thank God somebody's coming to rescue me.
The water rises even higher, gains momentum, and is increasingly swift and violent. Kenneth's good deed is about to go awry.
He didn't even quite get to me, and he just went right over the bank. The flood water just pushed him right over.
I got about halfway, then the field just rose up like the ocean. My truck started sliding. I knew I was gone.
He went right over, across the highway, down this bank, and out into this pasture before he even got to where I was.
The power of the current is strong. And Ruth loses strength to hold onto the bumper.
The flood waters swept me over, across the highway and down the bank.
Kenneth is not only unable to help Ruth, but now he's at risk of drowning himself.
I went off in a ditch in the deep part. My truck's just floating around. I'm sitting in the driver's seat. I started seeing water coming in the truck through the heater vents. And I knew I was gone, you know, because water just gushing through there and just kept going up and up and up. Finally, I got scared. I didn't know what to do, so I climbed out of the truck.
Kenneth finds temporary safety on his truck's rooftop, while Ruth floats downstream, fearing the whipping waters will take her under. Then, out of nowhere, she spots a log.
I was lucky, it just came straight in front of my bumper. And then it has the little branches sticking up, and I had a hold of one just like a saddle horn on a saddle.
Violent waters are taking everything down, and the force of the water ripped Kenneth's clothes right off his back.
Took my shoes off, my shirt.
His shirt had got sucked off as he went over the bank.
To make matters even worse, Kenneth doesn't know how to swim and is now in the fight for his life.
All I could see was his head, because he was on the cab of his truck holding onto the windshield wiper.
The two of them are stuck in different areas only 30 feet apart. They can see each other, but are unable to help each other. Ruth sees Kenneth losing his ability to hang on.
The only time that I did talk to Kenneth was when he was threatening to jump out of his truck, because I didn't know where he would go.
Kenneth continues to fight the currents while Ruth is still stationary. She's somehow been able to balance on the log.
Kenneth was closer to where the water was coming right off of the bank, so he was actually getting more water than me.
The roadway is desolate. Ruth and Kenneth wonder if they will survive, if anyone will find them. 1 hour passes with them fighting the water, and then a lucky break. Volunteer Fire Chief David Rose stumbles upon the scene driving home from a work call. What he sees is chilling.
He was standing in the back of the truck, leaning forward over the back glass, and he was holding on to windshield wipers and then holding on to the top of the cab. I immediately got on the radio and started frantically hollering at Lawrence County, telling them, send me all the help you got.
Once he realizes that he can't reach Kenneth, he turns his attention to Ruth. He quickly learns that he is not equipped to help either one of them.
I could not go in to get her because, you know, it was a dangerous situation and I couldn't do it by myself. So that's why I called in all the help I could get.
Remnants of Tropical Storm Erin bring unexpected amounts of rain, which is causing flooding across the Midwest. On Highway 39 in Missouri, 2 people are caught in the fight of their lives due to a flash flood. Fire Chief David Rose stumbles onto the scene and radios back for help.
I hollered at him and told him, hang on, stay where you're at. I've got help on the way. And I could hear him yelling, help, help.
They couldn't reach me. You know, they kept hollering at me, hang on, hang on. And then the water kept hitting me in the face and hit me in the face, and I just wore out from breathing and going up and down, you know.
I seen the guy's head go underwater 3 different times, and I knew he was gone.
I tried to stand up to get my head up out of the water. When I did, the pressure of the water just knocked me down And then I open my eyes underwater and I go up and get air and go back under and go back up. Did that for like an hour and a half.
The water was ramping off of his windshield and going up and over the cab of the truck. And he was reaching up over the cab trying to hang on.
There were a couple times I honestly wondered if I was going to make it there because there was so much water over the road, and it was just a dangerous situation even getting to that scene.
Within 15 minutes, Miller County Sheriff Brad DeLay arrives at the scene.
While on my way out there, I had got another call from dispatch that now in that same location there were now 2 separate motorists that had been washed off the roadway and were stranded and possibly going to be swept down this little creek, which was now a river, into the larger Spring River.
The situation is even worse than he expects.
Miss Ross was holding on to this branch pretty good, and not more than another 25, 30 yards from her was Mr. Mills on top of his truck with the water rushing around him everywhere. And I mean, you could tell he was very nervous and scared.
I mean, the water was pounding him and then going over his head.
And the water hit me where I stuck my head up and boom, I went down and hit the back of the tailgate. And I thought I was gone. I thought I was going to wash away then.
There was, at times, water going over the top of the truck at 3 foot.
Mr. Mills looked like he was going to jump off of his truck into the water and try to essentially make his way back to the roadway.
He was screaming frantically, and I looked at the guy, and he looked like he was going to jump into the water, and we're screaming, "Do not jump. Do not jump."
He could have made the situation a lot worse had he let go because the waters were very swift, and he was really a smaller man to start with, so I don't think he would have had a very good chance of sustaining those currents and making it back to the roadway.
Fire Chief David Rose's radio for help has also alerted other local authorities, as well as the media. A group gathers on the side of the road and watches in disbelief, but no one can do anything.
It was a little scary, again, because we just didn't know what was going on. We didn't know what was going to happen because we hadn't really done anything like that before.
Probably what struck me the most is that you're in all this water and there's people on either side of you and they can't do anything to help you.
Finally, after 2 hours, the rains are letting up, giving rescuers an opportunity to reach the couple.
Hooray, hooray, I was thinking when I'd seen those 2 guys. And they had on life jackets, and they brought one out to me.
With flood gear in hand, Sheriff DeLay goes into the water to physically grab hold of Ruth and Kenneth. They pull out Ruth first, since she is further out in the water and at greater risk.
We reached Miss Ross first. We put a life vest on her and gave her some rope, and we brought her on shore.
And when I stood up, I said, "Guys, my legs is real tired." I said, "I gotta crawl." So I just crawled a little ways, and then the guys up on the bank got a hold of me and pulled me on up.
Now it was time to rescue Kenneth.
They waited out there because the water kept going down then. I couldn't swim, so I wasn't going to let go, and they had to pull me off my truck.
We suited him up in the life vest and tied him down and then brought him back to the shore, just basically the exact same way we did with Miss Ross.
It was like climbing up a ledge that was 4 or 5 foot, you know, and there was no way that he could climb up that. And I reached in and locked my hand around his wrist and just raised him up to get him out of there. And he was like a rag doll. He had no strength left.
You could tell it definitely affected him pretty good, and understandably, when the only thing that's basically saving your life is holding onto your windshield wipers and being swept away into the river. He had a pretty near-death experience.
Later that day, Ruth learns that this strand of barbed wire hooked into her log, keeping her stationary in the whipping waters. The barbed wire prevented her from traveling downstream and potentially being in even greater danger.
Barbed wire had broke on the fence at the bottom of the bank, and it had caught on that big limb. And the big limb could go out so far before it was the end of that piece of barbed wire that it caught on. That's why I didn't go on.
Ruth is amazed by her good fortune that day.
I consider myself lucky 4 times that day. First of all, the big limb came by, and I got on it. Second of all, my truck didn't come on top of me. Thirdly, a long strand of that barbed wire had caught onto that big limb I was on. And then fourth, The 2 guys came out and rescued me.
Kenneth is just happy to be alive.
It's scary. Scariest thing I've ever been in.
I don't know how he held on that long, but he did it, and everything worked out. He was a very lucky person, very lucky. They both are.
By the time the rain subsided that morning, an astounding 11.94 inches of rain has fallen in Miller in just under 9 hours.
That is just unheard of, not only for the fact that this was a tropical system that was affecting the Midwest, but the fact that this much rainfall fell in such a short amount of time.
Ruth and Kenneth's near-death experience will turn out to be just one of many dramatic stories unfolding as a result of the rain. All over the area, there is massive flooding. Rivers are overflowing, homes are saturated, and residents' lives are being changed forever. Angela and Shannon Steinmetz live just 3 miles down the road from where the flash flood occurred.
The roads were washed out, and we hiked in and seen our house, and it was completely destroyed. They picked it up, and just wrapped it around a tree and snapped it in half.
It's a good thing we weren't there. We would have died in it.
August 21st, the flash flooding caused by unexpected amounts of rainfall across Missouri finally settles. But across the Midwest, there is massive flooding.
During the Midwest floods of 2007, for a lot of smaller cities, this was that 100-year flooding event where they had water at all-time levels.
States like Minnesota and Wisconsin received up to 15 inches of rainfall. In Ohio, the Blanchard River rises 7.5 feet over flood stage, 18.5 foot high, just shy of the record at Finley.
We have such an interconnected system of rivers that run throughout all of this area, and you get 10 inches of rainfall in one particular location, that water has to flow somewhere.
One of the places that the water flows is inland to the home of Angela and Shannon Steinmetz. They are returning from a short vacation when they hear their neighborhood is hit the hardest by the floods.
As we drove down, we seen the destruction from all the neighbors, corrals, fences, cattle, everything was gone.
As they drive closer to their house, they suddenly see water all around. Roads are now ponds. Open fields are swamps. The reality of the situation begins to sink in. They have no idea what to expect.
We were winding around the road, then it just wouldn't go no further.
The road is overflowing with water. They park and walk 3 miles to reach their home.
As we looked, the house was snapped in half.
In shock and horror, Angela and Shannon begin to look closer at what was once their home. All of their dreams, like thousands of people across the Midwest, unravel before their very eyes. The strength and velocity of the storm has literally ripped right through their house. The house is split in half, leaving nothing but a trail of debris behind. There is not even one item that could be saved.
The water had came in the house and like flushed through, so it took like the kitchen table, our desk, everything.
It plucked the refrigerator out of the kitchen and then buried it in the neighbor's field.
Yeah, we lost everything right down to a garden hose.
Angela and Shannon stay with friends as they rebuild their lives and are grateful that the day the storm visited, they were away, but they missed the place they once called home.
It was a really nice place.
Blooming crab apple tree.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. Lots of shade. And it's really pretty.
The Steinmetz are hardly alone in their grief. The flood damage is extensive across 12 states. In Ohio, thousands of people are evacuated, and the town of Finley, just under 3 hours from Cincinnati, remains underwater for a day. About 10,000 homes are flooded and several hundred destroyed. 22 deaths across the central United States are attributed to the floods as the water lingers for weeks. The August 2007 Midwest floods proved to be the worst flooding in this part of the Midwest in almost a century. The cost of the damage was in the millions of dollars. After Ruth's life-threatening ordeal ends, she calls firefighter David Rose with one more request.
She's like, I want that truck fixed, and that's what she's driving today.
Even though Kenneth put himself in a near-death situation to save a stranger, he says he would do it all over again.
Someone's hollering for help. Can't stand here and watch them drown.
For the Steinmetz, they are grateful that they still have each other. Friends rally around them.
They said, we got a vacation cabin. You're more than welcome to come stay there.
Neighbor reaching out to neighbor, proving that even in the worst of circumstances, the best side of humanity can emerge. For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantore. Your local forecast is next.
We said, this is not going to be a good day.
A fatal chain reaction accident on I-69 with multiple injuries and entrapment.
What became very clear was the sheer number of emergency vehicles that were going in that direction.
That was a pretty gruesome sight. I'd never seen anything like this one before.
She was asking me where I was. I'm under a semi.
She said, well, how should I get out? Any way that you can at this point.
From the Weather Channel, this is Storm Stories with meteorologist Jim Cantore.
Midwestern winters are notoriously punishing. Freezing rain, heavy snow, bitter cold. Evidence of these brutal conditions comes early in 2009, when moisture from the Gulf of Mexico collides with an Arctic high-pressure system and cripples the region for several days in late January. An ice storm paralyzes Kentucky, knocking out power for weeks. Most of neighboring Indiana escapes the ice, but not the precipitation. A massive snowfall blankets the state.
I think if you look at the statistics, you say, well, that's not a bad snow season in Indianapolis. It only ran maybe a couple of inches above average.
Chuck Lofton has been forecasting weather for greater Indianapolis for 25 years.
But what was unique about this particular winter was the bad weather came in clusters. The end of January, you had about a foot of snow on the ground and then several days of melting, and that led up to the day of the accident.
The accident? 35 vehicles strewn across one of the busiest highways in Indiana. It will be the biggest pileup in state history.
This was a gigantic mess. I'd never seen anything like this one before.
That was a first. It was a first to see something that big. It was chaotic.
February 3rd, the day starts out looking like just another blustery winter morning.
This is Channel 13 Eyewitness News Sunrise.
Thanks for joining us. 21 degrees right now. Not too bad out there. Chilly, but we're calm. Chuck Lofton joins us with a look at maybe a little bit of snow, but it doesn't look like too bad.
No, not a lot of snow, about an inch or two.
1 or 2 inches of snow, nothing compared to the previous week. But barely 2 hours later, Chuck's outlook changes dramatically.
Large area of snow started moving in from the west. I thought, we've got a problem here. The snow was increasing both in intensity and in the area of coverage. This was more than an inch or two of snow. This was double that.
It seems like when it snows or rains, we're busy. So if you like to be busy, you like bad weather.
Firefighter Scott Zellhart and his colleagues work out of Station 94 in Fishers, Indiana, a northeastern Indianapolis suburb along Interstate 69.
A call for a serious accident with an inverted vehicle came out on the interstate. Our dispatcher added us on it.
The temperature is 11 degrees, well below freezing. The snowmelt from last week's storm is now refreezing into a layer of slick black ice. A disaster for speeding drivers. Just ask Chuck Lofton's colleague, reporter Chris Profit.
Even when it snows, I think people think I'm invincible. Running past others, and we always say to ourselves, we'll be doing that story next.
Impatient drivers and icy roads are an especially deadly combination in this metro area.
Because of the geographic location of Indianapolis, we get an awful lot of truck traffic. Trucks do not stop as quickly on slick roads, but the cars are still traveling just as quick as if they were behind a car. And so that combination means that you can have some real problems.
Already this morning, reporter Chris Profit and his cameraman are covering a car accident. It's one of many traffic calls being fielded by area police and fire departments.
We sort of knew just by listening to scanner traffic, radio scanner traffic, that it was a bad morning. We go out on the interstate and we saw accidents one after the other.
So myself and two other troopers were working, help direct traffic. We said, this is not going to be a good day.
Out on the interstate, wary drivers like Tammy Kelly are taking their commute seriously. Tammy leaves her home in Fort Wayne, Indiana this morning to attend a job training course in Indianapolis.
I was paying attention to the fact that it was snowing. I called my manager and I told her that I was going to take my time.
Tammy's attentive driving isn't reserved for snow and ice.
My family has said that I have 9 lives and I've used several. I've been in serious accidents previously, actually several very serious accidents where I was not hurt. I'm very accustomed to really keeping my eyes on what's going on with other vehicles.
But as snow continues to blanket I-69, this grows more challenging.
It was like driving in a dense fog.
Just a few miles ahead of Tammy, Arlene O'Keefe navigates her Ford Taurus through the flakes. Like Tammy, Arlene lives in Fort Wayne, Indiana, 100 miles away. But today she is headed to Illinois on business and driving in near whiteout conditions.
The wind just blew that snow around where you couldn't see anything.
Pushing through the wall of snow is Fisher's Fire Engine 94, whose crew is responding to an overturned vehicle.
It was really slick, and we kept coming across cars. Well, here's a car in the ditch. Nope, that's not our car. Then we go to the next one. That's not our car. It's like we were driving into a wall of white. Everybody in the truck made the comment, man, these people are not slowing down.
The fire truck comes upon yet another overturned vehicle, but this one matches the dispatcher's description.
Yeah, we finally found it. So I went to push the button on the radio to tell the dispatcher I'm on the scene.
Engine 94. Show me in service.
And we're trying to slow down, slow down, slow down.
We pull over to the shoulder.
People weren't stopping.
And we get hit by something.
It knocked us forward a bunch, and I keyed up the radio to tell dispatch that, hey, not only did we find the wreck, but we are in the wreck.
Engine 94, we've been struck by a vehicle.
And I see a flash out of the corner of my right eye, and there's a semi really close to our truck.
Got hit a second and third time.
Control Engine 94, we've been struck a second time. All 94 companies are remaining in the truck, belted in.
And I can promise you there were some words that if they came out on tape right now would have to definitely be edited.
I-69 is now an ice rink whose skaters are moving at 70 miles an hour. The vehicles that slam into Engine 94 sprawl across both lanes, and the ensuing traffic cannot slow down fast enough. A chain reaction of accidents begins, but the surrounding snow is so thick, drivers have no idea of the danger.
A semi-truck behind me passed me. He went back into the right lane in front of me and immediately braked. And then I see the truck in front of me jackknife.
It was completely across the interstate, like from all the way from the end of one lane to the other and beyond that.
And that's when I start hearing crashing and banging and screeching.
I remember thinking, I wonder if there's a place to pull off. At that point, just very white and blowing really hard. I just like real quickly glanced to the left.
there were crash cars on the left. So I shifted my gaze over to the right, and it was worse. Can't go left, can't go right. My next thought was, I'm by myself in the car. I don't want to run into anybody else. I would only hurt me if anybody, and I'm not going to hurt the trailer. So I made a decision to just hit the trailer.
A massive pileup has begun on snow-choked I-69. With a jackknife semi blocking both lanes before her, driver Tammy Kelly is about to become part of it.
Head-ons are nearly always fatal, and I think that was one of the last thoughts that I had was I definitely don't want to hit head-on, so I just slammed on my brakes and turned so I would go in sideways. And it's like slow motion. I held on to my steering wheel, realizing that there would be an impact, and I laid as far as I could across the passenger seat. And the next thing I know, the underneath of a semi was right above my head.
Just yards away from Tammy, driver Arlene O'Keefe is faced with her own split-second decision.
I'm still trying to stop, and I realize that that's not gonna happen. My father would always tell me, if you ever got into a bad situation, choose the snow over the ice. You have some control of snow, but you have no control of ice.
Arlene makes for the snowbank along the road's shoulder.
I take a turn to the right, and when my tires hit the snow, I did a sharp turn to the right and slammed on the brakes and let my car get stuck in the snow and keep away from the other cars that were already in the ditch.
Arlene's Ford Taurus spins 180 degrees before coming to a rest.
And when I came to a stop, yes, I did thank God, and then my hands started shaking.
200 feet away, 4 firefighters from Engine 94 in Fishers, Indiana, sit at the head of the pileup. Their fire truck is hit 3 times.
There's 2 of us that ride backwards, and we were both kind of given a play-by-play description. They would hear, oh, here comes another one, here comes another one.
So we sat there for, I think it was a 20 or a 30 count, and basically waited for the train wreck behind us to quit. Got out and looked and went, wow, this is a lot worse than I thought it's going to be.
The wreckage covers an area about as long as a football field. Near the front, 2 men, friends driving together to work, lay dead after their truck slides under a semi. Firefighter Kelly Elder, a paramedic, rushes to assist a man trapped in between 2 semis in what had been his Ford Explorer.
I didn't even know what kind of vehicle it was. I had to ask somebody.
It didn't look good for that person. That was a pretty gruesome sight. Where we were working to remove him from was about where the gas filler cap is.
The trapped driver will survive, but it takes 80 minutes to free him. Unaware of the pileup just a few miles away, reporter Chris Profit and his cameraman are also out on I-69, filming a woman whose car slid into a guardrail.
Suddenly, the emergency personnel that were there to help her were gone. And I thought, well, where are they going? She's still here. Well, we found out where they were going.
Chris and his cameraman are quick to follow.
What became very clear was the sheer number of emergency vehicles that were going in that direction. The problem was they were going northbound and southbound lanes. So you know that something's going on. That means the interstate has been shut down. By no means did I grasp how big that was until I finally got there, got out of the car, and saw what I saw. Our live truck couldn't get in. I remember using my cell phone and taking images, just scanning sort of the length of this and sending it back to the station.
There were multiple injuries. It's believed that the accident was caused by a combination of the weather, the horrible weather we have right now, and people driving simply too fast.
I had people running at me, literally running at me, going, that person's bad, that person's really bad.
Well, I remember one young lady, she had just really recently started driving, and so this was her first accident, and it was a major accident, and she was in a lot of shock.
There was a lady underneath the trailer, the truck that just passed me. Her car was stuck underneath the trailer and she was trapped.
That woman is Tammy Kelly, who amazingly is conscious and trying to get her bearings.
I don't know that I was unconscious for a few seconds, or maybe God made it so that that wouldn't be anything that I would remember. But I heard the voice of the OnStar lady, and that was the first human voice that I heard, and she was asking me where I was.
I have the 911 center on the line. Go ahead. I'm under a semi on I-69.
The jackknife semi peels back the roof of Tammy's Saturn Aura as she drives under it. Glass showers the pavement.
And it was cold, cold, cold. Snow was kind of coming in under the semi and a little bit into my car because I was like I had a convertible at that point.
Yet astonishingly, Tammy is not in much pain.
I was still holding on really tight to the steering wheel, and so I had a cut on my wrist that was bleeding, but I wasn't concerned with that so much as it's 11 degrees.
Tammy's leg is pinned under the steering wheel, and the passenger seat is covered in glass and twisted metal. But propped on her elbows, she manages to find her cell phone.
My husband had a meeting at 9, so he's probably still in his meeting. So instead of calling my husband, I called my boss, and I think a couple of times in a row said, I'm okay, I'm okay.
For the next hour, Tammy waits for emergency crews to slog their way back to her car at the rear of the pileup. But the weather makes the rescuer's job extremely difficult.
Traction wasn't that great going through, and then some of the snow was really deep.
It was real hard to move around because there were so many, either you had to climb over or duck under. There was antifreeze flowing out of a truck, so you had to be careful that you didn't step in stuff, and it was slick.
We saw people slipping and falling.
And I see a lot of people walking around crying, and people hurt, and people still in their vehicles trapped and pinned. And it was just a horrific sign of things that were there. It's really kind of undescribable.
By the time firefighter Scott Zellhart reaches Tammy's car, he thinks he's already too late.
Got underneath the semi where it was at and started to talk, and the person didn't answer me and talked again. I went to reach in with my arm, and this lady said, I'm okay, can you get me out of here? I want to get out. And it scared me because I really didn't expect her to talk to me. I didn't think that she was with us.
I could hear him problem solving. Let's try letting the air out of the tires, and then they were talking about losing power.
You want to remove the wreckage from around the person, not the person from around the wreckage. We had to use what we call hydraulic spreaders to try and get the door open, and basically bends and moves metal.
I just heard like really loud creaking, like I figured they were opening the door.
She was really worried about her car. I said, ma'am, I'm gonna cut your seatbelt so we can get you out of here. And she said, don't do that. And I said, honey, I think you've met the deductible, it's okay.
Then they asked me if I could get out that way.
She said, well, how should I get out? Any way that you can at this point.
Her car is totaled, yet Tammy Kelly is about to walk away from a 35-car pileup.
I just finally got my legs out and did kind of the limbo to get out from under that railing. Then they took my arms, and I reassured them that I could stand up.
Tammy is fortunate. 2 young men are killed. A third driver is in critical condition.
A fatal chain reaction accident on I-69 with multiple injuries and entrapment. I'm Chris Prophet. I'll have that story coming up. Were you almost overwhelmed here early on?
Not almost. We were overwhelmed from the beginning. That's just the nature of the beast. We had initial response crews getting here, but we got some bad weather. We got to call in mutual aid from surrounding departments, and it just takes a little longer to get here in the snow.
It's frigid in northeastern Indianapolis this morning, yet emergency personnel aren't feeling the cold.
I don't remember the cold a whole lot. It was there, I'm sure, but it's not something we were focused on at the time. It just didn't register. I lost total dimension of time.
You're operating on adrenaline, and I think that's what happened that day. I think there was a lot of that going on.
But this pileup is not the day's only storm story.
You're so wrapped in your moment of trying to cover what you're doing that I didn't realize that further north on I-69 there was another pretty sizable accident.
20 miles north, another pileup on I-69 involving 27 vehicles. More than an inch of snow per hour is falling on northeastern Indiana this morning, much faster than snowplows can clear it.
Because of the amount of space that each truck has to travel, the mileage, they get one shot at plowing one particular area per 3-hour time. And so there was no way. There's no way that you could keep up with that.
Before it lets up, nearly 4 inches of snow and 3 more accidents plug area roads.
I mean, this is really tragic. And this happens all the time in the Midwest in the winter.
Out on I-69, tow trucks wait to haul 35 vehicles away from the scene of the largest pileup in Indiana history. But before the day is out, the highway is cleared, the sun begins shining. And though it tragically took 2 lives, many feel grateful the accident wasn't worse.
It was very fortunate where it occurred. There's a new emergency room hospital located just up the road within a couple miles.
There is no question that retaining cable on the side of Interstate 69 saved lives because it kept the cars from moving to the opposing lane of traffic.
I just thank God that, there were more fatalities out there.
For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori. Your local forecast is next.
Oh my God!
They call this Tornado Alley for a reason.
We got it on the ground, Dave. It just hit just a huge flash.
This is horrible. It's at night, it's moving at 40 miles per hour. That's when I had a small pit in my stomach.
I was just screaming at my kids to get inside the house, get down to the basement.
I remember just praying, just save us.
From the Weather Channel, this is Storm Stories with meteorologist Jim Cantori.
Without a doubt, Oklahomans know weather. Blistering summer heat waves, ice storms in winter, and torrents of rain causing floods that can strike in the spring and fall. Oklahomans like to say, if you don't like the weather, just wait a minute and it'll change. But no one jokes about one of the most terrifying events that dip out of the sky here, the ones that can sneak up suddenly and shred a town in minutes.
We have great weather, but man, when it goes wrong, sometimes here it's horribly wrong.
Of special concern are twisters that impact urban areas. Take the tornado outbreak of May 3rd, 1999. The most powerful that day, an EF5 slicing right through the greater Oklahoma City metropolitan area. 36 dead, over 500 injured. It's that kind of nightmare scenario that still haunts local NBC weatherman David Payne. He chased that May twister and witnessed its strength firsthand.
Right now, we're just about a half-mile south of Newcastle here. Large tornado just ripped through parts of Newcastle.
Nearly 10 years later, while poring over the weather data for Tuesday, February 10th, 2009, Payne sees some eerie reminders of that horrible May day.
It was all going to try to come together. It was going to be pretty close to Oklahoma City. I mean, it was going to be probably in our backyard.
It turns out Oklahoma City is among the most tornado-prone cities in America. That's because of its geographic proximity to the Gulf of Mexico, which fuels low-level moisture, and the Rocky Mountains, which block moisture and atmospheric flow.
Our worst-case scenario in Oklahoma City, anything that develops to the west or southwest of the metro, we are wide open.
And while Payne knows that February tornadoes are extremely rare in Oklahoma, all the warning signs are there. It is looking like this outbreak could be a killer. Sadly, he will turn out to be right.
The storm looked like a classic supercell that we see in the month of May. The velocity data was off the charts.
Local NBC helicopter pilot and reporter Jim Gardner first hears about the possibility of tornadoes that morning.
They said, hey, we're going to be storm chasing. I'm saying, what? You know, it's February. No, surely not.
Surely, yes. By early afternoon, the first signs of a possible tornado developed to the southwest of Oklahoma City.
It's February, middle of the afternoon. Kids are still at school. People are still at work. I have a storm that's beginning to rotate, and it's headed right into Oklahoma City. It's worst-case scenario.
The National Weather Service issues its first tornado warning at 2:17 p.m. And 20 minutes later, a full-fledged twister is on the ground.
Went up like a house on fire. Went up super fast, racing northeast at 40 miles per hour. That's when I had a small pit in my stomach.
The location is just on the border of Oklahoma County, with the potential to rip straight across Oklahoma City and its 1 million-plus residents. But at first, it's hard for Jim Gardner, now chasing the storm in his helicopter, to get a visual on this monster.
Tornadoes can get rain wrapped. You can't see it, and that's the most dangerous because people, you know, human nature, they want to go outside and look.
It's not long before there are reports of tornado damage on the ground.
Some significant structural damage here at Rockwell and Northwest Highway.
Tearing through apartment buildings and shopping malls, this fast-moving twister fizzles out after touching down for less than a mile. But it's just an opening act.
Whoa, I've got debris in the air, debris in the air, debris in the air.
Within minutes, the storm cycles and intensifies, creating a tornado that's even bigger, about 15 miles to the northeast.
It just hit, just a huge flash.
The rain finally dissipates, and Gardner gets his first good look.
It is growing in intensity, getting bigger in size.
This second tornado is churning its way towards Edmond, Oklahoma's 6th largest city, population 75,000.
You can see the damage. I mean, it was live on the air. You can see the roofs coming off. You can see the trees coming up.
Edmond area firefighter Jay Bartels knows there's a powerful tornado headed directly his way. He grabs his helmet, equipped with a video camera, and heads out the back door of his fire station for a closer look.
It's big. I'm watching it right now. As it got closer, started to wonder if we were going to take a direct hit.
He makes a beeline for the safe room inside the station to ride out the storm. Meanwhile, Edmond resident Lisa Hilgen is packing for an upcoming trip, unaware of the danger heading her way.
I came into the kitchen to make some phone calls, and I saw a text from my daughter. She said the school was in lockdown because of the tornado warning.
Lisa rushes to the storm cellar out in the yard.
When I went outside, the wind wasn't that bad, so I thought, oh, this isn't going to be anything.
Still, she gets inside the cellar.
Everything was still. I thought, uh-oh, this isn't good. Right after that, this horrendous wind, my ears were popping. You can just feel the force behind it.
Just as quickly as the storm arrives, it's over. But Lisa realizes her ordeal is not over.
I said, wait, let me try the door, and it wouldn't budge at all.
Just a few miles to the northeast, Julie LeBlanc is driving home with her 4 young children, trying to make it back before the full force of this ferocious storm hits. She's picking up her neighbor's dog when the tornado catches up to her and her kids.
My 7-year-old started to panic and scream, and that's when I looked and realized the tornado was at the house behind us. You could actually see objects swirling around.
Julie jumps in the car and races all the way back to her own house, the twister chasing her all the way.
It just felt like it was pulling you out of the garage. I was just screaming at my kids to get inside the house, get down to the basement.
Cowering inside the basement with her children, Julie is horrified by the sounds coming from above.
It sounded like a growling monster. The whole time, I didn't think that we were going to make it. I was in the storm shelter screaming that we were all going to die.
After moments that feel like an eternity, the monster does go away, ripping apart homes all around them. And the terror the tornado leaves in its wake proves lasting.
It was very scary. It probably took me 2 days to stop shaking.
Watching the storm coverage on television, Edmond police officer Rocky Yardley is worried.
We're going to need quite a few rescue units to the northwestern and western sides of Edmond.
There was no doubt this was the real thing, even though it was early in the year.
He and his 16-year-old son, Max, set out to search for victims. Finding a neighborhood that's taken a direct hit, Rocky and Max stumble on a mystery. It's Lisa Hilgen's damaged house, with the lights and television on, but no one home. They go out to search the yard.
I didn't know if I would come across someone that was dead or, severely injured.
Down in her storm shelter, Lisa can hear Rocky and Max's voices, but for some reason, they're not responding to her cries for help. In there for almost an hour, she is starting to get worried.
So I said, why can't they find me? I'm right here.
She decides she needs to make some louder noise.
I had a hammer in there, so I started banging on the bottom side of the door.
But Rocky is ready to move on. There are other neighborhoods that need to be searched. He and Max are about to leave.
At that time, I heard a knocking.
I thought it might just be the wind whipping up a cable on the side of the house or something.
Max is sure it's something or someone. He insists they keep searching.
I finally found the spot where it was located.
But the area is covered with damaged trees and bits of people's houses. It's impossible to locate the source of the noise.
We thought that someone could have been under the debris.
We cleaned off the debris and noticed the storm shelter door.
Opening the door, they find a very relieved Lisa.
Thank you. She said that a lot. She was just glad to be out of there.
I can't say enough about him and his father and all the other people that came.
It's a happy ending on a day that won't end well for every Oklahoman.
Fire department!
Firefighter Jay Bartels, still wearing his helmet camera, is also searching for people who might need help. What he finds instead is pure devastation.
Homes totally flattened, roofs ripped off of them, buildings just twisted up and bent up.
By sundown, 5 twisters in all, the strongest in EF2, have ripped across the state. Amazingly, there are no deaths or major injuries.
I'm thinking, okay, we've had a horrible day so far. Maybe this will quiet things down for a while.
But Mother Nature has one more surprise in store, and this one will be deadly.
Look at the upward motion on this thing.
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
February 10th, 2009. A string of afternoon tornadoes, the strongest in EF2, have ripped through the greater Oklahoma City metro area and nearby Edmond. There is heavy property damage, but no deaths or major injuries. Everyone is breathing a sigh of relief.
Biggest adrenaline rush I've had in quite some time, to be honest.
But Mother Nature still has one more surprise in store, this time for the residents of southern Oklahoma. It's just after 6 o'clock in the evening. Lone Grove resident Steve Franks, an amateur weather buff, is online at home monitoring the thunderstorms in his area.
I was kind of watching this one cell that was moving up from Texas.
But he and his wife Sherry aren't thinking about tornadoes. After all, it's February. They don't believe tornadoes are in season.
It just seemed too far-fetched for it to really happen.
Looking at the storm's radar that evening, it doesn't take long for Steve's opinion to change.
Well, it started hooking. I've always heard if you see a hook, there's probably a tornado.
To the north in Oklahoma City, local NBC weatherman David Payne is also keeping an eye on the radar. And he knows trouble when he sees it.
There was a fairly substantial hole where that tornado was, and it told me that it was pretty wide. Half-mile wide. This is bad.
At 10 minutes to 7, the twister touches down just east of Petersburg, Oklahoma. Moving at a pace of 40 miles per hour, it's bearing down on the city of Lone Grove, population 5,000. But Steve still wants to see it to believe it. He and his nephew head outdoors.
It was dark, so you had to wait till the lightning flash to see anything. I was thinking, man, I want to see it, I want to see it. It flashed again, and I saw it, and it was big.
Knowing the tornado is almost on top of them, Steve and his nephew start running.
I was hollering for my wife, let's get to the creek.
The frank safety plan? To head for a sewer drain buried in a dry creek near their home. Still inside, Sherry hears him, but is having trouble finding her shoes.
I went to every room, and by that time I was frantic, knowing that the sounds was getting louder.
When the electricity goes out, she knows she's out of time. She grabs her dog and hunkers down in the hallway.
It was just so overpowering with the roar that was coming through. And the whole time that I was in the hall, of course, I was screaming, and I was crying, and I was praying.
Down in the sewer drain, Steve isn't so sure he is going to survive the fury of this storm either.
I've never heard anything that loud. It does sound like a train, but it sounds like a few trains, not just one, and they're right on you.
Nearby at the Bar K Mobile Home Park, Brenda Morrison has refused her daughter Tracy's plea to go to a storm shelter.
I told her, I said, you know, we've been through tornadoes, warnings and stuff, and nothing's never happened.
When the lights start to flicker, she heads to the front door to investigate.
When it lightened, I seen that tornado coming at me. I slammed the door and run back to my bedrooms.
Her improvised plan, to climb underneath her mattress and ride things out under there. But the tornado has other ideas.
I got knocked down before I even got a chance to lift the mattress.
The force of the fall knocks her out. When she comes to, it's totally dark and she can't move.
I thought, you know, there can't be that much stuff on top of me. And I was trying to push up. It wouldn't budge.
She hears people outside searching, but no one is coming to her rescue. She wonders how she will ever get out alive.
I was really upset, real scared. I thought, man, I got to get out of here.
Back at Steve and Sherry Frank's house, the storm has passed, but neither one knows if the other has survived.
I said, I got to see about Sherry. I jumped out and I was really shocked of the destruction.
I knew they had headed for the creek, so I was just praying, God protect them.
And I saw Sherry was at the door hollering for me, and I was hollering for her. And
I was so glad to see him.
Only later will Steve and Sherry learn just how lucky they've been.
The house up the hill was taken away. There was houses behind us that was taken away.
It's made me realize that a tornado can happen anytime. It doesn't matter when.
At the Bar K Mobile Home Park up the road, Brenda Morrison is still trapped inside her collapsed home. Somehow in all the chaos, she's managed to hang onto her cell phone and flashlight.
Tried to call the police department, couldn't get through. Tried to call the fire department, couldn't get through. So I thought, well, I'll get home my daughter, and she has a better chance of getting hold of people than me.
She got through to me and said that the tornado had hit and she was trapped in the house. I started screaming and freaking out and was thinking, I've got to get to my mom.
But Tracy can't get back to the house. She's at a city storm shelter and authorities won't let her leave. Over at the Lone Grove Fire Department, Assistant Fire Chief Curtis Cott knows it's going to be a long night spent searching for victims.
We knew we had people hurt, possibly dead. Our chief asked me and another firefighter to go to the Lahoma Trailer Park, and there was a lady trapped.
The whole time, Tracy stays on the phone with her mom.
All I kept telling her is me and my daughter love her, and you know that I wanted her to hold up.
When Cott reaches the scene, he's amazed by what he sees.
When we got there, there was a lady in a house with another house laying on top of it.
To reach Brenda, he and another firefighter tunnel under an estimated 12 feet of debris that could collapse at any time.
I was more worried about her than us. She'd been there a lot longer than we had been.
Carefully, the firefighters worked to shore up the collapsed debris surrounding Brenda.
We was sliding bricks in and stacking them up and shoring up with 2x4s. Started lifting the house up. She started kind of getting panicky. Things started cracking and popping and moving.
He was holding my hand. You know, everything's gonna be fine. Just stay calm. Don't move around.
Finally, they managed to get Brenda out. And amazingly, she only has a few bruises.
I figured at least I might get a broken arm or a leg chopped off or something, you know, because that one trailer was on top of me, but I was lucky.
I'm just glad I have my mom. Everything else is material.
It's another close call on a night when others aren't so lucky. The twister has claimed lives and caused dozens of injuries. And it isn't done yet. In Ardmore, more than 10 miles to the northeast, Rick and Susan Pack are aware of the tornado threat. But their local TV station says it's not a concern for their area.
They said that there was a tornado south of Lone Grove, about 25 miles, and that Ardmore wasn't in the path.
Up in Oklahoma City, their son Wes, watching TV with his girlfriend Ashley at a local restaurant, is getting different information.
They showed on the TV the projected path of the storm, and so I walked over to the TV and noticed that it was headed right for my parents' house.
A powerful tornado, unusual in the month of February, is blasting its way through southern Oklahoma, leaving a path of destruction stretching across 40 miles. Rick and Susan Pack, residents of Ardmore, believe they are well out of the danger zone. But their son Wes, up in Oklahoma City, is watching televised reports that put his parents' house squarely in the path of the storm. He calls to alert them.
He said, "Mom, did you and Dad know that the weather's real bad in Ardmore?" Well, it wasn't too much longer. Wes called again, and he says, "Mom," he said, "it's really getting bad."
With the urgency that he had, we got to move on.
The Packs quickly head outdoors to their storm shelter, where they're met by some of their neighbors. Just then, the tornado sirens sound. They hurry underground.
I don't think it was much more than 10 minutes or so before the thing actually hit.
The sound of a killer tornado, half a mile wide, is bearing down on them with all its force.
You're just powerless over it. There's nothing you can do.
I had this sensation that we were going to be sucked out of that thing. You're afraid you're going to lose your life.
I remember just praying, just save us.
It's a harrowing experience, and they have no idea what they'll find once it's over. When it finally quiets down, they climb out of their shelter, emerging into total darkness.
All we really had was just a little handheld battery lantern, and it only illuminated about 3 or 4 feet. I walked the walls out, and then I went over and held it up, and you could see that where the house used to be was just gone.
In the morning, a full picture of the devastation emerges.
So the kitchen was right here, dining room.
The Pack's dream house, filled with 17 years of memories, has been wiped off the map by this ferocious storm.
To look at the place, you'd never know that was our home.
I guess you're in shock. You don't really know what to think.
But the Packs know there are other victims of this tornado who have paid an even higher price.
I just remember that feeling like, God spared my life and we're all okay. Today, my children still have parents. We have another chance. And there's people that don't.
The twister has claimed 8 lives. Dozens more are injured. That day, meteorologists from the National Weather Service survey the damage. Their analysis determines this was indeed one of the most powerful twisters, NEF4. And it's at the home of Rick and Susan Pack, who almost didn't get to their shelter in time, that meteorologists believe the storm reached its full fury, with estimated winds of 180 miles per hour.
If this was only an EF4 and it did what it did, God forbid, what would an EF5 be like? I can't imagine that there's something stronger than that out there.
February tornadoes in Oklahoma are considered rare, with only 50 recorded in the last 59 years. But on February 10, 2009, a total of 6 tornadoes ripped across the state. And the last one, an EF4, is Oklahoma's strongest and deadliest February tornado to date. 8 people killed, 46 injured, 114 homes destroyed.
Right out the gate, it's been a bad year.
David Payne sees hallmarks of another bad tornado year that got off to an early start.
This year kind of reminds us a little bit of 1991, and that was a really big year in Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, and Texas.
But like this surprising twister outbreak, it's anyone's guess what Mother Nature has in store. For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantore. Your local forecast is next.
Andrew was unlike any other hurricane.
Careful, careful, careful.
This was the mother. The car is shaking as if there were 10 people on either fender bouncing it up and down.
It was like a semi-tractor trailer flooring it and ramming your home.
This is the house we live in, and it's blowing down around us.
The roof just came off.
Okay. We believed as long as we kept the mattress on top of us, we'd be all right.
Holy, we gotta get out of here.
We were in the wrong place, and this was serious. We could die.
From the Weather Channel, this is Storm Stories with meteorologist Jim Cantore.
August 23rd, 1992. Hurricane Andrew makes a beeline toward South Florida.
The core of strong winds was absolutely devastating. It was 165 mile per hour wind gusts in it that were estimated to be upwards of 190 miles per hour.
Forecasts predict Andrew will slam into the eastern coastline overnight. The state issues a massive evacuation order for South Florida. Homestead, a sleepy town of 30,000, is directly in Andrew's crosshairs. What no one knows is that when Andrew hits, it will be only the third Category 5 hurricane to ever make landfall in the United States, and one of the costliest natural disasters in U.S. history.
If you talk to an Andrew survivor, their eyes sort of change. They get this terrified look on their face when they tell the story of what happened to them in the hurricane. You know, enough to almost make you go mad.
I'm Kerry Sanders.
In Miami, Kerry Sanders has been reporting on hurricanes his entire career. With landfall just hours away, Kerry sees a golden opportunity.
With a hurricane, especially one that's going to come in at night, nobody really sees what happens. We had this idea, let's go out and we'll actually show the hurricane. How powerful is this fury that Mother Nature's bringing in?
Kerry and his cameraman drive off in search of the hurricane. 50 miles away in Homestead, lifelong Floridian Linda Bell, her husband, and their 3 daughters do not heed evacuation warnings.
We had friends that evacuated, and I laughed at them. And I'm like, you wimps, it's just a Florida storm. Come on, I've lived here all my life.
Linda has seen dozens of hurricanes in her life and makes the usual preparations for Andrew.
We had every window in the house shuttered. We did stock up the house. We had enough to last us a couple of days. We thought we were in really, really good shape.
Across town, Homestead resident Bill Zinn, his wife Sandy, and their children Ian and Kara also decide to ride out Andrew at home.
It's Sunday, August the 23rd. This is preparations for Hurricane Andrew.
Bill videotapes his property for insurance purposes.
As you can see, we've boarded up the house. We've put tie downs on the boat to hopefully keep it from moving around too much. We're supposed to start getting strong winds and rain later on tonight.
Unbeknownst to his family, 17-year-old Ian decides to make a secret audio recording to document the hurricane.
It's getting close. This is Hurricane Andrew.
It was the first big storm he had ever been through, and the only thing I can assume is he just wanted to document the fact that he was experiencing something new.
It's 9:40. All is quiet. Stars are out. Not a whole lot's going on, really.
The calm before the storm is just that. By 10 p.m., strong winds and rain start to pummel South Florida. The Zinn family decides to head in for the night.
You can hear it booming outside, lightning everywhere. I'm not gonna sleep much tonight.
While the Zinns go to bed, reporter Kerry Sanders and his cameraman go to work trying to capture Hurricane Andrew's wrath. Their first stop, Miami Beach.
Well, here you can see the water's just whipping up, the wind is whipping up, the surf is just coming right across the front of our car. The wind's blowing hard. I have a light out the window and we're shining it. The sand, it's almost like a blizzard, a snowstorm of sand. Not only the sand, but the rainwater itself on my hand felt like somebody stuck a sandblaster out there. It was a furious, furious display of what we now know was coming.
There's a flag on a mast that is, well, it's hanging on there. I'm not exactly sure how. We'll see whether that's the white flag of surrender.
Around 11 p.m., Andrew's eye wall is still nearly 6 hours away from landfall. Kerry and his cameraman decide to drive south towards Homestead.
We'll go down to Homestead. We'll ride this hurricane out down there because, you know, everybody always ignores the smaller communities.
Once in Homestead, they realize that the location is not ideal for shooting videotape.
So we're sitting in the car and we're looking around. There's like 3 street lights here, and the power is going to go out eventually. And then we're going to have to cover this entire hurricane with what amounts to a very powerful flashlight to see it.
The 2-man crew turns the car around and heads back north towards Miami.
Thank God, because I wouldn't be sitting here right now if we had decided to ride it out in Homestead.
Around midnight, Hurricane Andrew is about 65 miles offshore, but its effects are already being felt in Homestead. Andrew's fury awakens Linda Bell and her family.
The winds began to howl, and I mean howl. Then begins the pounding, as if a semi-tractor trailer was ramming into your house, putting it in reverse and then flooring it. Your whole entire house is vibrating around you.
Linda and her husband direct their 3 daughters into the hallway.
We knew the hallway was the safest place in the entire house because there is nothing that can actually come in contact with the hallway walls. Everything else is an outer wall but the hallway.
As the family cowers in the hallway, water infiltrates the house.
Water was coming in everywhere. Water was coming in through the slits in the door, through the slits in the windows. Water was coming in now through the ceiling. And so all of a sudden, we were all wet.
50 miles to the north, Kerry Sanders drives through an obstacle course of debris littering the highway.
Literally, the city is being torn up and things are flying over the car. Tree limbs are coming by. There's the tree that was blocking our entire passage on the other side. Luckily, we're able to come over on this side to get across, and we're just gonna go ahead and get around it. If anybody's ever played a video game where you had like 1 second before to make a decision, that's what it was like. You didn't really have time to do anything.
Don't stop. Nothing's worth stopping for.
Tensions mount as Kerry and his cameraman realize they have totally lost control. Their fate is now in Andrew's hands.
Careful, careful, careful! Come on, damn it! Watch what you're doing.
Neither of us, I think, were willing to admit to the other that, you know, okay, we're the fools. What are we doing out here? I'm a little scared. Are you scared?
Damn it, Kerry, you're gonna get us killed here.
So instead, the bravado gets turned up and a lot of screaming and yelling takes place.
Holy!
Suddenly, a giant interstate sign tears across the front of the car.
We gotta get out of here. We gotta get out.
Kerry swerves, missing it by inches.
That was like a razor blade that could have taken the top of the car and our heads off.
We may be into something here or worse than what we thought.
We realized that we were in the wrong place and this was serious. We could die.
Kerry pulls off the highway and parks the car underneath an elevated train platform in between 2 concrete columns. The columns help buffer the punishing winds.
It was hard to believe that there's something worse than where we are.
But for the small city of Homestead, it is much worse. At around 4 a.m., all 4 members of the Zinn family wake up as 120-mile-per-hour winds scream against their home. Ian continues to record an audio diary.
I just woke up. It is storming outside.
Hurricane Andrew's front eye wall begins to bulldoze Homestead.
This sounds like a freight train is coming through non-stop. Oh my God.
A window shatters in Bill's home office. Ian and Bill grab a mattress from Kara's room and try to block the window.
The wind was so strong it was blowing them back and the mattress back.
Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight.
Ian, God bless his heart, he says, you know, Dad, if we stay here, something's gonna fly through this window and kill both of us.
Bill and Ian make a mad dash out of the office and slam the door shut. Sandy grabs the king-sized mattress from her bed and puts it in the hallway, the safest place in their house.
I just says, we're just gonna put this mattress here just in case. And about then, other windows started breaking.
The door from Kara's bedroom rips off its hinges.
Once the bedroom door blew off, when we decided, you know, we needed to get some protection.
The entire family of 4 ducks under the mattress.
Holy!
Suddenly, the roof rips off the house.
The roof just came off.
All right.
Okay, okay.
It's all right. We're underneath the mattress. We're fine.
This is the house we live in, and it's blowing down around us.
August 24th, 1992. Hurricane Andrew buzzsaws across southern Florida. With wind gusts up to 175 miles an hour, it is one of the most powerful U.S. hurricanes on record. In Homestead, the Zinn family takes cover underneath the mattress. With their roof blown off, there is hardly any protection against Andrew's ferocious winds and rain.
How far are you in? Just barely.
Hanging on to the mattress was very, very hard, and the wind was trying to pull it up, so everything we could do was just to hang on to it and keep it down on top of us.
We were exposed to the elements, but we believed that as long as we kept the mattress on top of us, we'd be all right.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just gonna get a better grip on this.
Bill and Sandy's son Ian continues to roll an audio recording of the action.
Is everybody okay down there?
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay.
3 miles away, Hurricane Andrew also terrorizes Linda Bell and her family. They seek shelter in the hallway as their house reaches its breaking point.
The wind had gotten up through these panels, and the glass doors were literally bowing, kind of like a bow and arrow. But I've never seen glass bend like that before my eyes.
During the chaos, Linda's daughter Stacy gets up to use the restroom. Linda remembers that there is a window behind the shower curtain.
At the last moment, I said, close the shower curtain, because if the glass breaks, you want the glass to hit the curtain and not you.
Stacy does as her mom says.
We heard this huge, huge bang, and we heard glass break. Mommy! And then she screamed. That scared me.
A neighbor's shed flies over 2 fences and careens into the bathroom. The glass shatters into the shower curtain. A near miss. Stacy is not injured.
If I hadn't have told her seconds before she went in to close the shower curtain, all the broken glass from the bathroom window would have been all over my daughter.
We're going to be riding the storm out where we are right now.
50 miles north, reporter Kerry Sanders and his cameraman are hunkered down in their car underneath a train platform.
Hurricane Andrew is hitting with full fury. It was like the Miami Dolphins football team was on the front bumper and the back bumper shaking the car. It was frightening. It was a tremendous amount of power.
The chaos outside does not keep the small crew from reporting on Andrew.
We figured we better get as low to the ground as possible. So I slithered down off the passenger seat down to the floorboards of the car and just sort of lay my head on the seat and went into reporter mode. Right now I'm laying on the floor of the car. The winds are gusting outside our car up to 165 miles per hour. I've got myself in this position in case some debris were to fly through and maybe hit a window. At least my head will be out of the way. If we have any sense of safety, it is here simply because we are underneath the metro rail. If anything does blow through here, hopefully it'll hit the cement stilts that are holding us up.
At 5:05 a.m., Andrew's eye passes over Homestead. The brief respite gives residents like Linda Bell a chance to survey the carnage and check on the neighbors.
Everybody kind of came out the front doors because everything else was boarded up and looked at each other's house and said, how are you doing? How are you doing?
3 miles east, the Zinn family welcomes the break.
If I had enough space, I could look up and see the stars. And there was virtually no wind blowing. It was dead calm.
The way I'm set up now, at least I got a little bit of protection.
The family discusses leaving the mattress and finding a safer area.
There's no sense in trying to get out of here.
I said, you know, if we climb out of here and all the rest of the houses are blown down and we have no place to go, what are we going to do for the second half of the storm? If we made it through the first half, the second half can't be any worse. And boy, was that wrong.
We appreciate the call. Okay.
Here we go.
The hurricane-force winds pick up again, blasting what remains of the house.
There was a lot of noise, a lot of wind, and heard pieces of the house banging and rattling.
Heavy debris falls on top of the mattress, pinning the family underneath.
The water heater fell down on top of Ian and was resting on his back, and he was trying to move around to get out from under.
We can push up.
Why you want to push up?
Because my leg hurts. My leg.
The pressure from the debris makes the family immobile and completely helpless.
Mommy, look. It's all right.
14-year-old Kara begins to panic.
It's going to.
When you hear your child crying and wanting help, and you're not able to do anything is very frustrating.
To make matters worse, Kara suffers from asthma.
She would get asthma attacks if she got excited or upset, and so I was worried that she was going to go into an attack.
My back hurts, I have no feelings, both in my legs and arms. I know, deep breaths, okay?
So we were trying to keep her calm and tell her to slow down and just calm down.
The weight of the situation begins to dawn on Sandy. She cannot hold it together any longer.
God, be still. I know I would love to make too.
I started crying because Kara was so upset.
But when you move, you make it worse for everybody.
I think the frustration just got to Sandy, the fact that she couldn't do anything to help.
Mom.
At 7 a.m., Hurricane Andrew begins to leave Homestead,
It's getting lighter outside. That's what do you say, huh?
giving the Zinn family a chance to escape.
Ian was able to push his way up through the rubble, and then once he got up, he cleared enough off that I could get out.
Ian and Bill feverishly pull the rubble off of Sandy and Kara. They are alive, but the world they once knew has changed forever.
We rode out the storm under a mattress.
August 24th, 1992. Hurricane Andrew cuts a deadly swath across southern Florida. No area is hit harder than Homestead. The Zinn family digs themselves out of the pile of rubble they once called home.
The house is gone. Van, all the windows are blown out. There's my boat, what used to be the boat.
As Bill Zinn videotapes his property, he can hardly keep himself together.
Sandy, after Ian, we rode out the storm under a mattress. The first reaction is, why me? What did I do wrong?
To see your house, your whole life destroyed is devastating. It's just, you don't know what to do.
3 miles away, Linda Bell and her family step outside to an alien landscape.
It was like the night of the living dead. Everyone's just kind of walking, looking at each other. Then we realized, oh my God, every one of our homes are destroyed, every one.
They're telling us at the station that you should not be going in your car to go check on.
After spending the night in their car, Kerry Sanders and his cameramen continue to report on Andrew's carnage.
Ceiling collapsed, and this here is where the boy was sleeping.
When Kerry makes it down to Homestead, nothing can prepare him for what he sees.
I was breathless. Everything was flattened. The more you pulled out, the wider the shot, the more you realized it was everything. And it was horrific.
In total, Hurricane Andrew causes $26.5 billion in damage, demolishing over 100,000 homes.
To folks in South Florida, Andrew is a moment that those who experienced it will never forget, and those who didn't will never know what it means.
Bill and Sandy Zinn know what Andrew means all too well. After the hurricane, they rebuild in the same spot where their old house once stood.
We decided to stay here because this was home and we wanted to stay here. We love the weather, so here we are.
The Zinn family survives Andrew, but will face an even greater tragedy. 9 years after the hurricane, their son Ian drowns while swimming off the Florida Keys. He was 26 years old.
It was devastating for us. You know, parents aren't supposed to bury the kids. It's supposed to be the other way around.
Going through Ian's things after his death, Bill and Sandy find the secret audio diary from the night of Hurricane Andrew.
We sat and we listened to the whole tape, and that was hard.
It's getting close.
Very, very emotional.
All is quiet, stars are out. Not a whole lot's going on, really.
It takes Linda Bell and her family over a year to rebuild their home. But they also refuse to leave Homestead.
5 of us lived in a 30-foot travel trailer in the backyard. I never will go camping again. And that took care of it for me.
Linda Bell will make saving the community she loves a mission for years to come.
There's so much happening in this little town.
After Hurricane Andrew, nearly half of the population of Homestead, Florida moves away. An Air Force base closes and businesses shut their doors. But over the years, more and more people are calling Homestead home.
It took about 10 years for us just to kind of get back to normal and to see businesses begin coming.
Linda Bell is determined to get the city back on its feet.
Dance studio.
In 2007, she becomes the first female mayor of Homestead.
We embrace the old and welcome the new.
Since Hurricane Andrew, the population of Homestead has quadrupled to over 60,000. But for those who lived through Hurricane Andrew, Florida will never be the same.
We judge time in Florida as before Andrew and after Andrew. I hope and pray that we never see anything like that again.
For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantore. Your local forecast is next.
Wind was devastating.
Whoa.
The surge along the coast was devastating.
It's almost biblical in proportions.
You can't go anywhere. You'll get killed if you walk outside.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared. I was scared.
There's nothing you can do. You just got to wait it out. Mother Nature's going to take its toll no matter what.
After the storm, it was like the scene from the Night of the Living Dead, where you just a bunch of zombies walking around. Everybody was just shell-shocked.
From the Weather Channel, this is Storm Stories with meteorologist Jim Cantore.
September 7th, 2004. Hurricane Ivan bears down on the Caribbean. A Category 3 hurricane, it pummels Grenada, battering the small island with winds up to 120 miles per hour.
On the devastated island of Grenada, the Red Cross estimates 2/3 of the people are homeless.
39 people lose their lives. As it moves westward across the Caribbean, Ivan gets increasingly fierce. By the time it strikes Jamaica on September 11th, it is a strong Category 3, becoming one of the most powerful hurricanes on record to hit the island. Massive flooding from more than 2 feet of rain devastates the island, inflicting hundreds of millions of dollars in damage. 17 people are killed and 18,000 are left homeless. And Ivan is far from done. Next in its path, the tiny island of Grand Cayman. In 1932, a Category 4 hurricane hit the Cayman Islands. Buildings were washed out to sea, and dozens of people lost their lives. For over 70 years, Grand Cayman was spared another direct hit. The island flourished and became a center for international banking and tourism.
The Cayman Islands, even Grand Cayman, is a very small island. And to have a very powerful hurricane, the very tiny quadrant of the hurricane with the strongest winds hit that tiny island, it's not that easy. So many times, even a hurricane that goes fairly close to the island, the worst winds will miss it.
Many assume that their good luck will continue.
We've been pretty lucky as far as hurricanes here on the island. We've had near misses, but 9 times out of 10, you don't get too worried about it because tracks go one way or the other all the time. Make sure that you have all your batteries powered up and ready to go. Make sure you go.
Jay Earhart, news director at Radio Cayman, monitors the progress of the hurricane.
Make sure you're batting down the hatches. Make sure that
he warns his listeners to prepare for it.
And the Cayman Islands are next in line to feel the brunt of Hurricane Ivan. We continue to see people taking no chances here. They know this is a powerful and dangerous storm that has already killed more than 24 people.
As a news organization, we tell people, all right, make sure you get your provisions in order, make sure you're all set, just in case we're without power, just in case we're without water. And of course, all the near misses we had before, people got maybe, I wouldn't say a little complacent, but they just thought, okay, we're confident, we'll be okay.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Residents Andy and Carolyn McAlpine follow the news of Ivan's progress. They've lived on Grand Cayman for 15 years, but they've never experienced a hurricane. They prepare to ride it out.
Go. The candles out, Chloe.
Good girl. I was just like many thinking, no, it would probably go by and it wouldn't be a big deal.
We've had so many hurricanes that pass by us, you know, a 90-degree turn at the last minute. It used to be like the boy that cried wolf.
But of course, as the storm loomed or got closer and closer, we had to pay more attention to the media and what they were telling us.
As it becomes clear that Grand Cayman is in for a direct hit, they take steps to fortify their home.
Say cheese, Chloe. Cheese.
With growing anxiety, the family has to make a tough decision.
What we're going to do with my daughter. We decided to get both of them off the island, and I chose to stay here, to be in the house, and if it was bad, rescue as much as we could.
As the hurricane draws closer, Andy manages to get Carolyn and their daughter Chloe on one of the last planes off the island. He then returns to his house to brace for Ivan. His daughter's nanny and a friend seek shelter at his home as well.
Even then, we could tell that it was coming a little closer, it was getting bigger and bigger, and it was going to be quite an intense storm.
The following day, September 11th, 2004, the first bands of the hurricane begin buffeting the island.
Well, it's 9:30 on Saturday. So you can see the storm's already picked up. Already we're getting the outside bands. See the rain coming down, the palm trees moving.
The eye of the hurricane is still 200 miles away, but already the winds are gusting up to 60 miles an hour.
Here the gusts, this should increase throughout the day. So most of the boats are moored out in the middle of the canals. Clean pool now. We'll see. Here's the front. See the trees. See the sheets of rain coming down as the wind picks up.
As the hours pass, the situation outside becomes increasingly dangerous, and the worst is yet to come.
Whoa, just brutal.
In a nearby neighborhood, Andy's friends, Ian and Catherine Dawson-James, are preparing to weather the hurricane as well.
I was 9 months pregnant and didn't think I could get on a plane. And that was just really naive of me, I think. And so we basically came home, boarded up our house, and stayed in our house the whole time.
We sort of made a shelter in a bedroom in the back of the building. Tried to make the best out of it, you know, try to keep a nice, calm atmosphere.
As the hurricane draws closer, Ian tries to insulate his family from the ordeal.
Outside, the weather was really, really windy, and the water started to rise, but my husband insisted that myself and Miles, our son, stayed in the back bedroom. All we could hear was the wind and a few tiles flying. It was just the fact that I mean, I could have given birth at any moment. That was the scary part.
A 9-month pregnant woman and a 4-year-old boy in the house. You know, the main thing for me was to not be alarmist, to try and keep everything very even and level-headed and not make it a bad situation.
But staying calm becomes more difficult as the rising water from the hurricane engulfs the island. Suddenly, Ian's home is surrounded by water.
Canal was now all around us, and the water was 4 feet up around the windows and doors. So, you know, I didn't let the family come out and see that. They were out of harm's way in the bedroom. You know, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared. I was scared.
As the night wears on, the hurricane punishes Grand Cayman. Huge waves and strong winds cause flooding over as much as 75% of the island. Trees snap and homes crumble in fierce winds, in some locations gusting up to 170 miles per hour. And sunrise brings a realization that the hurricane is only getting stronger.
I was awoken by the storm. 6:30 a.m. Saturday, September 12th. This thing had picked up and we were right in the height of it. The winds were probably 150 to 175. If you've seen wind tunnels before and the noise that can come out of them or the sound of a plane, that's what you're hearing, and it did intensify. This is at the peak. The house would shake. There was debris flying. Tiles were coming off roofs, coconuts flying at 150 miles an hour. You don't want to be anywhere outside. So I got scared. I mean, I'm sitting inside, but I'm certainly not safe from this.
Andy's fears are well justified.
I noticed our pot lights in the living room started to drip, and I knew that rain had come into our attic somehow. And then I saw the sheetrock come down in various spots. Everything happened too quickly after that.
Suddenly, the roof over Andy's head caves in.
Part of our gable from our roof had collapsed in, and you could actually see outside. And that's when it got very noisy, very loud. I was in shock, I think, at that point, because I'm thinking, like, now we're really in trouble.
Hurricane winds howl and rain and debris fall into the house. Andy and the women take desperate shelter in a bedroom where the roof is straining under Ivan's winds.
They were praying loudly and worried about, we've got to get out of here, this is going to get worse. And I said, you can't go anywhere, you'll get killed if you walk outside.
As his house buckles under the force of the hurricane, Andy makes one last attempt to call his wife.
I got a phone call, and it's Andy. He says, we have no roof in the living room. It's gone. I couldn't believe it. I'm shocked. And then we got disconnected. I had no idea. Is he dead or alive? What's happening?
September 11th, 2004. Hurricane Ivan batters Grand Cayman.
The wind was devastating. The surge along the coast was devastating. Some wind gusts were up into the 160-mile-per-hour range. Sustained winds estimated in the Category 4 range around 135 to 140 miles per hour. But there was hardly a structure standing that didn't have some kind of damage to it.
Andy McAlpine is trapped in his home, and the roof is being ripped off.
I was in shock, because now all of a sudden we've got a major hole in our roof. Basically, a quarter of our roof is gone, and it's open to the elements. So the rain is coming in. The water from the storm surge was around the house. A lot of things go running through your mind at that point. This could turn into quite a disaster for this house and us. Thankfully, the power was off, so there wasn't a worry of electrocution. But there was metal dangling, and that came crashing down, and you wouldn't want to be underneath that when a piece of metal from lighting or something had collapsed. That would not have been good.
His home ripping apart, Andy takes refuge in the rear of the house.
We ended up going to the back of the house at that point. The roof was still good there, but the noise at the front of the house in the living room was just too much to listen to. At that point, you realize there's nothing you can do. You just got to wait it out, and Mother Nature is going to take its toll no matter what.
You just see the wind and the rain and just palm trees bowing halfway over. At the worst point, it sounded like two freight trains, and one coming this way and one coming the other way, and it was coming right at you. It was just howling wind everywhere.
At Radio Cayman, Jay Earhart broadcast live as frantic listeners trapped in the hurricane call the station begging for help.
one of the calls that I'll always remember. But she calls the show and she says she's got water up to the top of the kitchen counters in her house. Storm flooding is coming in. Her roof is blown off, and she's got 3 little kids. And she's on top of the kitchen counter, wondering when it's going to end. And I'm just trying to issue the right words of encouragement and tell her to hang on and be okay. And it got to me, I guess, the pressure. I mean, I know I didn't have any of these great hairs before Ivan.
Meanwhile, Ian Dawson James and his wife Catherine endure the hurricane in their home. She's 9 months pregnant with their second child. And outside, Ivan is raging.
The experience was awe-inspiring. It was almost biblical in proportion. The ocean rose up and engulfed the island, and our house was completely surrounded with water. We're at the height of the storm, and the sound of the wind, I'll never forget. It was like a pressure cooker. It was an intense whistling sound. It had an eeriness to it, but at the same time, you couldn't help but look through the window and just, be in awe of Mother Nature, because it's an incredible thing to actually witness a hurricane of this magnitude. And I actually put my hand on the glass pane of the patio door, and I could feel the glass pane flexing under the pressure variances during the storm. And that was quite frightening, because I was worried then that maybe the roof would blow off, or the windows would implode. So it was back to the bedroom and fan my wife some more, and it was a very intense, surreal experience.
Ivan pummels the island for nearly a day and a half. On Monday afternoon, survivors emerge from their homes. The wreckage is stunning.
It was like the scene from the Night of the Living Dead, where you're just a bunch of zombies walking around. Everybody was just shell-shocked. It was just, couldn't believe that they were alive and that everybody else was alive.
Ian and Catherine survey the damage to their home.
There was roof tiles on the floor, there was trees across our driveway, both our cars were complete write-offs.
It was like a blitzkrieg. Everything that you find familiar about your property is changed. Obviously we're happy that we made it through the storm and everybody was safe. It was now the time to think about what do we do next. And obviously with Catherine being 9 months pregnant, the thoughts of if she goes into labor, what do we do? We were actually having breakfast, and Catherine started to go into labor the very next morning.
They drive to a hospital negotiating streets filled with debris.
Got to the hospital, it was horrible because there was no power there. And then Ian heard on the radio that Cayman Airways was flying out, and anyone who was like a medical emergency or people that really, really needed to get off the island could leave.
And I just said to my wife, we've got to go, let's you can't stay here and have a baby. We immediately grabbed a couple of things, put it in a bag, and we went to the airport. At the door was armed security guards and police, and people were begging to get off the island and said, my wife is 9 months pregnant and she's in labor and she needs to get to a hospital. And they very kindly let us in.
Ian and Catherine board the emergency flight as Catherine's contractions quicken.
The scary part on the plane is that my contractions went from 5 minutes to 3 minutes apart, so they were like preparing to have India on the plane, I think.
I said to the airline attendant that we only have 3 minutes, and she said, no, so it's 20 minutes until we get to Miami. And I said, no, my wife's contractions are only 3 minutes apart.
September 12, 2004. The tiny island of Grand Cayman has endured 36 hours of punishment from Hurricane Ivan. Ian Dawson James and his pregnant wife Catherine survive the hurricane, but the next day she goes into labor and needs to be medevaced out to Miami.
As it happened, we were flying over Cuba, and my wife was having her contractions every 3 minutes.
When they land, Catherine is moments away from giving birth. A waiting ambulance rushes her to a hospital.
They basically wheeled me into the delivery room, and India was born in 5 minutes. At the end of the day, you know, everything was cool. It seemed like more of a happy experience to me than a frightening, scary experience.
I think we were very, very lucky. There were many stories that I heard of people that had life-threatening situations happen to them.
But while Catherine and Ian celebrate their daughter's birth in the safety of a Miami hospital, Andy McAlpine's family fears for his life. It has been over a day since Andy's wife Carolyn lost contact with Andy when the roof of his house collapsed.
There was no communication. I had no idea. Is he dead or alive? What's happening? And it was the worst 24 hours of my life. And then all of a sudden I got a phone call from one of the other mothers. Her husband, he came to the house and found Andy. He was alive.
2 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. Good old barbecues survived. I tried to call my wife, but I had no reception, so I couldn't speak to anybody.
Having survived the hurricane, Andy takes stock of the destruction around him. The floors of his house are covered in water, his furniture destroyed.
Our bed will have to go. It's wet.
The roof of his home ripped off. He wanders through his home, stunned.
I saved the Barbie and princess dresses. It's right out of Halloween. Our front yard. That was our big palm tree. So I said it looks like I've been in a drive-by shooting. Those 2 boats washed up. I remember going back into my daughter's room and looking out the window thinking, what the hell just happened? This is just a nightmare.
A few days later, Andy flies off the island and is reunited with his family in Toronto.
If my house was flattened, I could care less. My husband was alive.
Miraculously, there are only 2 recorded deaths on Grand Cayman during Hurricane Ivan. But the hurricane causes an estimated $2 billion of damage on Grand Cayman and will go on to devastate Gulf Shores, Alabama and Pensacola, Florida. Those who endured the hurricane now face a new test.
The aftermath of a hurricane is more soul-searching than the actual hurricane itself. Trying to get things back to normal was very stressful.
And the experience has left a lasting impression on survivors.
I have a lot more respect for what nature can unleash.
I think it changes you for the better. It's a humbling experience, it really is.
For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantore. Your local forecast is next.
A film crew is used to dealing with the unknown. That's what we do.
The waves were growing. They were getting huge and gray.
This was going to be more of an adventure than any of us had actually signed up for. We found ourselves in the middle of a major hurricane.
The sounds are horrific. It's literally like 12 freight trains barreling down on you.
We didn't know if the hurricane was going to rip through the ballroom as well.
Do you think that we might die?
From the Weather Channel, this is Storm Stories with meteorologist Jim Cantore.
Jurassic Park, one of the most beloved films of all time. But what many fans don't know is that for director Steven Spielberg and company, the action behind the scenes rivals the terror on screen.
It was an adventure film that became an adventure in itself, but a serious adventure. It was something that was potentially very, very dangerous.
While filming Jurassic Park, the cast and crew battles an enemy more ferocious than any T-Rex, Hurricane Iniki. The Category 4 beast tears the film set to shreds and transports the island of Kauai back to the Stone Age. August 24th, 1992. Steven Spielberg and 139 cast and crew members gather on the island of Kauai, Hawaii to start filming Jurassic Park.
They're talking about a tropical paradise, and it was that. It was beautiful. It was warm, and the vegetation and the trees and the animals, just incredible.
The first night on the island, the production team gathers at the edge of a waterfall for a traditional Hawaiian ceremony to bless the film.
It felt really good. I felt all the excitement of being there in this new place with all the cast around me. We were getting ready to jump off into a new adventure together.
The intense 3-week Kauai shoot starts without a snag.
It was one of the best experiences of my life. It wasn't like going to work at all. You really had a sense of family.
Legendary director Steven Spielberg brings dinosaurs to life as he leads his team of actors through the scenes.
It was great working with Steven Spielberg. The atmosphere on set is exciting and exhilarating. He's energetic, and the enthusiasm about going about things is really something that's marvelous to be part of.
He was just so real and down to earth, and at the same time, he was able to teach us a lot. And after we would nail a scene just the way he wanted, he would jump up and shout, "That was fantastic," and run over and give us a hug.
But shooting outside presents a major obstacle: rain. Locations like Olakele Canyon, located near one of the wettest spots on Earth, wreak havoc on the production.
It would just pour and rain and then stop, and then boom, we'd try to get out and shoot a scene, and then boom, and the rains would hit again.
The filmmakers have no idea that these rains pale in comparison to what is to come. On September 9th, a hurricane forms southeast of the Hawaiian Islands. Known as Iniki, it churns across the warm waters of the Pacific Ocean.
It was El Nino year. The sea surface temperatures were still 1 to 3 degrees warmer than normal.
You think of a hurricane as a heat engine that lives off the warm sea surface temperatures, that sort of fuels the storm system, and that's exactly what happened with this storm system.
Iniki strengthens, and by the next day, it blasts wind speeds of over 100 miles per hour. 170 miles south of Hawaii, the hurricane makes a drastic change in direction.
During the end of summer, we have what's called a trough that forms west of the state.
And you could have some pretty strong southwest winds on the right side or the east side of that trough.
And if you imagine sort of this train track that heads up to the north, that's what was sitting there as Iniki started to work its way westward.
The hurricane slams into that trough, which pushes it north, straight towards Kauai. On Kauai, the cast and crew are only 1 day away from completing the 3-week, multi-million-dollar shoot. For actress Ariana Richards, there is another reason to celebrate. It's the day before her 13th birthday. On the set, the Jurassic Park team has a surprise for the young star.
They had this beautiful cake for me with "Happy Birthday, Ariana" written on it.
This is the first cake that's been lit this way.
And all the cast was there, and everyone celebrated with me, and it was really special. I felt so touched that they put this together.
Yay!
what bad thing could happen on my birthday, right?
As Ariana and the rest of the crew finish up the day's shoot, they are unaware that Hurricane Iniki is on a collision course with Kauai. September 11th, cast members like Sam Neill wake up to urgent news.
And they said, you won't be going to work today. In a change of plan, there's a major hurricane that's turned its course and is now coming straight for us. I was astonished. It's that kind of no school today feeling, and we get to play hooky, and this is going to be fun. And then do you think, actually, this could be quite serious.
Co-star Martin Ferrero and his family take the news of the hurricane very seriously. Martin's 9-year-old son Joseph suffers from autism and is prone to having seizures.
With the humidity and the heat, he was susceptible to having another seizure because those things can trigger a seizure. It's pretty alarming.
The cast and crew are told to assemble in a makeshift shelter in the hotel's ballroom. It's too late to dismantle some of the film's elaborate sets. Before leaving his room, Martin takes some last-minute video.
The waves started to get angrier and angrier, and we realized that we were going to just have to turn the camera off and pick up our children and go down to the ballroom.
As we say goodbye to the lovely island of Kauai.
Downstairs, Ariana Richards and her family check out the surf near the hotel.
We were walking by the ocean where we had been swimming and having such a beautiful time for all these weeks, and it was transformed. The waves were growing, they were getting huge and gray.
As Ariana heads into the shelter, she sees a sign of things to come.
There were about a dozen swans that were there, and I was really worried about the swans, actually, and I didn't know how they could survive with the hurricane coming.
At 12:45 p.m., stunt coordinator Gary Himes uses his video camera to document the deteriorating conditions.
There's waves completely going over the top of the seawall now. I started just taping the storm surge as it was, rising, and eventually this seawall, which is normally about 15 feet, was literally underwater.
We've got about another, they say, hour before we have to mandatory get into the shelters.
Inside, the crew readies the ballroom for impact. They set up lights and generators in case they lose power. The craft services department stockpiles snacks and water.
I've always felt that if I was ever trapped in a disaster, that I would want to be there with a film crew. There's no sort of skill that you need that isn't on a film crew.
As cinematographer Dean Cundy prepares to hunker down, Steven Spielberg makes a thrilling request.
Steven came to me and said, we ought to get a couple of shots of this really great ocean. So I said, great.
Steven, Dean, and a small camera crew head out to the beach to capture the hurricane on film.
We were watching as the waves would get bigger and bigger, and pretty soon they were pretty huge.
The situation becomes dangerous as 25-foot waves barrel toward the coastline.
One of the hotel security guys came down and said, it was no longer safe, that we had to now go to the ballroom.
Steven Spielberg and his crew retreat to the shelter. Within minutes, Hurricane Iniki crashes against the southern coast of Kauai. What seemed like a carefree adventure soon becomes a nightmare as 145-mile-per-hour winds batter the hotel's ballroom.
The sounds are horrific. It's literally like 12 freight trains barreling down on you.
The sound of the wind hitting against the buildings and the trees, and the sound of the waves crashing. It was very loud outside.
And the building shook, and there was no question that you were in the middle of something really, really major.
The glass chandelier begins to tremble. The power goes out. Water infiltrates the ballroom.
The walls are closing in on you. It seems like with the chandelier shaking, the unpredictability of what would happen next gave you pause. We didn't know if the hurricane was going to rip through the ballroom as well.
Will the room collapse? Will it be blown away around our ears? What will happen?
September 11th, 1992. Hurricane Iniki ravages the island of Kauai, Hawaii with 175-mile-per-hour wind gusts and piercing rains.
The rain comes in horizontal sheets. You go, oh my God, how is that happening?
The Jurassic Park film crew holds up in the ballroom of their hotel as they witness real-life drama that trumps any Hollywood special effect.
We would sneak out and look into the courtyard, and there were palms just flying completely horizontally sideways. And the swans from the pond were flying, sideways backwards. It was pretty amazing.
You see a rooftop just lift up a little bit. Then you just happen to just turn your head, and all of a sudden you look, and the whole rooftop is just gone. And you go, oh my God, it just takes your breath away.
The shelter is no longer a safe haven as it begins to come apart at the seams.
I felt water dripping on my forehead. And as I looked up, you could actually see the ceiling raising and lowering.
There was water coming in different places. The ceilings were leaking. It seemed like a real dangerous place.
Without power in the shelter, the crew cannot get updates on Iniki's wrath. But stunt coordinator Gary Himes has a battery-operated radio.
So I was able to get weather reports from NOAA. The only problem was I had to go outside to get these weather reports because it wouldn't work indoors.
Steven Spielberg asked Gary to find out the latest news on the hurricane. Gary's tools of the trade come in handy.
By that point, it was really blowing, so I went ahead and put a full body harness on, which is essentially like a climbing harness, and had some of the stunt guys rig me up on a safety line.
Gary heads out into the melee. He can barely stand on his feet as deadly winds punish his body.
And just as I'm about to, dial up the volume where I can hear it, a gust came through and literally took my feet out from under me. I felt like a flag on a flagpole. I was literally horizontal with the building, trying to hold on to the radio. And it had not been for my guys on my safety line, I would have just taken off, set sail.
Gary is shaken as the stunt team reels him in.
Steven asked me, so Gary, what's the latest? And I said, Steven, the radio quit working, because there was no way I was going to go back out there.
Inside the ballroom, the mood is intense, but the cast and crew keep each other calm.
There's a lot of comfort to be had in company. We had Steven who's entertaining, and we were kind of happy to be together. It would have been a scary and miserable experience if we were all stuck in our individual rooms.
Steven Spielberg makes it his mission to entertain the children and keep their minds off of the devastation outside.
He would just come and sit next to us kids and play cards for hours on end and laugh and play and keep us occupied.
Steven also treats the kids to his specialty, storytelling.
He told us ghost stories that actually scared me more than the hurricane itself. We were captivated, sitting there listening to him weave these tales. It really comforted us, and I'm touched looking back at it that he spent time with us that way.
By 6 p.m., Hurricane Iniki leaves Kauai. The cast and crew emerge from the shelter to an island that is unrecognizable. Iniki crushes almost every home on the island, and 6 people are dead.
All the palm trees were just sticks. All the branches and leaves had gone. We saw houses that had been trashed, and it was a very vivid thing.
Walls were blown off of buildings, and metal was actually wrapped around telephone poles. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I had just experienced this island for 5 weeks in its glory, and then all of a sudden, to see it completely decimated, it was terribly sad.
Iniki rips the film's multi-million-dollar sets apart.
Our sets that had been built by our art department were completely destroyed and were never seen again. And they were just blown away.
Ariana Richards finds a bright spot in all of the chaos when she checks on the swans, who spent the hurricane battling killer winds and rains.
The swans were still there. I was glad they were alive. But my goodness, everything was so different.
The next morning, the hotel staff posts a sign in the lobby.
It says, "Aloha, we have no water, we have very little food, we have no phones, the roads are closed, and the airports are closed." But we do have Aloha.
Immediately, the Jurassic Park crew springs into action to help get the hotel back on its feet.
Without a doubt, a film crew is the most resourceful bunch of people because we have, all trades are involved. We can build it, we can blow it up, we can build it again. There's not much we can't do.
The catering department passes out food and water to guests and staff, while other crew members activate generators to provide electricity. Head greensman Danny Andreyko spent the past 3 weeks helping to create Jurassic Park's majestic jungle sets. Now, he's in charge of clearing the roads.
I got all these guys together and I said, hey guys, here's what we got to do. Open up my trucks, got my chainsaws out. These guys got on forklifts and we just started doing it.
Within 5 hours, Danny and his team clear nearly 1 mile of road. But with the airports closed, the cast and crew are stranded on Kauai.
We had the rest of the film to make, and you got a delay like that, that can be, sort of disastrous for your budget and for your schedule.
Actor Martin Ferrero and his wife are relieved that their autistic son Joe has made it through the storm without having a seizure, but their worries are far from over.
The humidity and the heat can trigger a seizure. What happens if there is no air conditioning and it takes us a while to get off the island? What will happen with Joe? We were very nervous.
September 12, 1992. The cast and crew of the film Jurassic Park survives the most powerful hurricane to strike Hawaii in over a century.
One of the thoughts that run through your head is that, you are on a movie set, and it takes a second to realize that this really happened.
The filmmakers know that they want to get off the island as quickly as possible to finish the shoot, but air travel is not an option.
There were these helicopters. It was like someone had picked up a ball of paper and just scrunched them up like that and thrown them down. They were just mangled pieces of machinery.
No commercial planes are allowed to leave the island. Producer Kathleen Kennedy drives to the airport to assess the situation.
We knew that the planes were coming over full of supplies and they were going back to Oahu empty.
Kathleen had convinced the National Guard to let her get onto one of the helicopters that was going to Honolulu.
Once in Honolulu, Kathleen charters a plane and stockpiles it with supplies and medical personnel. The plan is to unload the cargo and have the cast and crew fly back to Oahu in the empty plane.
I will attempt to coordinate some transportation for everybody to get to the commercial air terminal.
The news is a relief for actor Martin Ferrero, whose autistic son Joe is able to leave Kauai without having a seizure. The cast is able to leave, but they realize the residents of Kauai must live with Iniki's destruction.
I pay tribute to them because we were just a film crew, and film crews come and go, but the people of Kauai themselves, this was their lives.
About 2 weeks after Iniki hit, Steven Spielberg and a camera crew fly to Oahu to finish up the shoot that was lost to the hurricane.
We had had one more last day of shooting. Essentially the sequence in the film with the Gallimimus that chase the kids and the professor.
Filming of Jurassic Park wraps in November of 1992.
There was a lot more emotion, I think, in the goodbyes out of this because it had been a shared experience for all of us. We had gone through something that was not a regular event.
When the film opens the following summer, it becomes an instant classic, raking in over $350 million at the box office. It even includes shots of Hurricane Iniki that Steven Spielberg took from the beach.
We were a lot closer as a result of that, that we'd all been through something, we'd experienced something together, and that's something you don't forget.
Hurricane Iniki wreaks $1.8 billion in damage, changing the island of Kauai forever.
This is Mother Nature's fury at its most fierce. It was quite surreal.
The cast and crew of Jurassic Park survived the catastrophe.
Until you go through a disaster like that, you're not completely aware of the power that the natural world around you really had.
Today, actress Ariana Richards is a professional painter. She looks back fondly on the making of Jurassic Park and a 13th birthday she and the rest of the cast and crew will never forget.
I do see the hurricane as an adventure. We had an adventure within an adventure.
For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori. Your local forecast is next.
The sky was really dark. It was pouring down rain in buckets.
The forecasts were for Mitch not to gain any more than Category 2 status. But of course, Mitch became a Category 5.
You're in an eye wall of a Category 5 storm. You have winds of maybe 150 miles an hour. You have seas of 30 to 50 feet high.
The house is completely leveled. You know, cars stuck on the side of houses, you know, where the river had taken them and put them inside of the houses. It looked like a combat zone.
From the Weather Channel, this is Storm Stories with meteorologist Jim Cantori.
October 10th, 1998. Forecasters at the National Hurricane Center in Miami, Florida are tracking a tropical wave off the coast of Africa. It remains very poorly organized until it reaches the Western Caribbean Sea more than a week later.
Hurricane Mitch formed from an African wave, which many hurricanes do, but what was unusual was the lateness of the season.
By October 21st, it's a tropical depression. The next day, it gains strength to become Tropical Storm Mitch. 2 days later, Mitch is a hurricane, and it intensifies rapidly, surprising forecasters.
Hurricane Mitch became a monster Category 5 storm in the middle of the Caribbean near the end of October. That's a very rare event. Nobody expected that Mitch to get that strong.
Mitch will continue to defy and surprise in the days to come. And by the time it's finished, it will go down as one of the strongest and deadliest hurricanes in history. October 25th, 1998. The Fantome, a 70-year-old sailboat owned by Miami-based Windjammer Barefoot Cruises, sets off from the small port of Amoa, Honduras for a week-long cruise in the Caribbean Sea. On board are 97 passengers and 41 crew, with 32-year-old Captain Guyan March at the helm.
My name's Guyan, I'm the captain on board, and I'm the youngest-looking 40-year-old captain that works for Windjammer.
Captain March is Windjammer's golden boy, the youngest captain in its fleet of 8 sailboats.
The Fantome was really one of the last boats built in the great age of sail. And it was patterned after the great schooners. It was as long as a football field, 300 feet. It had 4 masts, each of them about 12 stories high. It actually was not a good sailing machine. But it was a grand boat and was used in the Caribbean for many, many years, and people loved to sail on it.
Lori Nicely is one of the Americans scheduled to sail on the vessel. She's looking forward to a week-long vacation at sea.
We weren't really nervous about hurricane season because it was towards the end of the season, and my understanding is that there wouldn't typically be a hurricane that late in the season of that magnitude. Plus, that area that we were going to wasn't a real common area for hurricanes to hit.
As the passengers are ferried out to the Phantom, the small boats battle choppy seas and pouring rain.
I mean, the people in the launch weren't real jovial and happy and, oh boy, we're going on our trip. Most of them were like, oh wow, this is not good. The water was starting to get rough and the sky was really dark and it was pouring down rain in buckets.
Captain March assures the arrivals that while it's a concern, Hurricane Mitch is far enough away. The cruise will proceed. First stop, the beautiful Bay Islands off of Honduras's east coast.
And so most people went to bed early that night, knowing that the next day we would be in the Bay Islands.
But as he continues to follow the weather reports, the captain learns that instead of tracking north, as forecast predicted, Mitch dips southwest and is heading straight for their destination. In the middle of the night, as the passengers try to sleep, the captain is forced to change course. He decides to take the Phantom to Belize City.
It was the only place he could go. His back was against the wall. The storm was coming from the east. He had no shelters, no harbors that he could hide in. He did not want to, for I think public relations and marketing purposes, put people back in the boats, in the rain, into Honduras and call off their trip. Instead, he went and said he chartered a plane in Belize. We'll go up there and take them off and then see what we can do.
They evacuate the 97 passengers and non-essential crew.
Captain Guyan gathered everybody together to talk to them that morning about what was going to happen. I remember him being in a, I want to say maybe a pensive mood. He wasn't his happy-go-lucky, jovial self. He wasn't joking around. He was very serious. They explained to us that they were sending out the launches from Belize City to pick us up and that we needed to get off in a timely manner. There was only so much time for us to get off.
But once they got there, they got the passengers off, had these tearful goodbyes. All the women got off, some of the crew, got on a charter plane and flew to Miami. Then he turned around, and what was before him was this huge black horizon. This was Hurricane Mitch coming for him.
As Mitch churns toward Belize, Captain March weighs his increasingly limited options.
You could see it on Captain March's face in some of the photos that passengers took. He was out of options. He had passengers who were glad to be going. He had crew members who were splitting up with their boyfriends and their brothers. He didn't know what he could do. The storm was coming at him.
After consulting with the main office in Miami by satellite phone, a tough decision is made to take the Phantom back out to sea.
You know, there's a kind of a classic standard rule in sailing that if a hurricane is coming, you go to sea. You don't stay in port. And the idea is you can get out away from the storm and you can find yourself in a proper quadrant of the storm where the winds are maybe pushing you away from the storm.
The schooner sails back to the Bay Islands, toward the hurricane. The captain's plan is to sail to a harbor to give them some shelter from a monster storm.
They felt that they could get on the back side, that is the lee side, the downwind side of this island, and sail back and forth, as they did in the Eastern Caribbean every season. Sail back and forth, and the island would blunt both the waves and the winds of the hurricane that was, at that point, forecast to be to the north of them.
Meanwhile, Mitch's approach is felt on land, as well as out in the open waters.
When the rains came, how can I describe it to you? Get in the shower, turn your shower on, and that's how the rain came. I mean, the wind picked up, the rain came, and it started coming down.
Americans Tana and Riley Wooten are living in the Honduran capital of Tegucigalpa and working with the local fire department. They feel officials here are not anxious about Mitch's track.
They were not worried. It always hit the North Coast. The North Coast always got flooded. They got the rain, the brunt of the rain and the mudslides, but there was no real worries.
As Mitch approaches, Tana and Riley go door to door in the pouring rain, trying to convince the locals to evacuate their precarious dwellings, many perched on unstable hillsides. But their warnings are mostly ignored.
There were some areas there on the river where we went to people that had their shanty, their shacks and everything, and tell you, you need to get out of here, This water's gonna get you. I've lived here for years, the water's not gonna bother us.
They laughed at us. I mean, literally laughed at us. They told us there was no way that water was going to come all the way up to their village.
As Mitch nears land, it weakens to a Category 4 hurricane, but it still packs a powerful punch. Mitch pounds the coastal areas with devastating winds and monster waves. All forecasts have it tracking north toward Belize and eventually into the Gulf of Mexico. But it surprises once again and heads south.
No other storm took a track like Mitch, drifting to the south like that and then crossing over Honduras. To date, no other storm has done that.
Mitch's track defies even the most trusted computer models.
All of them were suggesting that Mitch was going to resume its westward course and then eventually move to the north. Well, they were wrong.
On October 28th, Mitch changes direction yet again. It zigzags south, heading directly for the Bay Islands off the coast of Honduras, where the schooner Fantôme is seeking refuge. Then it stalls.
The conditions, as the storm grew closer, just got worse and worse and worse, to the point where this big lug of a ship with what they call windage, meaning it's like a sail itself, was unable to turn around anymore and go back and forth in the lee of the island. That's how strong the wind had become.
Out of options, Captain March takes the Fantôme east, directly into the Category 4 hurricane. His only hope is that the winds will blow the schooner out of the path of the storm to safety.
And at some point, about 1 o'clock that afternoon, Captain March told headquarters that he could no longer turn the ship around, that he was now totally out of options. He had to go one way, which was east. East was toward the hurricane. And they said that you could hear, for the first time, the fear in his voice. He knew it was not a good option. He knew he was headed into even worse conditions. And yet, because of the ship, the way the hurricane was coming down at them, that's the only thing he could do was actually to go east toward the storm.
October 1998. Mitch, a Category 4 hurricane, is stalled above Central America off the coast of Honduras. Trapped in the middle is the schooner Fantôme, with Captain Guyan March and his 30-man crew on board. The captain attempts one last desperate maneuver in an effort to outrun the hurricane.
Because the storm was already at bottom, the rain bands were coming, the winds were picking up, the waves were high, and the idea of actually going closer to the storm, even at an angle, the storm's coming this way, he wants to go this way, which is exactly the wrong place to be in a storm. He must have known that he had a bad choice. They were sailors. They were going to do the best they could.
Directly above the Fantôme, the Orion P-3 research plane with 19 scientists on board approaches the eye of the hurricane.
We fly directly into hurricanes because that's the only way you can really measure what's going on inside of a hurricane and to be able to see it close up. Satellites can't do that for us. Aircrafts are really the only way to do that.
Michael Black and his colleagues from NOAA's Hurricane Research Division are bracing for a bumpy ride.
The Hurricane Mitch flight that the Orion P-3 went into was one of the roughest flights that we went into within several years. We were bounced around, especially in the strongest winds of the eye wall, and strapped into our seatbelts.
The scientists don't realize that in the maelstrom below them, the crew of the Fantôme is fighting a desperate battle for survival.
We did not know that the Fantôme was below us. If we had it known, we would have done a search and rescue, even though that probably would have been useless because of the horrific conditions below. We're talking about Category 4 or 5 winds, winds of 150 miles an hour or so at the sea surface, waves 50 feet or higher, just unimaginable conditions that very few, if any, ships could survive.
Aboard the Fantôme, Captain March keeps in contact with the Home Office in Miami by satellite phone.
But you can imagine this thing rocking back and forth, them trying to hold on. They say that on the telephone you could hear them groaning. You could hear chairs flying around, equipment.
At 4:30 p.m. on October 27th, he reports 40-foot waves and gasps for breath. Then, the line goes dead. Over the next several days, Mitch dumps 35 inches of rain on Honduras, turning hillsides into rivers of mud and debris.
When it rained for days and days, almost a solid week without stopping, the land became so saturated, the rivers got so high. The main river that went between the Twin Cities, the capital city, changed course. It reversed direction. And when it reversed direction, it ate a whole neighborhood. And I say ate because it made that neighborhood disappear. An entire middle-class neighborhood was gone, wiped. It was incredible.
Firefighters Tana and Riley Wooten ride out the storm in the capital city of Tegucigalpa. They've made an agonizing decision to leave their 10-year-old son in the countryside with their maid.
When we got the call and when we responded to the fire station, I had no idea that I wouldn't see my son for that long. No idea.
As the rain subsides, Tana and Riley are called to perform search and rescue operations in the flooded city.
We had a good plan, but the plan just went nowhere once that, once the floods came. Yeah. We continued to look for people, and it got to the point after 12 days where we were not finding any survivors.
They dig through the mud in search of any sign of life. But day after day, they find only bodies.
And at the point where you find bodies after bodies, after bodies, after bodies, after bodies of children, women, men, grandparents, it's so mind-numbing that you want to just do your job and not care anymore, but you can't. You can't, because these are people.
The hardest thing about it was when we started pulling kids. You look at these kids, and for a flash of a second, you see your son's face.
In Honduras alone, mudslides and floods caused by Hurricane Mitch claimed 6,500 lives. The volunteers' mission changes from rescue to recovery. Amidst the smell of death, they continue digging around the clock. Their own safety is now at risk.
I don't know how many times we'd crossed this river, but that time I slipped in the mud, I fell, and I just didn't want to get up. I was getting sucked downstream a little bit. I had my feet downstream, kind of in the mud, planted, and you think, you know what, it wouldn't be so bad.
October 1998. Massive flooding and mudslides caused by Hurricane Mitch ravaged Central America. Entire neighborhoods are wiped out. Thousands are missing.
It looked like a combat zone. So, I mean, houses completely leveled. Cars stuck on the side of houses, where the river had taken them and put them inside of the houses.
Riley and Tana Wooten are working around the clock recovering bodies buried by mud around the Honduran capital of Tegucigalpa, when Tana, separated from her team, collapses with exhaustion.
I had my feet downstream, kind of in the mud, planted. But you're sitting there and the water's pushing against your back, and you're just so tired, and you think, you know what, it wouldn't be so bad. I was ready to go. I didn't care. I was just tired.
Luckily, Tana's German Shepherd Gara is along on this search operation. When she sees her master go down, the dog doesn't give up.
What pulls us all out of that stage is realizing that somebody needs us. And it was her. It was my silly dog. And she saved my life, too.
3 days after Mitch's landfall, Tana and Riley finally take a break and anxiously return to their house outside Tegucigalpa, where they've left their 10-year-old son, Kyle.
It was about 3 days before we actually got to go back home. 3 or maybe 4, I can't remember. And we got there, and first thing we saw was, okay, the house is still here.
That feeling when your child runs toward you and wraps his arms around you, and you know the world's all right. And that was my time.
The Wooten story is a rare happy ending in the devastating drama caused by Hurricane Mitch. The death toll is staggering. Over 11,000 people dead. Thousands more are reported missing and presumed dead, including all 31 crew on board the schooner Fantome.
The boat sank in the worst possible conditions. You're in an eye wall of a Category 5 storm. You have winds of maybe 150 miles an hour. You have seas of 30 to 50 feet high. The chances that either in a life jacket or in a lifeboat, that they could have actually survived being in a Category 5 eye wall were nil.
After 6 days, the U.S. Coast Guard stops their search for survivors. All that is found are 7 orange life vests with the ship's name and some debris. The bodies of Captain Guyan March and his crew are never recovered.
They covered an area the size of Colorado searching for the boat. Never found it. No sign of life, no bodies, very little debris.
Hurricane Mitch claims more than 11,000 lives and causes over $5 billion in damage in Central America.
The destruction to the infrastructure of Honduras was just unbelievable. Almost 11 years later, you can still see leftovers of the destruction from Hurricane Mitch.
Around the world, the families of the lost Fantome crew grieve without a chance for closure. The tragedy also sinks the Windjammer cruise line. For forecasters and researchers, Mitch provides some valuable lessons learned the hard way.
The models can be wrong, the forecasters can be wrong. And you always have to be on guard to watch out for unusual storms like Mitch that do unpredictable things.
For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantore. Your local forecast is next.
There's a big dark gray wall coming directly at us.
It sounded like 3 freight trains going on over above us, so you couldn't hear anything.
The tornado is right over us right now.
All the tables that were bolted down were gone and ripped out from in the floor. It was just really bad.
All I wanted was to see Kevin. And they said, come with us. I said, well, can I see him? And I just said, come with us. And I thought, oh my gosh, there's something else here that they're not telling me.
They used the word fatalities.
From the Weather Channel, this is Storm Stories with meteorologist Jim Cantore.
June 11th, 2008. Violent weather is creeping across the plains of the Midwest. The warm, moist afternoon air of an early summer day is churned by an approaching cold front out of the west. A tornado watch is issued in western Iowa.
We knew that this massive storm front was going to be coming through the area.
After all, Iowa is known to be in Tornado Alley. But this section of the state bordering Nebraska has mostly been spared deadly twisters that sporadically wreak havoc in these parts.
We, the tree damage, the farm outbuilding sort of thing, but nothing as far as for residents or any injuries.
That's about to change as an unrelenting twister barrels straight for the area. The funnel forms in Burt County, Nebraska, about 6 miles southwest of the camp, overseen by Ranger Nathan Dean. He thinks it's just another storm.
It was a normal circumstance, and again, they were preparing for a thunderstorm, but big difference between preparing for a thunderstorm and a tornado.
The only campers at the Little Sioux Ranch are 117 elite Boy Scouts from Nebraska, Iowa, and South Dakota. They are attending a leadership camp for the week. The Scouts range in age from 13 to 18 years old. They're accompanied by 10 adults. They've been at the ranch several days already and have seen some unsettled weather.
It's been a pretty wet week, actually. And that morning was pretty rough. The wind came up a little bit stronger, and the rain came down a little heavier, and before we knew it, people were chasing their breakfasts and their plates across the valley.
But the winds die down, and the boys get back to their routine, learning to use GPS systems in the wilderness. The Scouts have no idea a tornado is on its way, and that the survival skills they are learning will soon be put into practice. Because the campsite sits in a valley, they're cut off from most communication. Cell phone reception is spotty, and there are no televisions at camp.
What we did have was a weather radio from NOAA that one of our adult staff, Dr. Denny Crabb, constantly monitored.
Storm reports on the radio concern camp leaders enough they decide to make dinner in the shelters instead of outside. The red troop goes into the north shelter, and the green troop in the south shelter, about a half-mile away.
This really seems kind of silly. We were taking this action for fear of bad weather when you looked up in the sky and there was hardly a cloud to be seen.
But these are the Boy Scouts, after all. Their motto, be prepared.
The wind had picked up a little bit. The clouds had closed in a little bit, and I started thinking, well, all right, maybe this wasn't such a bad idea. That really there was something to this.
The National Weather Service issues a tornado warning. A line of intense thunderstorms begins to move in. Less than a half-mile south, Camp Ranger Nathan Dean is at home with his wife and 3 children, 7-year-old Axton, 2-year-old Avon, and 2-month-old daughter, Aisley.
I was kind of out and in, listening to the weather radio because we knew you could see the storm front coming.
Dean gets a call from his stepfather, telling him about the reports of a rotating funnel approaching Little Sioux. Lightning and thunder fill the sky, the rain picks up, and the winds start whipping around. Worried, Dean radios the Boy Scout troops to take cover. Then, they hear the telltale warning sign.
I asked the boys in regrettably a rather un-scout-like fashion to be quiet, please. I knew that it meant severe weather. So we asked all the boys to get into the shelter.
Power at the camp is cut off, not an unusual event at this remote location.
I was out on the porch keeping a lookout for something. There was no hail, there was no sudden change in the light, it didn't suddenly turn green. There was no immediate downpour of rain. I honestly don't know what it was, but something said this is it.
A couple miles away, the horrific EF3 twister is in full force. It bears down on them with little warning and no mercy. Storm chasers shooting these pictures actually end up a little too close.
Our ears are popping. The tornado is right over us right now. Holy smokes. We are getting hit by a tornado right now. We are in the tornado.
The twister moves right toward the 1,800-acre campsite. Camp Ranger Nathan Dean and his family are at home. Their house is the first thing in the fierce funnel's path.
There's a big dark gray wall coming directly at us, a normal thunderstorm. Granted, it may have looked a little more serious for a thunderstorm aspect, but it didn't look like a tornado.
But Dean knows what it is and yells out to his family.
I knew that the front of the wall was getting close to us, and I said, you know, take cover. It's going to hit us here in, you know, the next 30 seconds. I already had my family in the utility closet. I covered them with a blanket. I shut the door and laid down. At that time, the door was getting ripped off. For me, the first 3 or 4 seconds are, you know, honestly kind of a blur. You hear the glass breaking and the boards popping and things of that nature, and it's just the power is so intense.
Less than a mile away, Ulrich is the only adult with 60 Red Troop scouts and youth staff in the North Shelter.
I opened the door to the shelter, stuck my head in, yelled at the boys, get under the tables, and then tried to shut the door.
The wind is so intense that Ulrich can't pull the door shut.
I'm reminded of an old Charlie Chaplin movie of him trying to shut the door and the whole house going away around it and him still trying to shut the door, because shutting the door was pointless. But it was important at the time, and I couldn't.
Inside, the scouts do as they're told and dive for dear life under the tables. 2 seconds later, it hits.
It sounded like 3 freight trains going on over above us, so you couldn't hear anything. Everything was cracking, breaking, falling.
And then a table was thrown on top of both of us and it flew on by after it hit us. And we just kind of huddled underneath his hoodie and we were just holding on to each other until the tornado passed. All the tables that were bolted down were gone and ripped out from in the floor. And it was just really bad.
Outside, the winds roll Ulrich over. He leans against the side of the building.
I looked up, I noticed what appeared to be a 10-foot by 10-foot section of roof blowing up to the south, and thought, I hope that's all that goes off. I hope that's it. But deep thought was not really running heavy at the time. I felt the building go away. I eventually butt up against a pile of rubble. I did have the presence of mind to actually mentally tell myself, cover your head. And so I put my arms over my head and I waited.
The twister tears its way across the camp, uprooting trees and tearing down power lines. It continues south, straight for the shelter where the Green Troop has taken cover. 46 Boy Scouts, 11 assistant scout leaders, and 1 troop leader are huddled inside.
I heard the siren go off and I turned and saw the funnel cloud. It just seemed really surreal, and the gravity of the situation kind of really never hit until it hit.
Assistant Scout Leader Patrick Mason and the others take cover.
We just kind of hunkered down and put our hands over our heads and our faces between our knees.
The sheer noise of the tornado is nearly unbearable.
Like having your ears pop, except a lot worse, because it was just kind of like insane pressure difference. It wasn't just like flying in an airplane and there's like that uncomfortable feeling. And then there's kind of just the fear of what might happen, especially as you heard like the trees cracking all around you.
Less than 30 seconds later, the tornado is gone. But for all of the troops spread out across the camp, and for Nathan Dean and his family, this ordeal is far from over.
My first instinct was to get out, to try to, you know, dig my family out.
June 11th, 2008. An EF3 tornado with winds estimated at 136 to 165 miles an hour ripped through the Little Sioux Ranch campsite filled with more than 100 Boy Scouts and leaders. Suddenly, all they've been taught about courage and preparedness is put to the test. The Green Troop at the South Shelter emerges shocked with minor injuries, but they quickly realize others at the camp may not have been so lucky.
And I was kind of looking around to see, kind of look at the damage and kind of awe at it. And I noticed that the tornado had come from the ranger's house. So I yelled to Alex and said, we need to go check on the ranger.
2 assistant scout leaders, Patrick Mason and Alex Lawson, walk to the ranger's house and see it's one massive pile of destruction. Nathan Dean and his family are trapped inside the rubble.
My first instinct was to get out, to try to, dig my family out. I knew something wasn't right. I started screaming a little bit more, and that's the scariest part about the whole thing is basically being buried alive, and when is somebody gonna come and save you?
And we heard them calling, help us, so we started saying, we're here, we're digging you out.
10 minutes later, one by one, the 2 assistant scout leaders pull Dean, his wife, and 3 children out of the destruction. The Deans and 2 of their children are fine, but 2-year-old Avon is crying. It sounds like he's in a bucket. He's having trouble breathing.
He had a can around his head that kind of just was can and some other debris that was covering his face.
Strongly believe that I don't think he'd have made it another 3 minutes.
Emergency personnel arrive on the scene. The 2 assistant scout leaders help keep it under control.
What are the chances, first of all, of getting hit by a tornado? Second of all, having, knowledgeable young men in camp that know what's happening or know what to do in something like this.
It's a miracle the park ranger and his family survive. But bad news trickles in that the monster twister's damage isn't as forgiving to the rest of the Little Sioux campsite.
We knew there was at least 40 to 50 injuries. And, seeing one and seeing the destruction of that residence, I could only imagine what we had.
Less than a mile north from the camp ranger's house, the Red Troop shelter has also taken a direct hit.
I stood up and looked around. The building was gone. There was debris around. There were scouts, I didn't say everywhere, but there were scouts scattered widely.
Ulrich guides the Boy Scouts to help other members in need, boys with cuts and stuck under debris. The scout leader encounters his worst fear, a dead scout.
I tried checking for a pulse. First I tried checking his carotid artery, and his head was down on his chest, such that I couldn't get my fingers to check that. So I checked both wrists and did not have a pulse.
The scout leader moves on as the young men practice a couple of their scout laws, helping and obedience.
When I ask a boy to do something, he did it. And not only did he do it, he did it in spades. He took care of the situation. He addressed, he assessed, he acted appropriately, and he took the initiative.
Dr. Crabb, one of the Scout staff members, comes from the administration building to help.
I gave him my triage list that this boy was the most seriously hurt, and this one was the second, and this was the third, and this was the fourth. And so he went off to take care of them.
12 minutes later, fire and rescue personnel show up. They see a lot of trauma, broken bones, scouts trapped. Still in shock and some unaware of the consequences of the disaster, the Boy Scouts work furiously rescuing other scouts.
They were had removed most of the debris by the time we arrived, and just interacting and keeping everybody calm. It was a very, very calm scene. It was kind of surreal. The birds were singing, the sun started shining. The scouts were just marvelous.
But there are more tragic discoveries. More boys who didn't survive the twister's direct hit. Now a total of 4 scouts, 2 13-year-olds and 2 14-year-olds, all killed when a truck parked outside is propelled into the tall stone chimney and its rocks crash down on them. 48 victims are taken to area hospitals. Some of the injuries are severe, some are life-threatening. The community and parents are still in the dark as the tragedy unfolds. At their home near Omaha, parents Charlene and Taylor Willoughby are watching the sky and TV.
A newscaster broke into the weather and said, this just in, we just had reports of tornadoes that have destroyed the Boy Scout camp at Little Sioux. And they use the word destroyed.
Their son, also named Taylor, is attending the camp. On this very stormy evening, the Willoughbys set out on the 45-mile drive to the Scout camp, desperate to see their 13-year-old boy.
That ride was one of the most difficult things that we've ever been through. We had the radio tuned to our local channel, NBC news station, and they kept breaking in with reports from Little Sioux, and they used the word fatalities.
The EF3 tornado that flattens the Little Sioux Ranch campsite leaves tragedy in its wake. The parents of Boy Scout Taylor Willoughby are frantic to find out if their son is safe. They drive to the camp when they get a call from an emergency worker.
They said, "We have your son, he's okay." And that's when that relief just kind of washed through me.
They get in their car again, but this time for a drive to the hospital for their reunion.
And his hair is just all standing up on end, and he was covered in dirt and mud.
I was afraid for my life, and I was thinking about my parents that I never get to see him again. I was so happy to still be alive.
The Willoughbys' drama comes to a happy end, but other families still anxiously wait to hear news of their loved ones. Fred and Lori Hanna, parents of another scout at the camp, also race to the scene from their home in Omaha. They are listening to the car radio when word comes of the 4 fatalities.
And I can't even describe to you what that feels like. The feeling of almost playing roulette. Like, what are the odds that one of them was my son?
Then they receive a call saying their son Kevin is in an ambulance.
And I just said, I kept yelling, I said, "Is he okay? Is he okay?" And we see an ambulance coming south on the other side. And I said, "That's gotta be him, that's gotta be him." And at that very moment, there was a U-turn spot in the median.
And I took it.
And he took it. So you turned around.
The Hannas follow the ambulance to the hospital.
We pulled in, and all I wanted was to see Kevin. And they said, "Come with us." I said, "Well, can I see him?" And I just said, "Come with us." And I thought, oh my gosh, there's something else here that they're not telling me.
Kevin is alive, but seriously injured. He has a fractured pelvis with several cuts and bruises. His parents are told he needs to be transferred to a trauma hospital. As Kevin is taken out to an ambulance, a heartwarming scene unfolds at the hospital.
Then we saw they had brought more boys in, and they just had them in their stretchers on the side of the hallway, and the boys started calling out each other's names. There's Kevin. There's Corey. This is Alex. I'm Jacob.
It's like they were roll calling each other, is what it looked like to me.
Still checking.
Just keeping track of each other still, even at that point.
The Hannas hear Kevin's account of the horrific twister.
The walls flew off of the building, the ceiling collapsed. I wasn't really holding on to anything, but I was trying to keep myself from flying away, and it was really scary.
Kevin recovers in time, but the trauma of the event, of the 4 fatalities, is not something these Boy Scouts will forget anytime soon.
Some of them have done extraordinarily well. Some of them will continue to have issues with this event for possibly years to come.
The EF3 tornado that rips through the Little Sioux camp in west central Iowa leaves a trail of physical destruction that takes months to clean up. The landscape is ruined. The camp ranger's house ripped from its foundation. The north shelter torn apart. 4 Boy Scouts die. 48 others from the campsite are injured. Some of the survivors say that maybe the biggest lesson from this day is that the Boy Scout motto is more than just a motto. For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantore. Your local forecast is next.
Went from a storm to a Category 5 hurricane faster than any other hurricane in the history of the Atlantic Basin.
It was constantly windy, it was constantly rainy, and you knew that it really was on its way.
It sounds like a freight train coming at you. And you're always wondering, is that thing coming for us?
The window blew. And that's when the resort people just said, grab your things and run. It was definitely felt like living a nightmare.
Knocking down piers, causing water rise, damaging many structures. It was a very powerful Category 4 because it persisted for so long.
At one point, I didn't think I was going to get out of there.
From the Weather Channel, this is Storm Stories with meteorologist Jim Cantore.
Cancun, Mexico is known for its relaxed environment and beautiful, pristine beaches. With gentle winds, golden sun, and white sands, it attracts more than 2 million Americans each year. 20-year-old Mitch McGrody is one of them. He's a boogie boarder and is drawn to Cancun's sporty side. In October 2005, he goes online from his bedroom in Ohio and finds an all-inclusive package deal. 4 days and 3 nights for $736.28.
I'd never been to Cancun before, so I figured it'd be a fun trip. It was my first trip out of the country.
Dana Hetrick from Cleveland, Ohio wins a raffle at work. The prize? A 1-week timeshare to a destination of her choice. She's desperate to see New Orleans, but then Hurricane Katrina sweeps through, forcing her to rethink her plans.
I said, what's the least thing that can remotely remind me of the fact that I'm not in New Orleans? I said, let's go to a beach.
She chooses Cancun, and she and her boyfriend, Matt Whited, invite their best friends, Becky Schleifer and Ed Pantaleono, to join them.
Neither one of us had ever been to Mexico, so this was a chance to do something very different.
Nate and April Opre marry on October 14th in New Hampshire. The newlyweds head to the warm winds of Cancun for a romantic honeymoon.
Cancun sounded fun. We had kind of wanted to do Vegas. We had bounced back and forth, but we had settled on Cancun.
Sunday, October 16th. All 3 couples are already enjoying their leisurely getaway.
I just wanted to kind of be away and, be out of town and not have the stresses of work.
It was really cool. It was my first experience with waiters who come to your beach chair and ask you, do you want a margarita? Do you want a daiquiri? Just a lot of relaxing.
Lifelong memories are quickly being made. Mitch McGrody arrives Tuesday, October 18th, 3 days after the couples arrive. He soon basks in the warm sun with boogie board in tow.
Basically just went straight up to the room after I checked in, dropped all my luggage, threw on my bathing suit, slapped on some lotion, and ran to the beach.
Since Mitch is only going to be in Cancun for 3 nights, he wants to make the most of his time.
I met a couple from Cincinnati at the bar area. I did meet a couple other girls when we went to the Coco Bongo Club.
Dana is enjoying her time away with Matt, but she remains constantly aware of her type 1 diabetes.
At all times, I have with me, the medications that I need to take, the insulin for my insulin pump. In addition to that, we wanted to make sure we had, food around because I can't not eat.
The days pass by quickly. The crashing of the ocean waves and the gentle swirling wind relax everyone. But their dreamy holiday is about to become a nightmare. One of the most brutal October storms ever is brewing in the Caribbean. Hurricane Wilma.
Well, Hurricane Wilma was a tropical wave that got into the northwestern Caribbean. And when it got there, all the ingredients were absolutely perfect for this thing to develop.
By Monday, October 17th, the system that will become the monster known as Wilma is classified as a tropical storm by the National Hurricane Center.
It continued basically west-northwest and ran right over Cozumel, Mexico. And as it did that tiny little eye, that pin eye that was there, it became this tiny little vortex inside a much larger eye.
The resorts are suddenly abuzz with uneasy vacationers. Concerns about safety begin to mount.
A lot of people were kind of, chatting back and forth, trying to figure out what they should do.
You look outside, you can tell the skies are getting kind of gray. We don't know what to expect.
It seemed like there was a small possibility that it was going to touch down in Mexico at all, from what we were hearing on the news.
People who had gone to Cancun before told us how wonderful it was, how gorgeous it was, but nobody had ever warned us about hurricanes might pop up.
Guests are uncertain about what, if anything, to expect from Wilma. They say the information being relayed by hotel management is sporadic and confusing.
They kept on saying it was just tropical storm, don't worry about it. And then we woke up one morning and it was very cloudy.
It looked really dark out. It looked very ominous. The wind was kicking. People, the locals, I think, were starting to pay attention to it more.
On Tuesday, October 18th, Wilma is officially classified as a hurricane. And by the following morning, it's the strongest Atlantic Basin hurricane on record, based on its pressure. Hotel workers reassure April and Nate everything will be fine, but the scene indicates otherwise.
They made us feel like nothing was coming, just to relax, enjoy your vacation, which we tried to do.
Yeah. But as they're boarding up windows, that doesn't usually set too well. Something's going on.
Later that morning, hotel management orders everyone to stay in their rooms.
It was very nerve-wracking because you can't do anything. You're stuck in your room.
An eerie feeling of looming danger takes over Cancun, fueled by darkening skies and increasing winds. Then, mid-afternoon letters are slid under hotel room doors by management.
Dear guests, a hurricane warning has been issued. In case the government order us to evacuate the hotel, we ask you to follow all instructions given to you by the hotel staff.
The hurricane might affect the Cancun area within the next 36 hours.
It's now official. Hurricane Wilma is on the way.
Hurricane Wilma now poses a significant threat. Forecasters are calling it the most powerful storm of the year.
Suddenly, no one feels safe.
In the Gulf of Mexico, we have a huge problem because it's so shallow offshore. The continental shelf extends off for hundreds of miles. And it's analogous to having a plate of water, and you turn a high-speed fan on it, all that water will shove off. And it was in the ideal location for it to rapidly spin up.
As Hurricane Wilma gains momentum, hotel management orders everyone to immediately evacuate to makeshift shelters farther inland, away from the coast and beachfront resorts. Dana finds her best friend Becky, and they quickly kick into survival mode.
She grabbed the food, I grabbed the hygiene stuff. We knew what each other would handle.
Dana also needs to consider her diabetes.
I'm looking around me going, okay, this is my one shot to make sure I have enough stuff for I don't know how long at this point, and I don't know how long what I have will last me.
Vacationers are only allowed to take a pillow and a blanket as they run for cover. They have no idea that what they're about to experience will be far worse than anyone could have predicted.
It went from a storm to a Category 5 hurricane faster than any other hurricane in the history of the Atlantic Basin.
Thursday, October 20th, 2005. All over Cancun, Mexico, guests are being evacuated from their hotels as Hurricane Wilma is due to make landfall. Wilma is classified as a strong Category 4 hurricane with 150-mile-per-hour winds.
As a hurricane intensifies, the eye will become very pronounced. You'll see it on radar or from satellite. And that's the signature of a major hurricane.
Dana, Matt, Becky, and Ed are sent to a local elementary school for safety.
So we said, okay, this is way more serious than we thought it was going to be. And so we got on the bus. About 45 minutes later, we pulled into a 10-room schoolhouse.
When we were on the bus driving, it was dark outside, it was gray. Restaurants, businesses, boarding up their hotel rooms, boarding up their houses, boarding up schools.
Honeymooners April and Nate are sent to a different school farther inland.
It was constantly windy, it was constantly rainy, and you knew that it was on its way.
Despite the ominous weather, Nate and April cling to the hope that the hurricane will pass quickly.
We just figured that it was going to be a fairly quick ordeal, maybe like a night there, and then they kept telling us we'd be back the next day.
Yeah, I definitely at that point thought, all right, just one night. We just have to do this one night.
Mitch gets the news that he's being evacuated to the University of Cancun.
Stomach kind of dropped a little bit because I knew I was in for something that I'd never been through before, and I wasn't sure how I was going to take it.
As Mitch boards his bus, he sees signs of the hurricane's imminent arrival.
The waves were crashing into the front side wall of the hotel. It was just unreal. The rain started coming down pretty good too. You could definitely tell something was heading towards our direction.
Hotel workers are now running the shelters.
We open up the door to one of the classrooms, and it's just a concrete floor. And they basically had just told us to lay down our blankets on the concrete floor, and that's where we would be staying.
Matt, Dana, Ed, and Becky are also sleeping on a cold, wet cement schoolroom floor with 25 other people.
There were some tensions here and there.
There were some people who were miserable and made sure that everybody knew it. They figured if they were going to be miserable, you were going to be miserable too.
Mitch is also now stranded at this overcrowded makeshift shelter. He takes this video with his cell phone.
There were people sleeping up and down the sides of the hallway. We'd probably had over 150 people. It was very, very crowded.
Meanwhile, April and Nate are spending their honeymoon among strangers at a shelter like this one.
You're sleeping next to somebody you didn't know, you had somebody at your feet, you had somebody at your head. It was just people everywhere.
Somehow, April's cell phone is getting a signal, but her battery is dying.
Somebody saw me have a phone, and I just got, can I use it, can I use it? And I did feel so horrible, but I had to tell them, no, I only have a couple of bars, I need to save this. And I ended up crying because I felt so horrible to say no, because I know that the woman's in the same boat as me.
Inside the shelters, people are bracing for the worst. Outside, Hurricane Wilma begins pounding Cancun and turning everything upside down.
And the wind was peeling off the boards, off the windows, and there was reports of flooding on the main floor, and there were people down there.
The eye got even larger. That was the thing that was the devastation, was the expanding eye of Wilma.
Hurricane Wilma is unrelenting as it spins and lingers, dropping more than 62 inches of rain in nearby Isla Mujeres in just 42 hours.
And the reason it probably stayed that strong is because it's very flat there. We didn't have any mountains or anything.
Wilma wreaks havoc all over the region. Vacationers huddle in the shelters, terrified.
The whole night, all I'm hearing is the storm raging. It sounds like a freight train coming at you. And you're always wondering, is that thing coming for us?
That feeling of, okay, we're never going to get out of Mexico, that was scary.
Matt and Dana have an added concern, her diabetes.
I was obviously concerned that, you know, did she have enough product? Did she have enough insulin to last?
Friday, October 21st. Outside, Wilma is ripping through Cancun. The shelters are awash with fear and uncertainty.
When the rain would come down, instead of going out, it would come down the windowsill and into the room.
Even the shelters no longer feel safe when water makes its way in through windows and the cracks in the floor.
We started hearing the pounding of the rain against these slats and woke up very wet. All I wanted was to get dry, and there was like no way to get dry. So by far that was the most miserable piece of it. On top of that was just not knowing what was going on, not having any sense of, you know, how long is this storm gonna be here?
Nerves are rattled and tensions are rising as Wilma's unending wrath continues to gain momentum.
You could hear the metal chairs flying out around the courtyard. You could hear trees breaking. You could hear whistling of the wind. It was definitely felt like living a nightmare. We were looking out and I saw something black in the courtyard slamming against the wall. And right after that is when the window blew. And that's when the resort people just said, grab your things and run. And it was so fast and so scary, didn't know what was going on. We just were running.
You're just sitting there going, I don't know if I'm gonna get through this. I mean, this building might be ripped to shreds by the time it's done.
Wilma is the hurricane that won't go away.
I guess the question for you is, why is this thing moving so slowly?
Well, Lester, right now, that's the question of the hour.
This storm essentially stopped above us, so we have been stuck in the eye wall here for 14 hours straight. The biggest fear for everybody here is that this storm isn't moving and will be with us for a while.
Conditions continue to deteriorate in the crowded shelters with each passing hour. Hungry people start to hoard the dwindling food. People haven't bathed in days. It's getting dangerously unsanitary.
The bugs had water galore to reproduce in. It was a miserable situation.
Cranky evacuees brace for a third sleepless night on the cold, wet concrete floors. Outside the shelter, buildings are collapsed, cars are tossed around like toys, and everything is drenched in water. And there's no end in sight.
Knocking down piers, causing water rise, damaging many structures, including those made out of cement and brick. It was a very powerful Category 4 because it persisted for so long and it had some very high waves, and the eye there was very large.
October 23rd, the howling winds, the thunderous eruptions, and the torrential rain are hitting the shelter from all sides.
They just kept telling us, you know, this hurricane's slowing down. It's literally just sitting on us and spinning over and over.
Another night passes and everyone is on edge.
I was crying. I just felt drained. And then it gets to the point where you're thinking, are people going to start stealing stuff? Because some people had food, some people didn't have food. So you're watching your backpack.
Finally, after 4 nights and 5 full days, Wilma pulls away from Cancun.
So about 5 seconds before they told us we were going to get to leave.
We heard a bunch of
giant
cheering.
shout.
Then we looked out the windows and we saw a whole bunch of buses with the resort logo on the side.
Cancun is a disaster area. Beaches are washed away. Many buildings are gone. The hurricane has cut a devastating path of destruction.
We went back to the room, retrieved our luggage.
But our room was ruined. Yep. The slider door glass windows had been smashed completely. There was bits of the roof in the hallway.
The ordeal continues for vacationers as they struggle to get on flights. They're forced to camp out for days at destroyed resorts before finally flying out.
I went home, I took a shower, I crawled into my bed and didn't move for 10 hours.
In total, Wilma claims 19 lives in the Yucatan alone. It then goes on to devastate Florida.
And then it accelerated to the northeast towards southwest Florida. And as it did so, the eye got even larger. That was the thing that was the devastation for South Florida that was so dangerous, was the expanding eye of Wilma.
It's a hurricane that leaves an indelible mark. To many of the travelers who live through it, like Mitch, the best part of the vacation comes when it finally ends.
When I got to the airport, my mom was there greeting me with arms and tears. She was like, never do that to me ever again.
For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantore. Your local forecast is next.
Never in my lifetime will I ever experience anything as severe as Hurricane Camille.
The wind was howling, and it was constant.
It was sort of like a wave of water came in.
The night was all about survival and impressions. It was utter chaos.
It really sounded like the end of the world.
I did have thoughts at times that we're not going to make it. We're not going to survive this.
This coast was gone as we knew it.
And it was like you were looking at Hiroshima or Nagasaki after the bomb blast.
The scene was completely apocalyptic.
From the Weather Channel, this is Storm Stories with meteorologist Jim Cantore.
August 17th, 1969. A weekend music festival called Woodstock is making national headlines. But on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, the big story is Hurricane Camille. It will be the most powerful hurricane to hit this narrow shoreline in the 20th century. Four decades later, Hurricane Camille remains fresh in the minds of those who survived it, including the group of young reporters who risked their lives to cover the story.
I'll never cover anything bigger than Camille. And never in my lifetime will I ever experience anything as severe as Hurricane Camille. I'm sure of that.
It's part of what's dubbed the American Riviera. 23 miles of white sand beach along the Mississippi coast. The Gulf breeze found here provides a rare respite from the oppressive summer heat. And come August, it lures tourists and residents alike. But on August 17th, 1969, the Gulf breeze brings an unwelcome guest. A compact hurricane named Camille is shrieking north.
This storm just continued to build as it came across the Caribbean, came over the tip of Cuba and emerged into the Gulf.
By 9 a.m. that Sunday, its course shifts slightly to Mississippi. The National Hurricane Center predicts it will strike the coast that night. The barometric pressure in the hurricane's eye is already so alarmingly low, area officials launch a door-to-door campaign pleading with people to leave town. But just as Gulf residents flee the coast, a trio of fearless TV reporters arrives to cover the hurricane. Bert Case, Robert Bob Bullock, and Jack Hobbs are an ambitious young news team from Jackson, Mississippi's WJTV. The three men check into Biloxi's Buena Vista, a hotel-motel complex on the beach.
We had thought, by best estimates, the eye was going to pass over Biloxi. And that's why Bert and Bob went to the Buena Vista, because we thought, as newsmen, good, you know, we can jump out during the eye, film, and get back in.
Pronounced Buena Vista by the locals, the 250-room hotel is home to TV station WLOX.
And I knew their longtime anchor and general manager and former news director, Ray Butterfield, real well. And I knew Ray would do anything he could to help us.
Jack, Bob, and Bert are a dedicated news team. They have to be.
It was a 7-day-a-week, 24-hour thing. If something was going on, we didn't say, all right, well, let somebody else do it. We got out and did it.
There wasn't somebody else to do it.
Somebody else to do it.
It was us.
But they aren't the only reporters covering the hurricane Sunday. Acting on warnings from the National Hurricane Center, WLOX manager Ray Butterfield urges listeners again and again to evacuate.
All residents of the low-lying areas are advised to evacuate by noon today.
By 7 p.m., Camille is just 60 miles offshore. Already winds approaching 100 miles an hour buffet the coast. Thousands board up their houses and shops and move inland or snake along Highway 90 out of town. Others, having weathered previous hurricanes on the coast, stay closer to home, taking shelter at Biloxi's Keesler Air Force Base. Or, like 22-year-old Biloxi native Emily Germanis, they too head to the Buena Vista. The Buena Vista is comprised of a modern beachfront motel and an older 3-story hotel built in the 1920s, which sits across the highway. Thanks to its sturdy construction, local authorities temporarily designate it an emergency shelter. Hundreds of people now flock there for safety.
It was known as a hotel and a building that had survived many hurricanes.
Emily is a reporter for the Biloxi Daily Herald.
I was young and eager, and I wanted to be in the middle of activity, and I knew that I was on the front lines.
This front line, the Biloxi beachfront, is hemmed by a concrete seawall built to protect Highway 90 from high water. But Highway 90, the main route out of town, is already getting washed out. By nightfall, those trying to drive out of town must either turn back or bail out of a flooding car.
And I remember looking out my window and a wave hitting my door.
Reporter Ed Justly is also in Biloxi to cover the hurricane. But unlike his friend Bert Case, Ed plans to leave before the hurricane makes landfall to get his film back to the station.
Bert decided he was going to stay and sit through the storm. And he said, take my film and process it so it'll be done when I get there tomorrow. So I loaded all of Bert's film in my car, and I struck out on Highway 90.
But when Ed gets on the road, he finds the route is washed out. The road back to Biloxi is flooded too. Out of options, the 22-year-old pulls into an emergency operations center in nearby Gulfport for shelter. And not a moment too soon. The wind gusts are now reaching 150 miles an hour. Power is completely knocked out. And Camille's eye is still 2 hours away.
I don't know what a banshee sounds like, but if a banshee howled, that's the way it sounded. The wind was howling, and it was constant.
Bulletin for all residents of the Mississippi coast. Hurricane Camille will strike the Mississippi coast within a matter of hours.
Back at the hotel, reporters are now stumbling in the dark. Their only tool left to file reports is the phone.
We are cut off from the outside world in our motel here. There is no power. Everything is black.
Like many in the area, the reporters have underestimated the intensity of this hurricane and the flooding it will cause. The water surges 20 feet, 8 feet higher than any previous hurricane. It drowns the seawall and beachfront motel, courses over the highway, and keeps going. The Buena Vista's lobby sits 24 feet above ground, but the studios of WLOX are on the ground floor, barely above sea level. Water now rushes down the stairs into the station.
I was down there with a battery-powered light trying to light it up so they could sandbag the entrance to WLOX, but it was futile.
It was sort of like a wave of water came in, and when it did, it just went right onto the floor and pushed all the equipment back to the walls.
We retreated at that point up to the lobby of the hotel.
Hattiesburg reporter Chuck Scarborough is also at the hotel. Chuck used to work at WLOX, but news is no longer a priority or even a possibility. The phone lines go dead at 11 p.m., preventing anyone from calling in or out with updates.
Back in the old days of 16-millimeter cameras, and we had a power pack, and you had to charge it up. Sadly, it wasn't too long before our battery went dead. We were down there, newsmen without any eyes.
The night was all about survival and impressions. It was utter chaos. Stuff battering the hotel. We watched the storm surge rising and rising.
I thought, this is it. This is as far as I'm going. I'm only 30 years old, and here I'm going to die, right here. This hotel is going to fall on my head.
Biloxi, Mississippi, August 17, 1969. Just before midnight, Hurricane Camille makes landfall on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. The hurricane is wide enough to bite into almost the entire Mississippi coastline at once. Reporters Bert Case and Bob Bullock are at Biloxi's Buena Vista, a hotel turned hurricane shelter. Curious about what's happening outside, they try stepping out to the front porch.
I tried to go out in the storm, and when I opened the door to go out and tried to stand up and go into the winds, couldn't do it. Couldn't stand up. It would blow me back into the wall. So I finally figured out that the only way I was going to get out there and be able to see what was happening out in front of the hotel was to crawl, and that's what I did.
It felt like somebody had a rope tied around your waist and was pulling you backwards.
The motel across the street that the storm had already destroyed the first floor of, and all of that debris was just washing around out there in big waves. And I immediately got back inside. It was just a very scary thing.
But the fear doesn't let up inside. Tonight, nowhere is safe.
There was a big plate glass window in front of the lobby, and we figured that it was going to blow out and shatter, but there were some couches over there, and people were sitting there. They were just, you know, almost like in a state of shock.
But reporters Jack Hobbs and Chuck Scarborough are as cool as they are on camera. As water sloshes the lobby, the two men usher stunned hotel guests up to the higher floors. This will keep them safe from the water, but not the wind.
Buena Vista being U-shaped, wind was coming in forward, but it was also swirling around, and in essence was blowing the windows out of the rooms and sucking furniture and stuff out.
There were some people rescued from rooms who foolishly stayed in their rooms, and then when debris started hitting windows and shattering glass, it became quite dangerous to be in there.
The noise factor was unbelievable. Glass breaking, power lines snapping and popping, and the wind. I mean, I was just mesmerized by it.
People were sort of awestruck by the force of it and the power and the sound, and watching the water rising higher and higher and wondering if it was going to stop.
I saw grown men praying. It really sounded like the end of the world.
The hotel walls are now shaking. Despite winds nearing 200 miles an hour, Bert Case now thinks it might actually be safer to go back outside.
Start thinking about, what am I going to do if this hotel goes down? Where will I go? I said, Bob, you know, we've got these big extension cords with us. Maybe I should tie myself to a tree out there. What do you think about that?
I just said, Bert, you're not going to do that.
Of course, Bob is absolutely right. I would have drowned if I had done that.
If they'd wiped out the hotel, then they would have wiped out our whole news department.
I did have thoughts at times that we're not going to make it. We're not going to survive this. And at a point I was so tired, I didn't even think about it. I didn't care.
Overhead, Camille's 12-mile wide eye approaches Bay St. Louis, not far from the emergency shelter where reporter Ed Justly is riding out the hurricane. While there, a Navy group taps him to join a search and rescue party.
They asked some of us to get on the truck and help weight it down so when the wind blew it, it wouldn't blow it as badly.
Even with a half-ton loading it down, the truck shudders from side to side as it washes through Gulfport streets.
We saw a house that actually slowly floated on an air cushion, got to the other side of the street and just collapsed.
The group drives past an apartment building and spies a candle glowing in the window.
And a young lady in her late 20s, early 30s answered the door. She had two very young children holding her dress on either side.
They asked the young mother to come with them to the Civil Defense Shelter for safety.
And I'll never forget, she looked at us and said, "My husband won't let me." Her husband was in the bathroom. He was fully clothed. He was lying in the bathtub, which was filled with water, and he wouldn't leave. He said, "No, I've read where the safest place to be in a hurricane is in a bathtub full of water." And he wouldn't go. He wouldn't let us take his wife or his children. And we had to leave. The next day, I worked my way back over to the apartment complex, and it was gone.
6 hours after Hurricane Camille makes landfall, it spirals north away from the coast. From the corner of a hotel hallway, Jack Hobbs wakes up to a scene as surreal as the hurricane itself.
I'd gone to sleep with like 500 freight trains roaring in my head, and I woke up and I could hear a little bird outside chirping, and the sun was shining, and a just gentle breeze was blowing.
Jack reunites with his WJTV colleagues Bert Case and Bob Bullock. They have survived a 20-foot surge and near 200-mile-an-hour winds. But not until they go outside do they realize how lucky they are just to be alive.
Looked to the left down Highway 90 and to the right, and realized the Buena Vista and one other building were the only ones that were really still standing.
Hurricane Camille has left the coast, taking 132 lives in Mississippi alone. Overnight, nearly 500 businesses and thousands of homes vanish. 100 boats wash ashore. The coast's thriving seafood industry is a memory. It's an unprecedented disaster, one that reporter Ed Justley begins filming at first light.
Anywhere you pointed, all you had to do was focus and shoot. Focus and shoot. Because anywhere you pointed the camera, your shot was there. It was amazing devastation.
The Buena Vista Motel across from us, the wind coming from the ocean had blown through the motel, and it looked like, you know, Hollywood squares, just nothing but concrete squares there where the motel had once been.
Highway 90 just tore up. The Buena Vista up across the street just ripped apart. And it was like you were looking at pictures of Hiroshima or Nagasaki after the bomb blast. I mean, it looked like somebody had dropped a bomb.
This coast was gone as we knew it.
Mine was right down the corner, and I don't even see it.
People digging in the mud for their cherished items. Trees were downed. You have animals that drown, and the odor is just unbearable.
The scene was completely apocalyptic.
Despite a sleepless night, Hattiesburg reporter Chuck Scarborough is also out covering the story.
I remember working my way up Highway 90 and seeing these two ocean-going vessels sitting up on the beach that had been washed ashore during the storm, deposited there.
And I remember Chuck telling me, you've got to go down there with me. We've got to go down and try to talk to the captain of one of those ships, see if we can get the log.
One of them had a ladder rigged down the side. It was quite high up.
Then Chuck got up on one of those ships.
And there they sat. They were a pretty green-looking crew. I don't mean novices, I mean sick.
Chuck finds the ship's captain, who agrees to let Chuck copy its overnight logs.
He would say at 1,800 hours, stern line snaps. 1,900 hours, bow line snaps, adrift, no power. Anemometer fails at 200 knots. We've been through probably one of the worst rides in nautical history that night and survived it.
August 1969, Hurricane Camille decimates the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Its violent force prompts the National Hurricane Center to redefine how hurricanes are classified. On what is now known as the Saffir-Simpson scale, Hurricane Camille is a Category 5, the most destructive kind. For the reporters who lived through it, that destructive power still inspires a certain awe.
I can still hear that wind 40 years later.
It really defies description by words. You've got to have seen it and felt it and sensed it.
I would never do it again, but I wouldn't have missed it for the world.
For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantore. Your local forecast is next.
It was such a life-changing event around here.
Everybody measured their life by, was it before or after Camille?
I haven't heard of a more severe storm in the United States.
You could hear the wind howling, glass breaking in windows. It was like a war zone.
The water came. It came so fast. It was like a wave that just came and took everything.
That night, I genuinely thought that I had died and that I was in my own type of hell.
All I can remember is my sisters saying, "Lord, forgive me." It haunts me every day.
From the Weather Channel, this is Storm Stories with meteorologist Jim Cantore.
If you live along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, you're no stranger to hurricanes. Betsy, Elena, and of course, Katrina.
From 1717 until today, we have had 33 strike the Mississippi Gulf Coast.
But long before Katrina shed a spotlight on this battered shore, there was Hurricane Camille. A hurricane so fierce, locals doubted a hurricane could ever be worse.
Before Hurricane Katrina came, there was a BC and an AC. Everybody measured their life by, was it before or after Camille? Because it was such a life-changing event around here.
More than 40 years later, they still have a lot to say about Camille and why living on the Mississippi Gulf Coast is worth a hurricane or two.
It's the price you pay to live in paradise.
The towns along this 80-mile stretch of coast were havens for wealthy city folk. Pass Christian, population 5,000, is one of them.
Pass Christian has always been quiet and beautiful from the beginning. It began as a summer place for the rich of New Orleans and Mobile, who built those gorgeous homes along Scenic Drive.
At one time, Scenic Drive was the third wealthiest address in the country. But in Pass Christian, life was good no matter where you lived.
We used to play on the beach and fish, shrimp, crab, flounder at night, and stay out there about 10, 12 hours a day.
When you went out our front yard, you crossed Highway 90 and walked out on the sand and walked out on the water. I mean, we grew up right there. It's wonderful.
Everyone looked out for each other. We would play ball, go out on the beach swimming.
But on August 17, 1969, the easy living comes to a screeching halt.
I haven't heard of a more severe storm in the United States.
A hurricane watch is issued that weekend for the Gulf Coast. But at first, forecasters predict Florida will get the brunt of the severe weather. By Sunday, they realize Hurricane Camille's eye wall will pass over Mississippi, not Florida. They begin urging Mississippi residents to evacuate.
We're at the point now where all we can do is cross our fingers and pray.
Most Pass Christian residents leave town. Among them are Billy Bourdain's wife and 4 children.
She packed up and hauled it, kids and all, let me alone.
Along with running the family plumbing business, Billy is a volunteer fireman. He stays behind to help the town prepare.
We started trying to get people out of the lower places around here, which is close to impossible. They don't want to hear you. I went down and helped them get the boats out the harbor.
Some residents put off leaving until they've battened down the hatches.
We got up that morning of the storm and boarded all the windows on the ground level, moved furniture to the upper floors.
Mississippi native Ben Duckworth lives in Pass Christian's Richelieu Apartments. The 5-year-old complex offers residents sand and surf, starting at $120 a month.
I found the Richelieu and fell in love with it. Its setting, it's had such a dramatic view of the beach and the Gulf.
Ben plans to evacuate north to his parents' house in Jackson, but he spends the afternoon helping police move cars to higher ground. When he finally returns to the Richelieu at 4 p.m., he runs into some elderly neighbors.
I bumped into the Matthews. Mrs. Matthews broken her hip early in the year. Mr. Matthews said, "If you and some of the others are going to stay, would you watch after me and my wife?"
As rain begins pounding down, Ben decides to ride out the hurricane at the Richelieu with the Matthews and a handful of neighbors. His landlord invites them to spend the night in an empty top-floor apartment.
We thought we'd have dinner together in that third-floor apartment. We were exhausted. I know I was. And plans were just to have a quiet evening.
A few blocks from the Richelieu sits Trinity Episcopal Church. It's where 18-year-old Malcolm Williams and his family gather for the hurricane. Malcolm is one of 15 children, 6 girls, 9 boys.
We was a close, loving family. You can imagine 9 boys, you know, that's like having an already made baseball team.
Their father, Paul, is the church custodian, and Malcolm and his siblings often take shelter at Trinity during hurricane season. Tonight, 11 of the Williams children head there, along with Malcolm's parents, brother-in-law, niece, and nephew.
My father had a truck. It took him about at least 2 to 3 times to bring us all there. We took a lot of blankets and pillows and clothing, water, and a little food.
Over at 706 East Beach Boulevard, Jim Simpson and his family are also preparing for the hurricane. Jim is just 14, but he's no stranger to hurricanes. He even looks forward to them.
Several families would usually get together and spend the night, kind of ride out the storm, so to speak. And you know, the electricity goes out, something like that. But everybody gets together, and this one brought sandwiches, somebody brought potato salad, you have gas lanterns, people play cards.
The Simpson family has lived in Pass Christian for nearly a century, running a seafood business and serving in local politics. Jim's father, James Simpson Sr., represents Pass Christian in the state legislature.
As a kid, you grow up being careful. You don't want to get in trouble because your dad's going to hear about it.
2 generations of Simpsons have grown up in the same 3-story antebellum house on Beach Boulevard. Jim's grandmother still lives there with them. Tonight, they must convince her to evacuate.
It wasn't a decision about there might be danger, and she wasn't worried about staying home. I mean, this house had been there for 100 years. It would withstand anything. She just said, I don't want to go, I'm tired. And Mom and Dad convinced her, nah, come on, the whole family will be there, the group will be there, it'll be fun, you'll enjoy it. And so she finally relented and agreed to go.
The Simpsons drive a few miles inland to the home of family friends. Just in time. The rising tide swallows the beach, then submerges their street. The wind blows upward of 100 miles an hour, then 120, then 150, with no signs of quitting.
Around maybe 7:30, I heard something beating up against the church. I didn't know what it was, and my father said, son, don't worry about it. He didn't really realize that the water was rising.
And rising on 2 fronts. Pass Christian sits on a peninsula. To the south is the Gulf of Mexico. To the north and west is St. Louis Bay. Hurricane Camille's surge pushes water from the Gulf into the shallow bay, where it overflows. Inside the church, Malcolm, his father, and his brother-in-law help their 13 family members climb a partial ladder to the attic. Malcolm is about to join them up there when the unthinkable happens.
The water came. It came so fast to where we couldn't get up on the ladder to get in the attic.
Malcolm clings to a beam, then watches in horror as the structure begins collapsing into the rising water.
It was like a wave that just came and took everything. You could hear boards, you could hear the building fixing to explode. I remember going underwater, and then all of a sudden, everything just went. All I can remember is my sister saying, Lord, forgive me. And it took my breath away.
It's just after 11 p.m. and Hurricane Camille is hammering the Mississippi coastline. In the town of Pass Christian, The Gulf purges water 4 blocks inland. Wind screeches toward 200 miles an hour, and the eye's landfall is still 45 minutes away. 18-year-old Malcolm Williams and 15 members of his family have taken refuge in Trinity Episcopal Church when it collapses. Floodwater envelops the church and everything inside it, including Malcolm and his family.
I remember going underwater because the building was starting to do this. All of a sudden, everything just went. I remember hearing some of my sisters and brothers screaming, hollering. It haunts me every day.
But the rising water snuffs out their voices. In moments, the 150-year-old building is gutted. Without the church to shelter him, Malcolm is at the mercy of the elements. He has no idea whether his parents or siblings are crushed in the collapse or, like him, now struggle to stay afloat in the floodwater.
As I was in the water, I felt this tree. So I just climbed up on it. It was like being on a boat. It all happened so fast.
On the top floor of the Richelieu apartment building a few miles away, Ben Duckworth and 7 neighbors sit anxiously in the dark.
You could hear the wind howling, glass breaking in windows. It was like a war zone.
Ben steps out to the building's enclosed walkway to assess the danger.
I looked down into the stairwell, took my flashlight and shined it down there. I saw the reflection back. And then I realized we had level water a foot below the 3rd floor slab.
Ben returns to the apartment where a neighbor asks for an update.
I think in my mind I knew that something bad was fixing to happen. And I was telling her that I thought we'd be okay. When it was just like a moan, and the building, you could just imperceptible tremor went through the building. And then I realized water was coming to the apartment.
What Ben and his friends don't realize is that the flood surge has swept the building off its foundation. The Richelieu is sinking fast, and the only way out is up. A split appears in the apartment ceiling. Standing on furniture, Ben and a friend tear sheetrock away from the crack. They manage to create a gap big enough to escape.
People started coming up out of the apartment through the ceiling. And as you come up through the hole in the roof, they were instantly gone into the darkness. Naturally, when I stuck my head up through the hole in the roof, the glasses were the first thing to go. So I was blind. It was so dark. There was so much debris in the water. You just went with the water. You had no other choice.
6 others scramble up to the roof of the Richelieu building. Within a few moments, each one is plucked up and carried off by the current. Only 3 survive. The water slams Ben into an oak tree, and like Malcolm Williams, Ben grabs hold of it, trying to keep his head above water.
I dug in. The only way you could breathe in that wind was to force my nose up into the bark of the tree, because if I took my face away from the tree, it just sucked the air out of you. And so I put my face up into the tree and was sometimes underwater, sometimes above water.
Overhead, Camille's eye passes over the neighboring town of Bay St. Louis, 7 miles away.
And then I remember that the direction that I was swinging in the tree changed abruptly. And that was, I think, when the eye passed.
The force of the hurricane strips Ben's shirt and shoes right off his body. For the next 5 hours, the tree is all that separates him from the elements.
That night, I genuinely thought that I had died and that I was in my own type of hell. And I just imagined that this is the way I was going to spend eternity. And I thought about the others. I wondered, why am I here and they're not?
All night, Hurricane Camille holds Pass Christian under siege. When dawn approaches, it finally leaves town. Floodwater from the 24-foot hurricane surge recedes, revealing the crushing extent of destruction.
After Camille, 68 square miles were totally destroyed on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. The bombing of Hiroshima destroyed 3 square miles total. So look at the magnitude of this thing. The comparisons between atomic bombings and these storms is appropriate. I mean, that's what it looks like.
Overnight, Camille has claimed the lives of 132 people. 13 of them are named Williams. Up in the tree where he's balanced, Malcolm Williams wonders if anyone in Pass Christian survived the hurricane. The sound of voices suddenly rouses him from shock.
I heard 2 people calling out. That gave me a little hope that someone survived, but I didn't really think that it was, my family.
One of Malcolm's cousins, who is out looking for members of the Williams family, finds him.
You ever seen a cat get on a tree and cling to it? That's how he found me.
Malcolm's cousin helps him to the makeshift hospital set up at Pass Christian High School. Not until the next day does he learn that though his mother and 10 of his siblings perished in the night, his father and brother-in-law survived. In fact, the morning after Camille, Malcolm's father stumbles upon Ben Duckworth, wrapped around an oak tree. Ben is so traumatized, at first he thinks Paul Williams is a hallucination.
I just thought tricks were being played on me. And until I realized that there was a man standing down at the base of that tree, that's the first time I knew that I was alive.
It's a sweltering morning in Mississippi, 1969. Overnight, Hurricane Camille has decimated the Gulf Coast. Residents like Jim Simpson are coming to grips with the astonishing loss.
It was very difficult to find your home because the landmarks are gone. And it's not like just walking down the street at a comfortable pace, but it's climbing over upside down cars and through piles of brush and trees that are pushed over.
14-year-old Jim and his family live on the beach, but they have spent the night further inland. Now, he and his sister return home to survey the damage.
We were thinking, this is so bad. We're going to go back, and it's going to be a mess. There's going to be water and tree limbs and broken glass.
But the reality is far worse.
In our wildest dreams, we had no idea that everything we owned would be gone. What was left of our home was a shell.
Jim's grandmother resisted leaving the house the previous evening. Moving inland saved her life, but it is cold comfort.
She was devastated because she'd raised her children in that home. It's everything that ever mattered to her, and it was just all lost, and it was a terrible, terrible blow for her.
The Simpson family is homeless, but Jim's father, a state representative, is too busy focusing on the town's cleanup efforts to wallow in personal loss. The coast is without power and phone service, and its roads are washed out, blocking truckloads of water and emergency supplies. Until relief groups can arrive, the work of cleaning up Pass Christian falls to its residents.
In the days after, you need water, and you need soap, you need garbage bags. I mean, you need the most basic, immediate necessities of life. It wasn't running water, so daily we had to go to an artesian well and fill up these big water bags. You want to complain about it till you get there, and everybody's doing it, so it's the new normal.
Since communication lines are down, some news reports about Hurricane Camille are inaccurate. According to one, Ben Duckworth and his Richelieu apartment neighbors ignored evacuation warnings so they could throw a drunken hurricane party, like the one depicted in this 1971 documentary.
Excuse me. Hi, pal. Come in. Welcome to the hurricane party.
Ben's own parents hear this hurricane party story on TV the day after Camille. Unable to reach their son by phone, they spend the next 2 days making funeral arrangements.
And so Dad made plans to come down the following morning, and he was told that there were bodies being kept in morgues there in the Gulf Coast area, and that if he wanted to get my body out of the morgue, that he needed to take some cash, because nobody was taking checks.
Fortunately, Ben is reunited with his family within 48 hours. But the story of the infamous Richelieu Apartments hurricane party still circulates 40 years later.
I tried to get the story out that there was no party. There was more praying than there was partying, but the story persists today.
When Hurricane Camille ravaged the Mississippi Gulf Coast in 1969, survivors took comfort in thinking they had seen the worst hurricane in their lifetime. Tragically, Hurricane Katrina proved them wrong.
Camille destroyed a lot of Pass Christian. Katrina completed the job.
Like his father, Jim Simpson becomes a Mississippi legislator. And like his father, a hurricane, Katrina, destroys his home and devastates his community.
I was elected in '94, and I was there 11 years when the storm hit. To think about, oh my gosh, this is the same thing that happened to Dad. 2005 and 1969 were worlds apart, but it's still the same thing. People looking for ways to find a life again, trying to make a new normal.
For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantore. Your local forecast is next.
As Hurricane Katrina aims for New Orleans and the Gulf Coast, it's expected to rival some of the most destructive storms ever to hit this country.
The realization sinks in. We've gone from the this isn't as bad as it could have been to this is worse than we thought it could have been.
I had to get on the roof. So, with a cat in each hand, I climbed up the rest of the ladder and got on the roof. And that's where we stayed through the wind and the rain.
We found dogs everywhere. On rooftops, on various debris floating, swimming.
People were evacuated from this building by boat and had to leave their pets behind. There's a report that a dog and several cats are still here.
I had to make a decision on whether to leave my cats there or take them with me. I decided to leave them there behind with lots of food.
I would like to say that a majority of the animals were reunited, but that's not the case.
I hear them. We don't know what to say.
From the Weather Channel, this is Storm Stories with meteorologist Jim Cantore.
It's late summer 2005. It's already been an active hurricane season, and by August, there are no signs that Mother Nature is letting up. Hurricane Katrina forms as a tropical depression in the southeastern Bahamas on August 23rd. It quickly grows into a hurricane just 2 days later and hits South Florida on August 25th. Katrina then moves into the Gulf and strengthens to a Category 5. It's taking aim for one of the most vulnerable cities in the country, New Orleans.
As Hurricane Katrina aims for New Orleans and the Gulf Coast, it's expected to rival some of the most destructive storms ever to hit this country.
By August 27th, forecasts show Katrina's new path is taking the hurricane just east of New Orleans. The city may not sustain a direct hit, but officials all over the southeastern United States are on high alert.
We were watching Katrina for a long time, so we knew we were going to be working a long time on it, but we didn't think we would be in the bullseye, so to speak. On that Friday, they had just determined that Katrina's path had to be adjusted right at southeast Louisiana. And at that point, we kind of kicked into really emergency mode.
New Orleans is a city located below sea level, surrounded by man-made flood walls and levees built to keep the water out. The city's fragile location has officials very nervous. Evacuation warnings are issued. But with a population of approximately 400,000 people, chances are there will be many who choose not to leave. Relief organizations around the country start preparing for a potential emergency. One of them is Best Friends Animal Society in Kanab, Utah, an animal sanctuary home to approximately 1,700 homeless pets. Jeff Popowich and Ethan Gurney fear their services will be needed within a few days. When disaster hits and people are displaced, pets typically get left behind. As Hurricane Katrina approaches, Best Friends makes it a point to be on the ground in New Orleans before the storm makes landfall, trying to assess the needs of pet owners in the area.
Even before the levees broke, we knew there was going to be a pretty big disaster and that it was going to take a lot of people to go down and work on that. So made the decision to send a crew down, which, turned out to be a drop in the bucket compared to what we would need.
As Katrina turns closer to New Orleans, a mandatory evacuation order is issued. But not everyone heeds the call. Some are stubborn, some are afraid. Large numbers of poor and elderly have no way out. Some of them are simply unwilling to leave their closest, sometimes only companions, their pets.
I was hoping that we can all be rescued together, like you promised us.
If somebody would take us all together, I would rather that, but it doesn't look like that.
Then there are those like Bart Siegel, who can't imagine that the hurricane, now a Category 3, will be any more destructive than those in the past. A photographer and longtime Crescent City resident, Bart decides to ride out the hurricane with his two cats, Romeo and Buster, in his St. Bernard Parish home, as he has in previous hurricanes.
My daughter was calling me, begging me to get out, and I said, no, I got a job to do, I got to do it. This is what I am, this is what I do. I'm a photographer, I'm staying, I'll be all right, don't worry. I got everything prepared. I've been through hurricanes before, but little did I know this was a special hurricane.
On August 28th, the night before Katrina is forecast to arrive, Bart stays up until the wee hours preparing his photography equipment. By morning, he thinks he's out of danger.
Overnight, the wind blew, and then at 7:30 in the morning, it seemed like everything was pretty much calmed down. Unfortunately, it was the calm before the real storm.
Katrina slams into the coast just southeast of New Orleans at 7:10 in the morning of August 29th. It initially seems like the city has dodged a bullet, but the damage has only just begun.
Slowly but surely, the realization sinks in. There's a big hole in this flood wall, and it's not going to stop until the water in that canal reaches the same level as Lake Pontchartrain. If you're inside the levee system and water comes in, it stays there until it can be pumped out. Now suddenly we've gone from this isn't as bad as it could have been to this is worse than we thought it could have been.
Storm surge coupled with the failure of the flood walls and levees causes massive flooding. The pumps that normally pump water out can't keep up or have lost power and fail. It's a catastrophic failure. Within hours, Bart Siegel, alone with his two cats, is trapped in his home. The water rises so high, so quickly, he can't escape by car. And then, even the inside of his home becomes unsafe.
I noticed a boat going past my house. But the funny thing about this boat, there wasn't anybody driving the boat. So I ran to the window and I looked and I realized that this boat was floating down the street. And then I noticed there were cars floating down the street and all kinds of stuff was floating down the street. So I decided I'll wait until it gets to the bumper of my truck, which was in the driveway, and then I'll make a move. So I had my cats ready and two bags ready. And when the water reached the window, I knew it was time to get out of the house.
But Bart doesn't run out his front door. He can't.
I did try to open the door. But you know what? When you've got a lake full of water outside your door trying to get into your house, the door's not going to open. And if it did, it would have gushed me, it would have knocked me off my feet, I would have lost the cats and maybe myself.
Bart manages to climb out his front window and into the waist-high water, all the while clutching two bags with his terrified cats inside. His plan is to make it to a ladder leaning against the side of the house.
I was able to stay on the side of the ladder underneath the eaves for about an hour, and then the water came up again. I had to get on the roof. So, a cat in each hand, I climbed up the rest of the ladder and got on the roof, and that's where we stayed through the wind and the rain and wondering what was going to become of us next.
Clinging on to his last possessions in the world, two bags containing his cats, who he has lived with and loved for many years, Bart awaits a miracle.
Well, I had two of these most wonderful cats. They were in these bags for 12 hours. They didn't know what was going on because it was dark in the bags. They had no litter box, they had no food, they had no water. We were all in the same boat, except I could see what was going on. And they were frightened, they were traumatized, the poor things, but they were still alive, and that was the point at the time, was just to stay alive.
Bart spends 12 excruciating hours on his roof, but his miracle finally comes in the form of a neighbor in a boat.
About 8:30 at night, I saw a boat come where I thought was coming out of the Army base, but it turned out to be a neighbor in his little duck hunting boat. And my two cats and I boarded his boat.
He is one of the lucky ones. Across the city, people and their pets are trapped in the deep, dank water. Their fate uncertain at best. Thousands stay behind so they can care for their animals or because they are too sick or too poor to leave their homes. They find themselves in a living hell. Bart, now safely aboard the boat with his cats, says he and his friend get turned away at the first shelter they find. So they move on to an abandoned bank and law building in Chalmette.
At this point, the only way to get into the building was the second floor window because the water was over the top of the first floor. My two cats and I got into the building and we stayed there for 6 days. And it was no electricity, no heat, limited water, limited food. We ate crackers. There was no facilities. And every day they added more people. And more people got more hungry and more thirsty, the more dangerous it got. And the police were the only ones, in control there, thank goodness, because it could have gotten worse. It could have gotten to convention center status, and that would have been terrible.
By now, the flood damage in New Orleans is so catastrophic. There's no food, no electricity, no communication. The infrastructure is gone. While Bart and thousands of others wait to be evacuated, Jeff Popowich, a vet tech, and Ethan Gurney, a former Marine, are the first to get the nod to head to the hurricane zone to rescue some of the most helpless victims in this disaster, the abandoned pets.
We were given the word that we needed to assemble a team and get down there, and started with our brand new horse trailer, filling it with dog food, cat food, water, gasoline, generators, you name it. We thought we might need it, and loaded up the trucks and headed down.
As thousands of people are being loaded on buses, desperately trying to escape the crippled region, Jeff and Ethan drive into the devastation. After spending a few days setting up their home base, they head into New Orleans, but no amount of training can prepare them for what they're about to encounter. Hurricane Katrina comes ashore in Lower Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, on Monday, August 29, 2005. It appears that New Orleans has dodged a bullet by not sustaining a direct hit. But what does happen is the worst-case scenario. Katrina's storm surge is so great that portions of New Orleans' levee system and flood walls are overtopped almost immediately. The toxic waters inundate the city and neighboring parishes, leaving residents and their pets trapped for up to a week on rooftops or in attics in the sweltering heat. Jeff Popowich and Ethan Gurney of the Best Friends Animal Society are on the ground in New Orleans just days after Katrina hits. They meet up with a few locals, secure a boat, and start roaming the streets searching for abandoned cats and dogs or any animal in need.
Early on, the city of New Orleans had a pretty unique smell. I've never smelled anything like it before. It was pretty rank, putrid. I mean, it definitely had a rotten funk to it, and it was eerily quiet. I mean, there was just not a whisper. And, you think about all the people out there rescuing, and you really don't hear anything. You could be going down a street in a boat, and a couple blocks away, you would hear a screen door just smacking against the jamb in the light breeze. I mean, it was just deadly quiet.
The search for missing pets begins by finding a place to launch their boat.
We picked some of the harder hit neighborhoods, poorer areas, and you basically just drive down the interstate until you find an on-ramp or an off-ramp and use that as a boat launch. We had a couple of them that were pretty good where it was under another bridge, so it would give us some shade for the animals that we were bringing back throughout the day.
We found dogs everywhere, whether it was in the second floor of homes, on rooftops, on various debris floating, swimming. There was really no place that was out of bounds as far as looking for them, because they would literally be anywhere.
Some dogs are so traumatized, they don't know how to react to help from humans.
The range of reactions that we'd get from the dogs when we'd come on them would be anything from abject terror, had no idea what was going on, and were so traumatized by the storm experience that, you know, they're pretty much shut down. And then you'd have dogs that would see you a block away and would leap off the rooftop into the water to try and swim to you.
It's now a week after Katrina has come ashore, and portions of New Orleans are under several feet of dank, dirty water. Photographer Bart Siegel and his cats, Romeo and Buster, are holed up in hellacious conditions at an abandoned bank building in Chalmette. There's no electricity, few bathrooms, and food is scarce. Bart is trying to mentally keep it together and keep his terrified and hungry cats alive. But finally, on the 6th day, relief is in sight. Officials make their way into the building and announce they're evacuating everyone. By this point, Bart hears stories of people evacuating with their animals only to have them taken away or left by the side of the road. So he decides his cat's best chance for survival is to stay inside the building.
There was the hard part. Things were bad, and they said we're going to evacuate from there and go somewhere else. So I had to make a decision on whether to leave my cats there or take them with me. I decided to leave them there behind with lots of food. I decided to leave a long note, my 2 cats with plenty of things to survive on, and left, figuring they'd be rescued by some animal people. And I evacuated with the rest of the people that were in the building to Algiers Point, New Orleans, by ferry. And that was the first time we'd start to see what the rest of the city looked like. The city was still dark, but when we got to Algiers Point, it was the living hell.
When he arrives at the ferry landing, he knows he's made the right move. The scene is hard to bear. He witnesses people having heart attacks, passing out, and animals freaking out in their cages.
We saw people getting sick, you know, shaking on the ground. We knew they were druggies. And, you know, then there were people just that were, you know, diabetics that didn't have medicine, you know, people that needed their medication that were having heart attacks and strokes and suffering from the heat and dehydration. The animals were shaking in their cages and people were crying and screaming. God.
Bart eventually evacuates to Dallas, Texas with his daughter, unsure if he'll ever see his 2 cats again. It's around this time that Jeff Popowich of the Best Friends Animal Society teams up with a camera crew from Dateline NBC as he searches for surviving animals.
People were evacuated from this building by boat and had to leave their pets behind. There's a report that a dog and several cats are still here.
Jeff is searching the same bank building that Bart Siegel was holed up in for 6 days, the same building where Bart makes the painful decision to leave his 2 cats. At first, it appears the area is clear of any animals. The bottom floor windows are broken out, so any pets who may have been trapped inside have by now likely escaped.
Dateline went with us the first day that we were let into St. Bernard Parish, and one of the first places that we went to was a bank. They had used it as an evacuation area, and we were just basically doing a top-to-bottom search of the building, looking to see if there were any animals left behind, and that's when we saw that cat running down the hallway.
Running around amidst the garbage and debris from the flood is a small gray cat. It appears frightened and tries to evade Jeff as he lunges to grab it.
Catching a cat's kind of tricky. It's a little tougher than a dog, especially a big dog. But this cat in the bank, you know, I saw it running down the hallway at me, and you know, I was just terrified because I knew I would get one chance to grab the cat, and I didn't want to miss. And then now you're grabbing an animal that's scared. What are they going to do? They're going to start scratching at you and biting at you, so you can't let go even after you get them.
And Jeff doesn't let go. He catches the small gray cat wearing a collar. Dateline producers call the number on the tag in an attempt to track down the owner, but there's no name listed. Chances are slim they'll reach anyone, since the phone lines in New Orleans are rendered useless thanks to the hurricane. Hurricane Katrina leaves a trail of death and destruction in New Orleans. Hundreds of human lives are lost when levees break and the city is submerged. Hundreds of thousands of pets and other creatures quickly become the forgotten victims of the storm.
Unfortunately, we did see some pretty sad things down there. I don't think a lot of people knew what the magnitude of the damage would be and that they would be kept out of the city for so long. They didn't put much thought into how to take care of their animals. You know, we would see periodically dogs tied up, and I would say a majority of those dogs didn't survive. You know, a 3-foot chain with 20, 30 feet of water, it's not a good combination.
For nearly 9 months, Jeff and Ethan worked the streets of New Orleans each night, returning to their home base in Tylertown, Mississippi, the first stop for all the animals rescued in New Orleans. Animals are held here until they can be reunited with their owners or sent to another shelter to await adoption.
I would like to say that a majority of the animals were reunited, but that's not the case. I think we probably ended up with about 10%. Most of them were sent out to other rescue groups. You know, we brought quite a few back here, but for the majority of the animals, I would say they went out around the country to other rescue groups and then into adoptive homes.
But there are those select few who get that phone call they thought would never come.
Okay, this kitty's name is Bubba.
All of a sudden, the phone rang. And my daughter picked it up, and it was people in Dateline NBC. They wanted to talk to me. They found my cat. They wanted to film it. Can I go to Mississippi and pick him up? I said, yeah, let's go.
Bart and his daughter drive the 7.5 hours across the southern U.S. to be reunited with his cat, Romeo.
I hear him.
When he finally sees his cat, he's overcome with emotion.
We don't know what to say.
Like so many Katrina victims, Bart's lost virtually everything. Being reunited with his cherished cat is a rare moment of joy after so much heartache.
He looks a little shook up. You know, he's gonna take a little getting used to his new surroundings. My hotel room in Dallas for the time being, because my house is wiped out. There's no more home for him to go to. We're gonna have to make a new one. We don't even know where it's gonna be yet, but we'll be together wherever it's gonna be.
Years later, New Orleans is still recovering from Hurricane Katrina. It is the costliest hurricane in U.S. history, with total damages estimated at more than $80 billion. 1,836 human lives are lost in the hurricane, and some 600,000 pets are killed or left homeless. Despite all the death and destruction surrounding him, Bart Siegel manages to find a silver lining.
And it meant a lot to have an animal returned. And that was like the main thing. The first thing in recovery is to get your loved ones back. Your house you can wait for. But you get your family, you get your pets, and the rest will follow. I'm very happy with what I got. So, life is beautiful.
For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantore. Your local forecast is next.
Was a life and death situation.
This was a race against time.
She said, we've got to live it for you. I had a tear or two in my eye.
My adrenaline was going so fast.
I knew that 4 lives were at stake.
They're dependent on me solely 100% to get through.
Everything was white except the back of that snowplow.
This is one of the biggest challenges I've ever had, ever in my life.
From the Weather Channel, this is Storm Stories with meteorologist Jim Cantore.
The Rocky Mountain region is no stranger to fickle spring weather. Locals will be out golfing one day and buried in snow the next. But in spring 2009, the region is deluged by an unusually heavy series of storms.
And we're dealing with quite the spring snowstorm through Saturday.
But while skiers flock to the mountains for a fun ride down the slopes, others will put their lives on the line in a spring blizzard with deadly potential.
It became a life-threatening and nearly impossible storm to travel in for southern Wyoming.
Hey, Abby girl.
Chuck and Ruth Forbes moved to northern Wyoming from New England. Married in 1992, they are childhood sweethearts.
Chuck and I'm sure it was the 3rd grade that we met, but it was the 4th grade that he and I were in love.
But for years, Chuck has battled liver disease, a battle he seems to be losing.
I was diagnosed with liver cancer in 2008. That really had me a little worried, to tell you the truth, because I'd always heard that liver cancer was rather fatal.
Chuck's only hope is to get a liver transplant before his cancer spreads.
I didn't think I'd get a liver. I really didn't. I'd kind of resigned to the fact that this is the way it is.
But after more than a year of waiting, on April 4th, 2009, Chuck and Ruth get the call they've been hoping for.
The phone rang 7:30 in the morning, and I picked up the phone, and it was Tracy from the transplant team in Denver.
She said, we've got a liver for you. I turned around, might have had a tear or two in my eye, and said to Ruth, you know, we gotta go.
The Forbes have 12 hours to drive 450 miles to Denver in time for the surgery. Any longer, and the liver will not be viable. But what the Forbes don't know, as they head south with hopes that the transplant will save Chuck's life, is that they are heading straight into the biggest blizzard of the season.
Through Thermopolis, just 1 or 2 little snowflakes, nothing that we were afraid to drive through.
After 3 hours of driving, they turn on the radio and hear the weather report.
I heard the Weather Channel say 25 is closed. You know, I looked at Ruth, and it was like it didn't sink in. So we just kept driving, because I had to get to Denver. There was no ifs, ands, or buts.
With no other way to get to Denver on time for the transplant, the Forbes keep driving.
I think I was in weather denial. We had to get there. All of a sudden, we're at that barrier.
After driving almost 300 miles, the Forbes are forced to stop in Wheatland, Wyoming. The Department of Transportation has closed Interstate 25, and it's the only road leading to Denver. In a panic, Ruth calls Tracy Steinberg, Chuck's transplant coordinator at University of Colorado Hospital.
I've seen those barriers down, and you're not going anywhere. They weren't going to be able to get here, and we'd have to find a local recipient to come in and get this liver.
There's nothing Tracy can do to help. And if the Forbes don't get to Denver, Chuck won't get his transplant. In a panic and out of options, Ruth dials 911.
The girl on the 911 said, "Don't you know we've been forecasting this storm for a week?" And I tried to explain to her without getting hysterical that my husband had to be in Denver.
The 911 operator calls Trooper Chuck Bloom, who is patrolling nearby. In minutes, Trooper Bloom is at the road-closed gate.
They were at their wits' end. They didn't know what they were going to do. Mrs. Forbes was crying. Mr. Forbes is thinking that he's going to die. He's not going to make it. I couldn't let them go. They wouldn't have made it. I couldn't have them follow me. We wouldn't have made it.
There is little that Trooper Bloom can do on his own. But then, Foreman John Benton of the Wyoming Department of Transportation arrives at the scene. Trooper Bloom updates him on the Forbes emergency.
He said, well, we have this fellow here that he needs a liver transplant. And I thought, yeah, okay, well, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. You know, everybody has their own story. And then Chuck said, no, I'm serious. This guy needs to get to Denver ASAP.
They call on the Wyoming Department of Transportation drivers to volunteer to escort the Forbes on the 80-mile journey.
In the space of probably 5 minutes, we had complete teams lined up to do a relay of snowplows from Wheatland to Chugwater, and from Chugwater down to Cheyenne, and from Cheyenne down to the state line to get them into Colorado.
For the first leg of the trip, John calls Rick Schultz, who will escort the Forbes as far as Chugwater on his own. In minutes, Rick is at the gate.
They just raised the gate and waved me on through. It was just, get on down the road. Let's get them through.
It was just relief that finally someone was hearing what we were saying and help was on the way.
But Ruth's relief is premature. Even in a plow truck, Rick will face extremely dangerous driving conditions.
Stranded motorists, blown down signs, accidents, deep snow drifts. The direction the wind was coming from was probably the worst. Kept blowing the snow right back in front of me. As it boils up over the plow, it just kind of hangs there in front of the windshield. And so you can't see for quite a while.
And even with the plow clearing a path, the Forbes are struggling.
I can understand why they did close the road. The storm was that bad. There were 50-mile-an-hour winds, and you couldn't see anywhere.
After more than an hour of driving, they have traveled only 26 miles to Chugwater, Wyoming. The Colorado border is 60 miles away. They're greeted by a welcome sight. Not one, but 5 plows are standing by to take over from Rick.
We were used to following one. To see 5 was pretty awesome.
But in the blowing whiteout, the plows don't dare drive faster than 20 miles an hour. And for Chuck, this is a race against the clock. Even with the plow's help, there's no way the Forbes will make it to Denver on time.
Well, I knew time was really an important thing, and I was afraid that we just wouldn't make it. The thoughts of dying, a lot of things go through your mind. And I asked the good Lord to put things on hold or whatever, you know, I'll be there.
We kept in constant contact with Tracy from the liver transplant unit, and she kept assuring us that we have time, just get here. Not realizing that that 80 miles would take us 5 hours.
The team of plow drivers escort the Forbes to Cheyenne, where a fresh crew takes their place. From there, it is less than 15 miles to the Colorado border. Finally, after more than 10 hours of driving, the Forbes' luck starts to change.
It was almost like the weather knew we were at a border. The snow seemed to just peter right out.
It's a quick drive to University of Colorado Hospital, where the Forbes arrive 3 hours after their deadline. But the surgical team has waited, and the liver is still viable. Chuck can receive the transplant. The surgery is a success.
How are you feeling?
I know I've been blessed by God.
If you could say something to Chuck Bloom and to those snowplow drivers right now, what do you want to tell them?
I would tell the state trooper that he's underpaid, and I'd tell all them truck drivers to keep up the good work, because that was an example of how important they can be.
After several weeks in the hospital, Chuck Forbes returns to Wyoming. He is expected to make a full recovery. Months later, the Forbes get to personally thank their heroes. For their efforts, Trooper Bloom and the drivers received the Wyoming Department of Transportation's Larson Award for going above and beyond the call of duty.
The award was created to recognize acts of heroism.
I've known my husband since we were 10 years old, and he was very, very sick. His blue eyes didn't have that twinkle anymore. That snowy day, my sunshine was sick. Thank you. Thank you for getting my husband and I through that snowstorm.
Chuck Forbes' life was saved by the everyday heroism of Trooper Bloom and the plow drivers. But 2 weeks after the blizzard that almost claimed Chuck's life, another storm strikes Colorado. And in a twist of fate, another transplant will hang in the balance.
4 lives were at stake. 3 people were to receive organs, and 1 person was to give her final gift. And that was my priority.
April 17, 2009. After weeks of relentless spring snowstorms, the Denver area is hit with another massive blizzard.
With this particular storm, it started out as rain, and that's a big problem because the rain falls, then the cold air comes in, changes the rain to snow. You have a layer of ice. So not only do you have snow-packed roadways, you have icy and snow-packed roadways. Chains, snow tires, still four-wheel slide. You know, it's dangerous.
Road crews are overwhelmed by the deluge of snow. And in a bizarre coincidence, another transplant will be affected by the weather. 8 years after the car accident that left her a quadriplegic, 43-year-old Melissa Ekdahl is brought to Vail Medical Center after a sudden heart attack. As her health declines, she expresses her wish to donate her organs. A short time later, she slips into a coma and dies. Her organs will go to patients at the top of the transplant list. One of these patients, Gloria Kugler, has spent years waiting for this life-changing surgery.
4 years ago, I had an infection that turned into a blood sepsis. All my organs shut down. I was put on the transplant list January of 2006, so I was on the list for about 3.5 years.
I think we began to give up a little bit of hope. So when the phone call did come in, we were very excited. And the doctors instructed us to get to University Hospital in Denver as quickly as possible.
But the Kuglers are unaware that the donor has died in Vail Medical Center, 100 miles away. And Interstate 70, the only road to Vail, is buried under feet of snow and ice. At University of Colorado Hospital, Dr. Jeff Campson and the transplant team have no way to get to Vail to recover the organs. Roads are impassable and helicopters are grounded.
You only have a limited amount of time where the organs are viable for transplant.
They call the Colorado State Police and the Department of Transportation, but neither can help, and time is running out.
We weren't sure exactly how we were going to get up there because there was a huge storm.
Then Dr. Campson gets the break he's been hoping for. Respiratory therapist Rick Adams calls the state police to ask permission to drive on the closed highway. He needs to get to his job at a medical center in Frisco, Colorado, between Denver and Vail. And he's confident that his truck, a heavily modified Chevy Suburban, can handle the blizzard.
This truck has never been stopped, not one time. It's a GMC Suburban LS model, 1997, that has a custom 454 motor, bored 30 thousandths over, with a K&N fuel injection kit. It's got an 18-inch variable airbag suspension lift by Firestone. It's got a Pro Comp front suspension lift with torsion bar assembly and axle trusses. It's better than a tank. I described to them the type of vehicle that I build and operate, and when they said that that's your daily driver, we need you to contact University Hospital.
Rick volunteers to drive Dr. Campson to Vail so he can recover the organs.
I said, I'll be there in 30 minutes, have the doctors waiting outside the emergency room for me and tell them to expect the biggest, blackest truck they've ever seen.
On the road to the hospital, Rick passes cars snowed in on the highway.
As soon as I got to the University Hospital, Dr. Campson was at the ER bay door waiting for me with his bag. And I told him straight up right then that the conditions were dangerous and I wanted him to know just how bad it was outside.
They will have to drive through 100 miles of mountain passes with steep cliff drop-offs and possible avalanches. If they have trouble, there will be no hope of quick rescue.
I don't know much about trucks, but it looked like a truck that could handle it. We came to a deal that if we thought that at any point that it was too dangerous, we would just stop.
They start driving. Under normal conditions, the scenic drive to Vail is less than 2 hours. Tonight, it will take more than 6.
Once we got basically into the mountains, the roads were gone. There weren't cars anywhere. The big pines were just covered in a blanket of snow.
High winds blow the dry, powdery snow, creating a whiteout, dangerous in any circumstance, even more so with sheer cliffs lining the roadway.
Anybody that's driven up to the mountains in Colorado knows that there's parts of I-70 that are right on the edge of the mountain. Some of the passes, you could actually look out over the cliff, and that would be a little intimidating.
And as Rick drives further into the mountains, the roads are only more challenging.
The car would fishtail back and forth.
I had to keep my speed up while crashing through blocks of ice and blocks of snow that were the size of motorcycles and small vehicles, tires. I mean, it was just incredible, the stuff that was falling off the mountain. The steering wheel was fighting me so hard. I was white-knuckled the entire time. The truck was sliding everywhere. Freeway conditions had become so bad, snow was actually coming up over top of the hood of the truck and blinding us.
Suddenly, they hit a patch of ice, careening the truck into a 10-foot snowbank.
We literally submarined the Suburban into that snowbank. You couldn't see out any window of the Suburban because the snow was so deep. Dr. Jeff Campson was extremely startled for obvious reasons and asked if everything was okay, and I wasn't sure if everything was okay, and I told him that I didn't think that we were going to be able to continue any further up the mountain. I thought for sure that we were stuck. Colorado State Patrol had let us know before this trip started that we were on our own. Rescue would not be imminent. We knew from the get-go that we were alone and on our own. I just wasn't sure if we were going to be able to get out of the ditch anytime soon.
April 17, 2009. Rick Adams and Dr. Jeff Campson are en route to Vail, driving through a blizzard to recover organs for patients in Denver. They've just crashed into a snowbank, and help is not on the way. With no hope of rescue, it's up to Rick to get them out of the ditch and back on the road.
If we were going to get out, I was either going to dig us out or the truck was going to dig us out. I made sure that we were all belted in because I knew it was going to be kind of hairy there for a second. And I put my truck down into 4 low and reversed it, and then essentially used every ounce of horsepower to claw my way back up to the crown of the road.
Back on the road, they continue their drive to Vail Medical Center. When they finally arrive, the trip has taken 6 hours.
We got to the hospital and everything was ready. The patient was in the operating room.
Dr. Campson recovers the liver and 2 kidneys as planned, but he and Rick can't relax yet.
At that point, we're on the clock to leave quickly because that's what's called cold ischemia time. At that point, those organs are dying.
Once again, it's up to Rick to drive them down the mountain safely. The trip from Denver took 6 hours, but for the organs to be viable, they'll have to make the return trip in 4.
The only thing that's going through my mind is I'm on a timeline. I have to get these organs back to these patients as soon as I can. And just white-knuckled it the rest of the way.
But the conditions have changed. While they were in surgery, a thick layer of ice has formed on the road, making driving even more dangerous.
As we started making it down Vail Pass, the ice was so bad that I was in the lowest gear trying to feather my brakes and slide the truck down the mountain. More or less a controlled, chaotic slide.
And as he drives, Rick's truck, battered from the drive to Vail and barely in control, is taking even more damage.
Frame took a lot of hits, and a lot of the components of the truck itself took a lot of damage, and I could hear all this occurring, and my gauges were starting to tell me that I'm starting to have, catastrophic failure. And I kind of looked at my gauges and gauged that I would get them there at all costs. I'd already gone this far and already taken this much heavy damage that this was important enough to where I had to make this trip no matter what.
Driving his vehicle to its limit, Rick manages to maneuver safely down the mountain.
I really didn't feel safe or comfortable until we'd hit the Denver city limits, where the roads really started to be cleared and there was a lot less snow.
From there, it's an easy drive on cleared roads to University of Colorado Hospital, where the transplant team is waiting.
Rick and I sort of shook hands, patted each other on the back, and then I went directly to the operating room. We were able to do 3 transplants, and everybody did well, so we were very happy at the end of the day.
Rick Adams and Dr. Campson's drive to Vail is enormously risky, but the results are immeasurable. They save 3 lives. Gloria Kugler receives a desperately needed kidney.
When I woke up, it was different because I was actually already starting to feel better.
2 other patients who received Melissa's 2nd kidney and her liver are also given a second chance. And Melissa's corneas are used to save another person's eyesight.
It was a heroic act, and I will be forever grateful for what they've done. But the heroes to me are Melissa, the donor, and her family that had the courage to follow through with the donation. And I would encourage everyone to be an organ donor. It is so important.
For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantore. Your local forecast is next.
It was just utter destruction. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
That was my world. It was all of our worlds.
We would find those animals. We would not quit until we knew that they were either dead or alive.
We knew that there was another hurricane brewing. We didn't have a lot of time.
We kept saying it can't get any worse, and it did.
It was like one miracle after the other. I only wish the dolphins could talk. I mean, they tell us an incredible story.
From the Weather Channel, this is Storm Stories with meteorologist Jim Cantore.
Hurricane Katrina, the costliest natural disaster in U.S. history. Nightmarish images of chaos and destruction are forever burned into the nation's psyche. But amidst the devastation come amazing stories of survival. And not just of humans, but also of animals, especially the region's marine life.
It was like one miracle after the other. I mean, things that we never believed that would happen were happening.
August 28, 2005, Hurricane Katrina tears across the Gulf of Mexico with sustained wind speeds of 175 miles per hour. It is just hours away from deadly impact. At the Audubon Aquarium in New Orleans, workers prepare over 10,000 animals, including 19 penguins, to ride out the hurricane.
It's a pretty sturdy building, and we are on high ground. We have meals ready to eat and cases of water and generators and backup generators. So we felt pretty confident.
About 60 miles northeast of New Orleans, in Gulfport, Mississippi, the staff of the Marine Life Oceanarium is also preparing their animals for the storm.
Our sea lion pens were all constructed so that no animal would be caught in a pen. You know, if the waters came up, there was escape routes for any animal, you know, to swim out.
One major concern is the safety of 14 trained bottlenose dolphins. They are the oceanarium's main attraction and have brought joy to the Gulfport community for years.
They're very smart animals. It's great working with them because as you work with them longer and longer, you build a really strong relationship with them and a great bond. They're like your kids.
6 of the dolphins are moved inland.
We actually evacuated to some hotel pools that were farther north from the park. We prepared those pools to make them saltwater.
The 8 remaining dolphins are transferred to the oceanarium's 30-foot high main tank.
It was the biggest structure we had at the park. It's a metal and concrete structure, and it withstood Hurricane Camille, so, you know, we had a lot of faith in the tank.
At 6 a.m., the tank faces the ultimate test as Hurricane Katrina slams into the Gulf Coast. Many of the Marine Life Oceanarium staff members wait out the hurricane at home.
The rain was actually parallel to the ground, hitting, and it got stronger and stronger. You hear trees snap and crack.
I'm sitting there just waiting for the roof to blow off because I'm hearing the house just creak and moan and groan. It's a scary thing.
The hurricane's massive storm surge plunges the coasts of Louisiana and Mississippi underwater. By 7 p.m., Katrina leaves the Gulf Coast. The region looks like a war zone as people turn to saving the lives of humans and animals struggling to survive in the hurricane's aftermath. In Gulfport, Marine Life Oceanarium employees check on the 6 dolphins who rode out Katrina in hotel pools.
They were fine. No cuts or anything on them. They handled it just fine.
They are hopeful that the 8 dolphins left in the 30-foot tank will have a similar fate. But nothing can prepare them for the apocalyptic scene at the Oceanarium.
It was just complete devastation all the way down. I mean, you could see it. It just got worse and worse and worse the closer you got towards the beach.
I mean, it was just utter destruction. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
They scour the park looking for their animals.
There was no animals there. There was no dead animals. There was no live animals. There was just nothing there.
Your gut, just your whole heart. I mean, it's just, that was my world. It was all of our worlds, you know?
The main tank is still intact, but it is completely void of water. The 8 dolphins are nowhere to be found.
We think the tidal surge had come up so high that it filled up the tank and literally just washed all of the animals out.
The staff believes that the dolphins have been swept into the Gulf of Mexico. In the wild, the trained animals' lives are in jeopardy.
There's dangers out there. Sharks, just losing them, getting lost, or them splitting up as a group and going their separate ways.
But the trainers are utterly helpless to do anything about it.
There was a moratorium on waterways. The water was full of debris. We didn't have helicopters, we didn't have boats.
Focus turns to capturing the 18 missing sea lions before it's too late to save them and to protect others from the threat they pose.
And they're big. It's like having a 500-pound dog bite you, and they're going to be even more, aggressive than under normal circumstances.
Back in New Orleans, employees inspect the carnage at the Audubon Aquarium. What was once a popular tourist attraction is now a house of horrors.
We got in and it was pitch black in here and hot. It was miserable. The water was so brown and putrid.
The aquarium's backup generators shut down, cutting off all oxygen to the tanks. The devastation is staggering. Over 5,000 animals are dead. As the staff approaches their prized penguin collection, they fear the worst.
We had 16 African penguins, what's called black-footed penguins, and we also have 3 rockhoppers. They're crested penguins. They have those wild yellow feathers over their eyes.
The penguins cannot survive in scorching hot weather, and the temperature inside the aquarium is pushing triple digits.
I ran to the penguins and, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and counted them all. They were all alive.
All 19 penguins have survived. Now the focus becomes keeping them alive. With no resources, the clock is ticking to relocate the animals to other facilities.
This is Patience. She's going to be 23 years old in 2 months. That's pretty good for a penguin.
Of particular concern is Patience, the aquarium's oldest penguin who is frail and may have difficulty on an extensive journey.
The whole city wants you back here, huh?
Back in Gulfport, Mississippi, the search for sea lions is underway. The trainers know that if they don't track them down quickly, the sea lions will perish.
It was really hot after the storm. I mean, it was pushing 100 degrees for that first week. So, we don't want these guys overheating.
Sea lion sightings pour in from all over the region.
The sea lions were found everywhere. They were found like 30 miles from each direction of the park.
They were in somebody's yard, somebody's swimming pool, under a bridge, or in a swamp.
Amazingly, over the course of several days, every single sea lion is accounted for. But of the 18 that are found, some cannot be saved.
Unfortunately, we had 5 sea lions. 2 had to be euthanized because of the injuries. The other 3 died.
September 10th, 12 days after Hurricane Katrina, the Oceanarium staff finally has enough resources to search for the 8 dolphins.
Those animals are everything to us. So not knowing where they are and not knowing what kind of condition they're in is just so heartbreaking.
Marine mammal consultant Jeff Foster helps spearhead the rescue effort.
The odds of them staying together in a group weren't very good, but we knew that they wouldn't be able to survive very well.
3 of the dolphins were born at the oceanarium, and the rest have been in captivity for years.
They don't have the hunting capabilities, navigational skills, and the social skills that are necessary to be able to survive in the wild.
It's like, you know, if you have a puppy in your home and you throw him in a jungle and expect him to be a wild animal, it's not feasible.
By boat and by helicopter, the rescue team is determined to do whatever it takes to save the dolphins. But it's a race against the clock.
We would put forth every single effort possible to find those animals. We would not quit until we knew that they were either dead or alive.
September 10th, 2005, Gulfport, Mississippi. In Hurricane Katrina's wake, residents are picking up the pieces of their destroyed lives. And a drama is unfolding by air and sea to locate 8 bottlenose dolphins swept into the Gulf of Mexico.
The idea was that a helicopter can scour a large amount of area in a very short period of time, and if we would identify something, then we could radio the boat to come and see that.
The search team believes that the captive dolphins have been in the wild for nearly 2 weeks, but they are still hopeful they can save them. Within minutes of taking off, Moby Solangi eyes a promising lead from the helicopter.
I just saw in the dirty water 2 or 3 animals, so I just felt that this is a group that needs to be checked out.
The helicopter had radioed us and said that they had spotted a group of dolphins, and they gave us the coordinates, and they said, go check them out.
The boat speeds to the location. The trainers on board bang on buckets and blow their whistles, signals that only captive dolphins will recognize.
Within a few seconds, the first dolphin had popped up right in front of me. And then within a few more seconds, there was another one, and then it was just like boom, boom, boom.
It was so fast, it was just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Amazingly, all 8 dolphins from the Marine Life Oceanarium are found together.
It's very difficult to explain the tremendous joy. It's an incredible feeling.
It was just a miracle. We jumped right in with them, and just, you know, it was just so wonderful to be reunited with them.
Hi, everybody.
Joy quickly turns to concern as the rescuers examine the dolphins.
They had large lacerations. Some of these lacerations were 3 feet long and 3 to 4 inches deep. One of them had a dorsal fin that was almost cut all the way through.
These animals were starving. They had survived days without any food or in contaminated water.
Yeah, he's a good boy. Where's Jill now?
The trainers feed the dolphins and start to nurse them back to health. They also formulate a plan to get the dolphins out of the Gulf using a safe and humane method called beaching.
Beaching is when you can ask the animal to come out of the water onto a dock or to a platform.
Roll this out, hold on. Roll this out.
The goal is to train the dolphins to beach onto floating mats.
Once we get them onto the mats, we'll put them in a stretcher and start taking them out.
Over the course of 5 days, the trainers teach the dolphins to beach onto the mats.
We've been trying to get a lot of food into them and trying to get their medications, trying to build up their strength before we actually try to reacquire them.
Both teacher and student face extreme danger in the open water.
Sharks would bump the platform trying to get to the fish that the dolphins were trying to eat, and the whole thing was kind of a messy situation.
Wild dolphins also harass their unwelcome brethren.
Everybody thinks dolphins are nice, cute little fuzzy things, but they can be very vicious to each other. They can kill another dolphin.
We have had wild animals in the area that have interacted with them. They're very nervous when that does happen.
In addition to predators, the water itself poses a major threat.
I was worried about bacterial infections. The water was polluted. We had no clue as far as what was in that water.
With the situation becoming hazardous, The trainers decide to start pulling dolphins out of the water immediately. But who should go first?
Do you pick the oldest? Do you pick the youngest? Do you pick the most injured?
We had to make a, calculated decision which ones to take out first. Because as you took out the dominant animals, the others would have no leader. I mean, a group without a leader kind of starts falling apart.
There's a couple animals that we're very concerned about, and we may take them as early as later this afternoon.
The trainers start with Tony and Jackie, the dolphins with the most serious injuries.
We had them slide onto the mats, and they slid right out just like it was scripted. It was just perfect.
1, 2, 3.
After we would pull one of them out, we would have somebody stay on the mat and keep feeding the others like, hey, no big deal, nothing's too different, your friend's fine, like everything's cool.
After leaving the Gulf, the dolphins are eventually transported to pools set up at a nearby naval base.
Those portable pools were like something you put up in your backyard, except they're, a lot bigger, on a bigger scale. We were able to control the water quality, everything we needed to do to keep these guys comfortable.
During the next couple of days, the trainers pulled 2 more dolphins out of the Gulf. With 4 total, they are now halfway home. But on September 18th, the drama takes a new turn for the worse.
Is that one yours?
I don't know, I don't think so.
We get out there at the same time as always, and there was no animals.
Come on, guys.
And so they missed breakfast, they missed lunch, and pretty soon they missed dinner.
Things were going so well, we're getting so close, and now this.
Right now it feels like these are wild animals in here.
We thought maybe because of the large number of sharks that were in the water that the smaller group couldn't protect themselves as well as a bigger group, so it was time for them to move somewhere else.
Rescuers fear that removing the 4 dolphins may have changed the group's dynamic.
We picked the wrong ones. Maybe we went the wrong order, and everything's going through your head on what could we have done different and where'd they go.
The rescuers mount another search for the 4 missing dolphins.
When we got the helicopters back again and started looking, we had 2 boats, one went left, one went right.
Another day passes, and still no sign of the dolphins. To make matters worse, Hurricane Rita heads straight for the Gulf Coast.
We knew that there was another hurricane brewing, so we knew we didn't have a lot of time, to keep chasing these guys.
We were, again, real discouraged. It was finally time to pull the plug.
September 20th, 2005. Rescuers put their own shattered lives on hold while searching for 4 dolphins off the Gulf Coast of Mississippi. And time is running out. Just as the team is ready to end the search, they get a promising lead.
We saw just off in the distance, we saw a dorsal fin. We should check that out.
The search party speeds toward the animal.
And I see this dolphin fly out of the water. Is it our dolphin? And then when you see the other 3 all jump up and come in your direction, and it's like, that's them, that's them.
All 4 dolphins are found together.
I'm still worried about you two. What's going on? All right, all 4.
But the celebration is short-lived. The rescue team still needs to remove the dolphins, and they want to do it before nightfall. The trainers haul the first dolphin in with a soft tail line.
Take a soft cotton rope, and then you place the rope over their tail.
You got the tail.
If you can get their tail portion up onto the mat, it's just a matter of sliding them up.
Next, they lay down a perimeter net so the other 3 dolphins can't swim away. This is a risky move.
If they hit the net, they wrap up in it. A dolphin can drown.
Trainers get the second dolphin to beach on the mat. Now, only Eli, the youngest, and Jill, the oldest, need rescue. Jeff Foster reels Jill in with a soft tail line. Jill is barely on board the boat when panic strikes.
I hear this, animal in the net, animal in the net. And so now we're really in trouble.
4-year-old Eli is stuck in the net and will drown without help. Immediately, a crew of rescuers dive into the water.
We were able to get the head up and get it so it could take that first breath. Just a few more seconds longer, we would have lost the animal.
1, 2, 3.
The crew brings Eli into the boat. All 8 dolphins are safe.
We're just so happy. All of them, we got all of them.
We might not have been able to save the park, but at least, we had the animals back and they were safe and sound.
I can't believe it's over. Oh.
8 months later, the city of New Orleans also has reason to celebrate.
He's been finally here.
The Audubon Aquarium reopens, and their beloved penguins return after finding a temporary home in the Monterey Aquarium in California.
It was such a great day. There was a big celebration out front as the animals came in the door.
The crowd goes wild as Patience, the aquarium's oldest penguin, walks through the front door.
She's home. Patience is home, everybody.
The story of the Gulfport Dolphin Rescue is a bright spot amidst the devastation wrought by Hurricane Katrina.
It was the hardest time of my life, but I wouldn't change the work that we did for anything because I'm proud of what we did. And I'm proud to say that we were able to rescue those animals.
Today, the dolphins live in a state-of-the-art facility in the Bahamas.
The best thing for these guys is to have a good home. And right now, they're in the best home they could possibly find.
They even have some new additions to the family.
I only wish the dolphins could talk. I mean, they tell us an incredible story.
For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori. Your local forecast is next.
It was raining hard and never really dawned on us that this is something that's going to be really bad.
The Dallas Cowboys indoor practice facility collapsed.
I'm sure it's not very often that you get a call saying a building came down, and especially something as high profile as the Cowboys facility.
I was sure it was a tornado. I was sure of it. My thought was run like the wind. I knew that there was a very, very likely possibility that not only was somebody hurt, but that somebody might have been killed in that.
From the Weather Channel, this is Storm Stories with meteorologist Jim Cantori.
The Lone Star State of Texas is known for many things: oil, brisket, and of course, the Dallas Cowboys. The 5-time Super Bowl champions are considered to be the most valuable team in sports. They're known as America's team, and they're one of the city's crown jewels.
This is a football-crazy town. The Cowboys are huge here. Certainly, if the Cowboys win on Sunday, the mood's always better on Monday around here.
But the Cowboys' toughest opponent turns out to be Mother Nature when a fierce storm hits the team head-on with tragic consequences.
through the community, through the media, through the players. None of us ever, in our wildest dreams, ever thought that something like this would ever happen.
May 2nd, 2009. The start of the NFL season is still months away, but the Cowboys are hard at work.
They had a rookie minicamp. It was the weekend after the NFL draft, and there was about 26, 27 players, and they are mostly rookies and first-year guys or guys who spent last year on the practice squad.
It was giving the players an opportunity to show what they could do on the field. No veterans were present that time, so a lot of them were just young men hoping to make a spot on the Cowboys roster.
The local media all sent reporters and photographers to cover what they think will be a routine practice. Among them are the Fort Worth Star-Telegram's Mac Engel, KDFW TV cameraman Larry Rodriguez, Dallas Morning News sports reporter Todd Archer, and Dallas Morning News sports blogger Tim McMahon.
When you go into sports writing, you don't think about covering natural disasters and collapsing buildings and those kind of things, but you never know what can happen.
On game days, the team plays in front of 100,000 fans at Cowboys Stadium. But on practice days, players use a smaller field in nearby Irving, where the team's headquarters are located.
It's like any office park building that anybody would go to, except they have locker rooms, a weight room, and meeting rooms in there.
There are 3 fields at the state-of-the-art facility known as Valley Ranch, one of which is covered.
The Cowboys had to go to a local high school for years to use their indoor facility if there was poor weather. I just always assumed that they had something on site, and they built this one in 2003 when Bill Parcells showed up, and they used it a bunch.
The covered field is protected by a white tension-supported dome made of fabric and metal.
It looks like sort of a thick, heavy, like tarp, like a really, really heavy tarp. So you can imagine when the rain hits it, it's amplified significantly.
The indoor field is used frequently because of the brutal summer heat in Texas. Temperatures often soar well over 100 degrees, and vicious thunderstorms often follow.
They would use it a lot just because it gets so hot. You don't want to burn your players down and wear them out in the heat. But if there was rain coming, they would go in there a whole bunch of times. We had been in there when it had been raining, and bad rainstorms as well.
Texas is no stranger to violent weather. The state averages nearly 150 tornadoes each year. Flash flooding, hail, and intense lightning are regular occurrences. And hurricanes are a yearly threat. 5 have struck the state's coast in the last decade.
Texas is in a unique position. We have the Gulf of Mexico immediately to our south, which is a source of warm, moist air, which often serves to fuel the development of strong and severe thunderstorms. We have the Rocky Mountains just to our west and a source of dry air coming in from the higher plateau off to the south and west. We also often get upper-level disturbances that move across the Rockies, and sometimes the mountains interact with the stronger winds aloft to make those disturbances more intense. And when you get all those conditions together, warm, unstable air, dry air, and upper-level energy, it's often the battleground for severe storms.
The Cowboys moved the rookie practice indoors because of the weather, but the reporters assume it's nothing out of the ordinary.
I had no idea that there was something severe coming. I just knew that obviously there was rain in the forecast, so they wouldn't have moved it inside. I hadn't checked the weather forecast or anything like that.
But meteorologists at the National Weather Service in Fort Worth, Texas, are watching the atmosphere carefully.
Our midnight shift and our day shift knew that this was going to be an active weather day in North Texas. Additional staff were called in around midday. We knew it was going to be a long duration event.
The Weather Service is concerned about a cold front that has screeched to a halt over the area, giving Dallas several chances at heavy thunderstorms.
We had a cold front that had stalled just south of the immediate Dallas-Fort Worth area. As it stalled, warm, moist air lifted northward over that cold front, nearly stationary by that time. We also had a strong upper-level disturbance over the southwestern U.S., moving over the Great Basin, southern Rockies, headed towards North Texas, so that we knew the combination would likely create multiple rounds of strong to severe storms, posing a severe weather threat and a flash flood threat as well.
The storm rapidly intensifies, and a severe thunderstorm warning is issued at 3:06 p.m. Nickel-size hail falls in the area, and high winds are recorded on home video.
It was pretty much nonstop. We had round after round of severe thunderstorms, large hail, damaging winds, a few tornadoes, and some flash flooding for about the next 12 to 18 hours.
Those at the Cowboys practice first notice intense rain. as the tent-like structure booms with loud echoes.
Generally, throughout practice, you can hear the quarterback's cadence. You can hear him standing over center, you know, hut 1, hut 2, hut 3. Got to the point where you couldn't even hear yourself, much less the quarterback or the coaches.
The storm bears down over the practice field, and the walls begin to flap in the high winds.
The building started to fluctuate one way or the other with about 3 feet give, which was something we've never ever recognized before since the bubble's been erected.
There are 4 doors to the building, to the bubble. There's one on the west, east, north, and south side. And as the wind would really start to pick up, a porta-john that the players will use if they need to use the restroom during practice had been blown over and blocked one of the doors.
When the huge lights begin to sway, it's clear this is no ordinary storm.
When I looked up and I saw those lights swaying, I knew that, oh my God, we could possibly be killed.
The lights put everyone on edge.
I remember looking up and seeing those things start to come back and forth. And that's when I got nervous. And I never got nervous thinking anything more than one of these things might snap. I just took a few more steps back thinking, wow, this one of these things might snap. And then it calmed down.
But it's a momentary lull. A huge gust of wind follows and slams into the structure as cameras roll.
I decided I need to look for a place to run for safety just in case the building was to come down. And no sooner do I take a step in the direction of what I think might be a safe place, you just heard ripping, metal and fabric tearing. I look up and then immediately you saw the sky open up and the indoors became outdoors and we just started running for shelter.
The building crumbles in front of their eyes.
It's surreal at that point. You don't know what to do. I mean, it's not like you have training and say, okay, when this comes, this is what you're supposed to do.
Reporter Todd Archer, on a different part of the field, tries to escape.
We couldn't open the door wouldn't budge. It was either from the wind outside or it was the pressure from the other end, opposite end, lifting up and not letting you.
The metal and fabric structures come crashing down on top of him.
Something hit me on my back shoulder and on my arm and knocked me down.
Todd's trapped underneath the wreckage.
It was on my legs and I tried to like lift my legs a little bit and move, try and get it, but it wouldn't move at all. I started saying, hey, help me, I'm under here. Someone help me.
It's complete chaos.
I knew that there was a very, very likely possibility that not only was somebody hurt, but that somebody might have been killed.
Severe thunderstorms sweep through Texas on May 2nd, 2009, and slam into the Dallas Cowboys training facility during practice, causing it to collapse. The canopy is torn apart in seconds.
The fabric ripping and flapping was loud, and then you combine that with just the twisting and screeching of the steel. And one of the most horrifying sounds that I've ever heard, because it was so sudden and it was terrifying.
Many think they've been hit by a tornado.
When the thing started to come down, I was sure it was a tornado. I was sure of it. And my thought was, run like the wind.
About 70 people are inside the football field-sized dome. Some escaped through the exits.
It was coming down basically as I was going through it. And I want to say I got through the door as it came down.
Others struggle to get out.
Something came down and hit me on the neck, but I was able to scramble out of that pretty easily within a matter of seconds. But I didn't get out of the door. The door collapsed when I was still inside the building, and I ran, kind of where the door used to be and got out of it that way.
Reporter Todd Archer gets trapped.
When I was under there, I couldn't see anything, but I'm thinking, did the whole thing come down? Is the rest of the stuff going to come down? Is this a tornado? What's going on? Is someone going to step on me? It was a creepy feeling not being able to see anything.
Cameraman Larry Rodriguez continues to film as players search under the twisted debris. The seasoned cameraman has not emerged unharmed. A player tells him he's bleeding.
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, you cut your head. Be careful.
His hand, cut to the bone, will eventually require 9 stitches, but he's lucky it isn't worse.
I never shoot with my left eye open, but for some reason, something told me to. I opened up my left eye, and at that time, one of the beams that was falling from the sky hit the stairway that I was running towards. It righted itself and almost came like a projectile towards my chest. And I turned in such a manner where it missed me, but it caught my hand.
Hold on, I got a knife.
Despite the injury, Larry keeps filming. Many appear to be in shock and unsure what to do.
A lot of screaming for help, a lot of screaming for, to see who needed help. It was insane. It was just insane.
Team members start screaming for Sam, a Cowboys cameraman who had been filming practice on top of a 40-foot tall piece of scaffolding.
Sam!
Now the bubble is 80 feet tall, so Sammy's half that distance, and the only way down is through a ladder. I mean, and it at best, maybe 7-10 minutes to get down.
The scaffolding has collapsed.
There he is.
He comes crawling up through the tower, and the players start extracting him from there.
God.
Incredibly, the team cameraman is okay.
He rode the tower all the way down, and luckily, he wasn't injured at all. I mean, how that happened, out of the grace of God, because he shouldn't have been able to at least walk away from it.
On another part of the field, away from the TV cameras, reporter Todd Archer is pinned down.
When I was underneath the thing, I remember saying, hey, I'm under here. Someone help me, help me.
One person tries to lift the canopy off of him, but it's too heavy.
So he saw that was on the ground. He tried to lift the thing up. He later said it's like a car. He couldn't budge it.
Needing more muscle, 2 players come to help. Cornerback D'Angelo Smith, a 5th-round draft pick from the University of Cincinnati, and linebacker Brandon Williams, a 4th-round choice from Texas Tech.
And then 2 players came over, D'Angelo Smith and Brandon Williams, and they helped lift the thing up, and I was able to crawl out and get out of the building.
Todd's bruised and bleeding.
I had like scrapes, and I had some blood on my elbow and blood on my legs and stuff, but nothing major. And actually, I continued to work that day. I was sore, but nothing that felt bad.
Several people call 911.
My first very clear memory was maybe 4 or 5 steps after I'd gotten out of the building, kind of was getting my wits about me. One of the assistant coaches screaming, someone call 911, someone call 911.
The indoor facility collapsed during a practice.
What has collapsed?
Their indoor practice facility.
Okay. Anybody hurt?
I have no idea. I ran out of there. There might still be people in there. I have no idea. Oh, we got somebody.
Cameraman Larry Rodriguez calls into headquarters and asks them to send a satellite truck to the scene so they can report live.
Hey, it's Larry over at Valley Ranch. Get us a light truck out here ASAP. The whole practice facility just got hit by a huge gust of wind. The whole tank came down on everybody. We got people trapped.
With the adrenaline and everything that was involved, it took me a while to go, okay, call the station, let them know that the building's collapsed.
He films players ripping through the fabric looking for anyone trapped.
You just heard coaches and players, there's someone over here, there's somebody over here.
Hold on, I got a knife. Hello!
The ceiling now is the floor, and you've got to be cautious of where you walk because, again, the ceiling is now the floor. You don't want to step on anybody that may be pinned underneath.
It soon becomes clear there are serious injuries.
I could see Chris Hall, the Cowboy scout. I'll never forget the look on his face, because I had gone back into it to try to help anybody any way I could, and Chris was jammed underneath metal or something. And I'll never forget the look on his face. Clearly he was in shock, and he was doing this.
It's a massive disaster.
I had no thought that the whole building was going to come down. That was not even something that I imagined could be possible.
Honestly, I had no idea how bad the damage was until we actually physically left part of the tent that we were in. And then we got out and we saw the devastation across the field. And then immediately I go, oh my God, tornado. That's exactly what it was.
Everyone assumes a tornado destroyed the facility, but was it? Violent weather causes the Dallas Cowboys practice facility to collapse on May 2nd, 2009. 12 people are treated for broken bones and bruises at nearby hospitals.
Everybody kept saying it could have been worse. And then when we found out about Rich, our reaction was, no, it was worse.
The most severely injured is 33-year-old assistant scout coach Rich Beam, who's paralyzed from the waist down.
It's just a tragedy that you know, a guy like him, a good guy, father of 3, that something like that had to happen to him.
To determine if a tornado is responsible, the National Weather Service immediately goes to the scene of the disaster to perform a ground assessment.
In order to get a full understanding of what happened, you really need to be out looking for these damage patterns. You know, was everything blown in one direction, or could you see evidence of rotation in the debris pattern?
The disaster is not the result of a tornado.
The damage that I saw was basically blown the same direction that the storms were moving. Very little structural damage, though, outside of the practice facility itself that we were able to see. It was pretty easy to tell early on that it was a microburst that had moved through the area.
A microburst is a sudden, explosive rush of wind that blows straight down from the sky and then spreads outward near the ground.
Microbursts are extremely dangerous. If you could imagine a balloon filled with water and dropping it from some distance as that balloon hits the ground and begins to spread outward, that's probably more indicative of what a microburst is really like.
The phenomenon was given its name by Dr. Tetsuya Ted Fujita, the meteorologist responsible for the Fujita scale, the tornado classification system. But unlike a tornado, the winds in a microburst do not rotate. They occur most often during severe thunderstorms when air is cooled by melting hail or evaporating raindrops and sinks rapidly downward, sometimes with ferocious results.
That downdraft can accelerate towards the ground so that as that air hits the ground and spreads out, it can produce potentially damaging winds. The nature of a microburst makes it particularly dangerous to aircraft in flight.
Several plane accidents have been linked to the phenomenon, including Delta Flight 191, which crashed at nearby DFW Airport after flying through a microburst on August 2nd, 1985. 135 people were killed, 29 survived.
Following that event, a lot of work was done to train pilots on how to recognize and avoid microbursts, and also to really upgrade our technology.
But as the Cowboys tragedy demonstrates, microbursts are still a deadly threat.
It doesn't always take the most meteorologically intense phenomena to cause the most significant impacts. It doesn't have to be, an EF5 tornado to cause impacts to people in the threatened area.
A microburst causes the Dallas Cowboys practice facility to collapse, injuring 12, including assistant scouting coach Rich Beam, who's paralyzed from the waist down.
Rich Beam has returned to work in a limited capacity. He's out there in his wheelchair. I think that you can't help but look at a guy like that, see his positive attitude, and not draw some inspiration from that.
As the Cowboys struggle to move forward with their season, the reporters who cover them see the team brought closer together by the tragedy.
I think it will be sold as a rallying cry. We're bonded together closer. And I think genuinely, anybody who was in there does have that sort of bond now.
For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori. Your local forecast is next.
There is no way anything in its path is going to stand.
The river was completely different than what we were used to seeing. Now it was just a raging, muddy, dark torrent that was just out of control.
I just couldn't believe it. It looked like something in a movie, and not a very well done movie at that.
I had no idea. It was so vicious. It was violent. It was ugly. And it just took me away.
From the Weather Channel, this is Storm Stories with meteorologist Jim Cantore.
Washington County, Utah, the southwestern tip of the state wedged between Arizona and Nevada. A small city of St. George sits in this dry and dusty valley, surrounded by the rocky red landscape. This is the Mojave Desert, one of the hottest and driest parts of the United States. Water is a precious commodity.
The climate in southwestern Utah is definitely a desert environment. It gets very little rain each year. It averages anywhere from 7 to about 8.5 inches of rain, and lucky to get it.
St. George lies along the Santa Clara River, a small winding stream that is rarely more than ankle deep.
The Santa Clara River itself is a very small channel. Little kids jump over this when they're playing in some of the lower years.
But this docile river will shock even the longtime local residents when record rainfall turns it into a violent force of nature that destroys homes and takes lives. January 2005. A large low-pressure system forms in the Pacific and stalls off the west coast. Heavy clouds rich with moisture make their way to the Pine Valley Mountains, a mountain range just north of Washington County, Utah.
When I saw this storm forming in the Pacific, I knew it was headed for us. Now, what was unusual about this storm? It was a storm that we call, on occasion, the Pineapple Express. That means it's a warm storm. It has amazing amount of water associated with it.
The warm air and rain melt the snow piled high on the mountain peaks. The storm also dumps 12 inches of rain on the area in 72 hours.
Normally, a whole year's worth of rain will be like 8 inches. This storm dropped 3 times that amount. It dropped, in some places, 24 inches of water in about 10 to 14 days. So this storm didn't just hit and run. It came over southwestern Utah and camped and rained its heart out.
By January 10th, there is a flood in the desert. Gentle creeks that wind their way through Washington County turn into raging rivers.
We accumulated 12 inches of precipitation in a 72-hour period during this storm. Plus, we melted about 2 inches of snow water equivalent, or 2 inches of water in the snow.
All that water comes coursing down out of the mountains, channeled through these gorges, and then it all converges on these teeny, teeny little streams. They can't handle it, and it explodes.
Mary Cook and her family are building their dream house on the banks of the river. And after 7 long months, they're about to move in.
This was our dream home. We had been planning this for years, studying the floor plans, making changes. We selected this lot, and everything that we wanted was here.
The river is a big part of the home's appeal.
We have 3 young boys. They could go down and play in it. It was a small creek, didn't have to worry about them because it wasn't deep or dangerous. In most places, I could jump across it.
But on January 9th, residents of the St. George area see their gentle river start to roar.
I recall that it rained for 2 weeks, and it was very unusual. In fact, we could hear the water in the creek from the house, and we thought it was neat. Yeah, it just continued to rain. It snowed a little, and then it warmed up also, and then we had big trouble.
The rain continues to fall, saturating the soil and feeding the overflowing streams.
We were going around town and looking at the different sites of the flood, and then it got dark. To me, that night was a really long, dark, destructive night. It was rainy, it got dark early, and when I came out the next morning, we were just shocked and devastated to see what had transpired throughout that long, dark night.
Cindy and Gerald Grimmett are also alarmed by what they see that morning. As campground hosts at the Red Cliffs recreational area, they know the dangers of flash floods.
The flash floods we would have, they would trap us because the water would come through and it would cut off the road. And it would last 4 or 5 hours and then it'd be gone. And we could get out again. We could reach town again. It just hits and leaves.
But this year, the rain shows no signs of letting up. Quail Creek, a gentle bubbling stream they normally can cross on foot, has turned into a muddy torrent.
It was unimaginable. This road is about 20 feet wide, and the water came through. I bet it was 4 feet high, and it was thick, chunky water. It was full of rocks and trees and boulders. It was scary.
Anxious about her commute to work, Cindy asks her husband to drive with her early in the morning to see if the creek is passable.
The water was up as high as I've ever seen it. And we were in a four-wheel drive vehicle. I was driving, and we drove through the water and got through.
The Grimmett's SUV barely makes it across the flooded stream. They turn around so Cindy can get ready for work, but their second pass across the creek is not so lucky.
He said, let's turn around, go home so you can change. We know you can get out. And when I turned the truck around, it was like a bigger wall of water came through, and it pushed our truck down.
Cindy loses control of the vehicle, and the violent current forces it downstream. The couple is surrounded by the rapidly rising torrent, with no way out. Across town, Mary Cook is also scrambling to save her new home from the now raging river.
As soon as I walked into the rear of the home, I was just flabbergasted. I couldn't believe what had transpired throughout the night.
Overnight, the river has carved a new channel, and it's now running right through her backyard.
What happened is it just changed the channel rapidly, where it typically would have taken probably hundreds of years for this channel to change. What it did was it did this in 72 hours.
The stream that used to be 100 yards in the distance is now swallowing her yard.
We were shocked to see where the river was located. The river was about 20 feet deep, and as we stood behind our property, we just watched huge chunks of earth fall away into the river.
Boy, isn't that something?
The Santa Clara River is now an avalanche of mud and debris, a destructive force that's threatening everything and everyone in its way.
If you try and brace yourself in a flood, it's not going to happen because the force of water is so strong. 1,000 cubic feet per second is the equivalent to 2.5 elephants rolling by you every second. The peak flow for this flood was 6,200 cubic feet per second. You can do the math. There is no way anything in its path is going to stand.
The river was completely different than what we were used to seeing. Now it was just a raging, muddy, dark torrent that was just out of control.
The Cooks realize that their dream house is in serious trouble.
I'm gonna go video the inside of the house, just in case it's gone. I got my camera and just started walking through the home. And that was hard. We stood in our kitchen with some family and friends, and we all held hands, and we said a prayer. And I'll always remember that moment.
For Cindy and Gerald Grimmett, the stakes are even higher. The couple is trapped in their SUV in the middle of a raging torrent.
We hit a stand of small cottonwoods that stopped the truck from going any further. And I was only 4 feet from the shore. And I told my husband to stay in the truck because I knew he couldn't swim. And I knew I could get out. I just knew I could. And I tied a little waterproof flashlight around my wrist. And got on top of the hood of the car, and I jumped.
January 2005. A powerful storm dumps record amounts of rain on southwestern Utah, turning normally docile bodies of water into violent rapids. Cindy Grimmett leaps into the flooded Quail Creek from her stranded SUV to get help, while her husband, Gerald, who can't swim, waits in the car.
When I jumped in the river, I had no idea it was so vicious. It was violent, it was ugly, and it just took me away. I mean, it was so quick.
Mud and debris pummel Cindy's body. The force of the water sends her tumbling and gasping for breath.
The water was so cold. Oh my God, it was so cold. And I was screaming, just a primal scream. I'd never heard myself scream like that before.
Cindy desperately grabs for anything to stop her from getting swept down the river. She reaches some tall grass growing on the creek's banks.
I just kept grabbing the weeds. And I finally got a handful, and I got out of the water. It felt like my shoulder was torn off from grabbing, from the force of it.
Her injured shoulder throbbing with pain, Cindy climbs out of the stream and runs toward the car. Gerald is getting ready to jump into the rapids to rescue her.
And I get back to the truck, and my husband's on the hood. And I'm screaming at him, and he can't hear me, and I'm flashing him with the flashlight. And I'm screaming his name and saying, "Don't jump, don't jump." And he's just looking down the river. He can't even tell I'm behind him. I think he's looking for me. He doesn't know that I made it out. And he plugs his nose and jumps in the water. He doesn't even jump towards shore, man. He jumps into the middle of the river.
Cindy watches in horror as her husband disappears in the muddy rapids.
I had to run up this 30-foot incline to reach the freeway. And I'm sure I looked like a nutty woman, but nobody would stop. I'm in the middle of the freeway, screaming, "Stop, stop," and nobody stopped.
Finally, a car stops, but the driver has no cell phone to call for help. Cindy knows her husband can't swim and fears the worst.
I was screaming that my husband fell in the river, and they got me to a hospital, and I don't remember a whole lot after that.
The flood continues to roar through St. George, devouring everything in its path. By now, Mary Cook and her family are forced to evacuate their almost completed dream home.
How we doing? Not good. Yeah, not good at all. We're going to evacuate this area.
Of course, we knew it was not safe. It was raining sideways. It was just miserable. And we stood to the side of the home and just watched as long as we could.
Can we stay here a few more minutes? I'd really rather have you go back at least to the asphalt if you would.
When they asked us to leave, we didn't want to. I just wanted to stay, and I wanted to keep thinking, maybe it won't happen. Maybe it'll calm down.
The Cooks have to retreat to the safety of a family member's house on higher ground. They watch on the local TV news as their dream home collapses into the Santa Clara River.
It was really hard to watch it go in. And it went in piece by piece over a long period of time. But it eventually took the entire home.
In just a few hours, the dream house they've spent years planning is reduced to rubble. And the Cooks are far from alone. The entire neighborhood of Creekside along the Santa Clara is now in danger of being swallowed by the flood. Some homeowners, like Charlotte Pace, can't imagine their house, set back from the river, could be at risk.
That morning when I went to work, the river had gotten so high that it was up to the top of the picnic tables in the park that was adjacent to my property. That park was quite a bit lower than my property, and I certainly didn't have a concern. I just was kind of amazed by that.
Before the flood event hit, in many, many cases, there were hundreds of feet between the back of the house and the edge of the river. Almost a football field, like 300 feet. Well, that 300 feet went away in less than a day.
Charlotte's co-workers urge her to go and check on her house.
People at work kept saying to me, Charlotte, you'd better go home. Your house is right by the river. And I said, oh, no, no, mine is in a different place altogether, and I'm far away from the river, and I'm elevated. I have no worries.
But the river is now in Charlotte's backyard.
On the side of my lot, there was a little 3-foot brick wall, and I kind of viewed that as a retaining wall. I guess psychologically it appeared to me this was a barrier between my lot and the river, and so that would hold that river back in case it got up that far.
But the river moves in even closer. As the stunned neighbors watch, the turbulent Santa Clara River devours their neighborhood.
I just couldn't believe it. It looked like something in a movie, and not a very well done movie at that. It just wasn't believable to see something like that happen. But that's what did happen, house after house after house.
January 2005. In Washington County, Utah, the raging Santa Clara River carves a new channel, eating up entire neighborhoods in its path.
I mean, we're talking about the whole river being alive, looking like a snake, just curling around. New bed here, sweeps over here, takes a big bite out of this subdivision, inundates this, blows away this bridge. Nobody had ever seen anything of that magnitude. This was off the chart.
The water has eaten away at the foundations of homes that were originally hundreds of yards away from the river.
One of the things that stands out in my memory the most is this huge cracking sound as a foundation is just cracked into.
There really wasn't much that people could do. They were in the path of a massive event. It was probably a 100-year event, if not a 500-year event. They had no chance.
The flood destroys roads, bridges, and dozens of houses. More than 50 families are homeless. Losses to property and infrastructure add up to nearly $200 million. And tragically, there is one death, Gerald Grimmett.
It took a week to find his body. I'm so grateful that they kept up. The water was so cold they could only stay in it for 17 minutes at a time. And they kept at it day after day after day after day until his body was found. We lost a lot in our community that day, well, that week. I had no idea the amount of destruction that was happening in my town.
Charlotte paces home with all her possessions, including precious family heirlooms and photos, plunges into the violent, muddy mess.
They're gone. Some of them are very precious. In my case, I don't have my parents or my only brother anymore, and every picture I had of them are all gone. But they're material things, so that's that.
But days later, Charlotte gets some surprising good news.
A few days after the flood, some lady found in her backyard, stuck up in the limbs of a tree that had ripped, this picture. It's a picture of my mother and me. I'm only 2 years old in this picture.
The local newspaper has published the photo to locate its owner. Miraculously, the picture in the frame survived the flood undamaged.
How weird that the house and everything in it could have gone down and been under the water, and yet that one thing snagged on the tree limb and was saved.
The Santa Clara flood destroys neighborhoods, but it didn't sink the community's spirit. Over the next several months, massive fundraising efforts raised more than $3 million for the Santa Clara Flood Victims Relief Fund.
They raised millions of dollars. You couldn't believe all the things this community did. It certainly reinforced my belief in the goodness of mankind.
The 2005 Santa Clara River flood will be remembered as one of Utah's most damaging natural disasters.
St. George is the population center of southwestern Utah. This storm had a dramatic impact on the lives of people, the infrastructure, interstate commerce. So I would easily put this in the top 5 of our natural disasters for the state of Utah.
St. George area residents recover and rebuild, with riverbanks reinforced with wire and rocks. Some homeowners choose to return to the same property.
If the river comes again, it'll be different this time. We're shored up, we're protected. It may fill and overtop, but we're not going to have this raging torrent coming at us. We feel very safe now.
For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori. Your local forecast is next.
It just seemed otherworldly. Some of the most vivid lightning displays I have ever seen. One report of 1,200 lightning strikes in 5 minutes.
I remember thinking how beautiful it was, but at the same time, it looked like trouble to me.
There was a pain in the sink, and right then, that's when the lightning came through and struck me.
I thought this was crazy. This is not going on.
It came through the ceiling.
Okay.
The lightning came through the ceiling.
It's a burning sensation. It's the strongest pain.
Well, I never thought anybody could be struck by lightning in their own home. That never once crossed my mind.
They got on the radio and they said, hey, this woman was struck by lightning, possibly holding her child.
We both kind of just looked at each other like, oh, this could be really bad.
Never think that you're safe in your own home.
From the Weather Channel, this is Storm Stories with meteorologist Jim Cantori.
When you think about dangerous weather, tornadoes and hurricanes are probably what come to mind. But lightning is actually Mother Nature's most lethal weapon.
It'll heat the air up to as high as 50,000 degrees.
That's 5 times the temperature of the surface of the sun. And it strikes the U.S. an astounding 25 million times a year. Some years, it kills more people than hurricanes and tornadoes combined. Certain states are more prone to lightning strikes because of frequently unsettled weather. Florida is one, Texas is another. Odds of a strike here are high by sheer virtue of its size.
Texas averages about 3 million cloud-to-ground flashes in a typical year.
In June 2009, 29-year-old Kimberly Crone is struck by one of those flashes, not outside on a golf course, but standing inside her own kitchen.
Never think that you're safe in your own home. I never expected that. I never thought of anything like that happening.
Well, I never thought anybody could be struck by lightning in their own home. That never once crossed my mind. It makes me a little bit more worried now.
It's mid-June in northern Texas. Peak storm season is normally winding down by this time, but 2009 is proving to be an exception.
Good evening. We begin tonight with what has been a terrifying night for some North Texans.
A storm system settles into the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
There was extensive wind damage and one report of 1,200 lightning strikes in 5 minutes. On the 10th, we had a squall line develop out to the west of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. It came roaring across with 70 and 80 mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Destructive winds are just the start.
Later that night, the severity of the storms diminished somewhat, but they kept developing and forming. So one after another, these storms came along, just like the old freight train.
The storm brings chaos to the region.
had 7, 8, almost 9 inches of rain in less than 24 hours. Widespread wind damage and power outages. Hail, high water rescues going on.
Open my eyes, I see my shoes floating across the floor.
Parts of Dallas County receive about 2.5 months of rain in just one night. By the morning of June 11th, the atmosphere is truly electric.
Accompanying those continuous rainstorms was some of the most vivid lightning displays I have ever seen. The clouds were lit up, strokes from cloud to ground almost continuously. Just seemed otherworldly.
That lightning, it just did not let up. The only way to describe the weather would be like a strobe light.
22-year-old paramedic Jessica Norman first encounters this light show on her way to work.
I remember thinking how beautiful it was, but at the same time, it looked like trouble to me. You know, I knew it was going to be trouble for somebody.
Severe weather puts the area's first responders on heightened alert.
The whole day was pretty much related to the weather.
Flooded roads, trees in the roadway, accidents. I was a little concerned about getting out of my car. Lightning was striking that bad. It was crazy. It was a crazy day.
29-year-old Kimberly Crone is less concerned about lightning this morning than getting breakfast on the table. The suburban Dallas mom has 3 sons, 2 stepsons, and a baby daughter, all younger than 10. The Crones live in a new subdivision in Forney, Texas, a farm town turned Dallas suburb. The neighborhood is so new, their house sits in the middle of an open field, the perfect place for her boys to play sports. 9-year-old Tristan often leads his little brothers in the games.
Play football, go jump on a trampoline with them, play tetherball.
But this morning, there won't be football until the rain lets up.
Not going anywhere, it's storming outside. Stay in your PJs, you know.
Above the Crone house, ice particles within the storm clouds are colliding into each other, building up a static charge, which generates electricity.
In the case of lightning, the cloud and the ground are of opposite charges. If that electric potential becomes too great, then you get a discharge, a giant spark of electricity, and that's what we call lightning.
That spark, known as a step leader, is rushing down at 200,000 miles an hour. As the negative current travels to Earth, the ground's positive charge hurtles upward to meet it. When it does, a lightning flash appears. Back on the ground, the boys finish their cereal and leave the kitchen to play. Kimberly cleans up dishes at the sink. At her feet, baby Serenity, the newest addition to the Crone family and Kimberly's only daughter. Suddenly, the morning calm is shattered by a crack, the sound of 100 million volts of electricity discharging overhead.
When we talk about lightning, it doesn't seek out targets. Lightning tends to strike the tallest object in the immediate area. In this case, it would have been Kimberly's house. That house was just in the wrong spot for that particular lightning flash.
And now, not even those inside the house are safe.
Lightning tends to follow the conductor, and that would include the plumbing. It would include anything that plugs into the wall. If that house is struck, the lightning is going to find a way to the ground.
Oh, that was pretty.
The lightning's current circulates through the home's wiring. It first discharges at the thermostat.
It was a loud boom sound. I saw it strike the thermostat. It just came down like this bright light.
We heard the loud bang. That's when Tristan came running to tell me, oh my gosh, you know, Mom, did you see that?
Before she can answer, Kimberly herself is a victim of the lightning.
There was a pan in the sink, and I just moved it from my left hand to my right hand, and right then, that's when the lightning came through and struck me. My hair didn't, raise up, nothing like that. It's just, it hit, and then you just immediately feel it's a burning sensation.
The burning Kimberly feels is electricity heating up her body. The more resistance the current encounters as it travels, the more heat is produced.
I don't know if you've ever been shocked or anything by plugging in something. Way worse, but you couldn't let go. It was just literally, you're burning, and you could smell it. It didn't feel like it was ever gonna stop.
9-year-old Tristan witnesses the strike and knows his mother needs medical attention.
I thought, this is crazy, this is not going on. I thought it was a dream.
Kimberly crumples to the floor, fighting to stay conscious. She gets 2 words of instruction out to her son. Call Mamaw, their grandma.
I just remember, you know, I'm about to pass out, call Mamaw. Didn't even think to call 911.
Lucky for her, Tristan does.
It was an emergency, so I knew I needed to call 911. I grabbed the phone out of her pocket.
Kaufman County 911. He came through the ceiling. Okay. Lightning came through the ceiling.
When I heard the little boy, heard Tristan on the phone, and you could tell he was very upset. He was so rattled and scared by the situation.
I'm kind of nervous here. Kaufman County 911. He came through the ceiling. Okay. Lightning came through the ceiling.
29-year-old Kimberly Crone is struck by lightning while standing inside her suburban Dallas home. The lightning's current travels along Kimberly's pre-existing electrical network, the nervous system, before exiting her tailbone. 9-year-old Tristan, Kimberly's oldest son, is on the phone with 911. He suspects the lightning that struck his mother also hit his 9-month-old sister, Serenity. The baby is just a few feet from Kimberly, and she won't stop crying.
My mom and my sister, they just got hit. Okay, calm down for me. Your mom and your sister what? They got stuck.
Tristan's call is answered by Kaufman County dispatcher Corporal Charlotte Marinin.
When he first called, you know, all I could understand was it sounded like he said somebody had been hit. Well, to us, that could be any number of things, you know, a parent fighting or somebody at the house fighting or, you know, different things.
They got what? He came through the ceiling. Lightning came through the ceiling. Stay calm and tell me what happened. Mama's going out. She's laying on the floor and closing her eyes, but she's still breathing. Okay, what's your address? Do you know your address?
Tristan is calling from his cell phone, and that makes his location hard to trace.
Well, when somebody calls in from a cell phone, it does not tell you where they are. It gives you an approximate radius of where they are, and it hits off the tower and gives us a tower address.
During a storm, cell phone towers are also at risk of being struck by lightning. Marinin must work fast to get Tristan's address. If she loses the call, she can't send help. But in a panic, Tristan is having trouble remembering his street.
You live on Coneflower? No, it's where you go up. I don't know the street, but I don't know what's wrong with my phone. Do you have a home phone? No. Can you look and see if you can find a piece of mail that has an address on it? It's Foxglove, 2100. You live at 2100 Foxglove? Uh-huh.
The address is sent to EMT Erica Brent and paramedic Jessica Norman.
We had just backed in from coming back from like several car wrecks back to back to back, but they got on the radio and they said, hey, you know, this woman was struck by lightning, possibly holding her child.
We both kind of just looked at each other like, oh, this could be really bad.
Figuring out Kimberly's address costs precious minutes. The ambulance needs to move at top speed, but heavy rain and standing water make that nearly impossible.
You can't drive into this stuff if you aren't certain of the circumstances, because places you do not expect to be dangerous can be very quickly.
Flooding isn't the only danger. Lightning continues streaking to the ground at random.
It was striking ground and striking objects, and you can hear it crack once it hit the ground.
Unbelievably, that telltale crack rings out in the Crone house for a third time.
And I heard another boom sound.
Ooh, God.
What's wrong?
It is again.
What happened?
It came through the light again.
Are y'all in the room where that's happened?
Yes. Happened in the kitchen. We're in the living room right by the kitchen, but there's nowhere else to go.
Despite the stress, Tristan has regained his composure and takes command of his 4 little brothers, ages 3 to 6.
You know, my kids are scared to death, you know, and I could hear the screams. wake up, please don't die.
You're doing great. We're getting your mom and your baby some help, okay? How's the baby, do you know?
He's 9 months old. My mom's 29.
Your mom's 29 and the baby's 9 months?
Yeah.
Are you there by yourself with just your mom and the baby?
No, I'm here with all my 5 brothers.
You have 5 brothers there too? Okay, how old are you?
I'm 9.
You're 9?
He like steps up and takes, control of the whole situation like he was the parent in the house.
The fire department is patched into the 911 call, but the fireman's questions don't deter Tristan from keeping his brothers in line, seated on the couch.
I'm just walking around. I'm kind of nervous here.
Is your mom inside?
Yeah, she's inside.
Hey, Tristan, is anything on fire?
Sit down. But they were just scared. They were just scared, and they listened.
12 minutes after Tristan calls 911, Deputy Har arrives on the scene.
It went by really slow.
Tristan, are you still on the phone?
Yeah, I'm still on the phone.
Okay, Tristan, listen to me. There's a police officer. Her name is Brooke, okay? She's going to be coming there in just a minute. She's almost there, okay?
There's somebody coming.
Okay.
As I was pulling onto the street, fire department was right in front of me. Tristan had the front door open and ready for us to walk in and assist.
The police are there with you, Tristan? Okay. All right, we're going to let you go since the help is there for you, okay?
Bye.
Okay, bye, Tristan. You did good.
Jessica Norman and Erica Brent pull up moments later. While Jessica attends to Kimberly, Erica makes a beeline for baby Serenity. She's relieved to see the babies crying.
We're trained that a crying baby's, pretty much a good baby, okay baby. It's when they don't cry that is really the time that you need to really get in gear.
Serenity appears to be okay, but her mother's not. Lightning damages nerve endings as it passes through the nervous system. Most of Kimberly's body is numb.
I was in and out of consciousness and couldn't feel anything. I came to, and all I hear is, that's a lot of kids.
Jessica's primary concern is Kimberly's heart.
In a physiological sense, your heart relies on electricity to pump and circulate blood, so any introduction of electricity or outside electricity to the body could interfere with that.
Kimberly is fighting consciousness. Once again, Tristan steps in to assist.
Everything I would want to ask her, I'd ask him. I'd ask him, where was she standing and what happened, and did she pass out? And I think I was asking him even her medical history.
Kimberly is carried outside to the ambulance. A responder will stay with the boys until Kimberly's mom arrives. As a precaution, baby Serenity will go to the hospital too. Thanks to Tristan, Kimberly is rushed to the hospital less than an hour from being hit. But her ordeal is far from over. Fighting for her life after the lightning strike, her faith is now threatened by sudden flooding.
My pager started going off, and it was just listing all these places that were flooded, and we had to start thinking about what other hospitals we could get to.
The roads were completely flooded, so they couldn't get there.
It's a stormy June morning, and Kimberly Crone is rushed to the hospital after being struck by lightning inside her own home. What's worse, flash flooding washes out major Dallas roadways.
And this is where we're looking at some of that heavier rain over into southern Dallas County as well as into Kaufman County.
Now the ambulance can't get to the hospital.
My pager started going off, and it was just listing all these places that were flooded.
I want to talk about flash flood watches for Kaufman, Dallas, and over into Tarrant County, all underneath a flash flood warning.
The flash floods cripple the metro area. At Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, hundreds of flights are canceled. 29 roads are submerged. The standing water outside Baylor Medical Center is so high, patients are temporarily diverted to other hospitals. From the driver's seat, EMT Erica Brent reroutes the ambulance, carrying Kimberly to an alternate ER.
that was the right decision, because if we tried to go on, we would have had to turn around or been stuck.
In the back, paramedic Jessica Norman monitors Kimberly's heart and tries to keep her talking.
She was saying a few words at a time. You know, she was answering appropriately, but I could tell she just really didn't want to talk to me. She just wanted to sleep. Just wanted to lay down and rest and make the pain go away, I think.
But the devoted mother's mind is still on her kids.
I remember asking about how, my kids, because I didn't know if anybody had called my family. And if Serenity was going to go to the hospital, I was going to make sure that I'm there with her. I might not be awake, but you're not taking off with my baby.
I was holding her and saying, look, she's fine. She's happy. She's not even crying. Here she is.
30 minutes later, mother and daughter make it to the hospital. Doctors confirm Serenity is uninjured, but Kimberly is not. The lightning strike gives her seizures, and she will not be released for 3 more days. In fact, for the next 3 months, she'll experience hot flashes, tremors, and episodes of intense sweating. The strike leaves her left side weakened, sometimes even numb. The probability of being struck by lightning is about 500,000 to 1 in a given year. Kimberly Crone may be on the wrong side of those odds, but thankfully, luck is on hers.
Kimberly was actually very fortunate that she didn't receive a larger jolt of electricity. She's very fortunate to be alive.
July 11th, 2009. 1 month after Kimberly Crone is struck by lightning inside her suburban Dallas home. Her 9-year-old son Tristan receives a 911 Hero Award for helping his mom get the medical attention she needed.
Not the easiest thing, seeing your mother in pain, and you don't like to see that at all. You like to see her happy and joyful.
Police and Fire Department and 911, we acknowledge Tristan Coxwell for his heroic actions during an emergency situation on June 11, 2009.
What do you think about these cool awards they gave you?
I think they're great.
I'm extremely proud of Tristan. Extremely proud of Tristan. He's my little hero.
For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori. Your local forecast is next.
There was only one tornado that night, and it just happened to be right in downtown Atlanta.
How could this possibly happen?
You don't pay attention to the weather forecast. It's in a dome.
I'm hearing what I know is the sound of a freight train.
We're hearing some rumbling behind us.
You could hear pipes being snapped. You could hear wires sparking.
We didn't know if the main part of the building was standing. The whole wall was gone, the roof was gone.
It looked a little bit like a war zone.
I honestly did not want to go back and look for my friends, mainly because I didn't want to see my best friend dead.
From the Weather Channel, this is Storm Stories with meteorologist Jim Cantori.
Without a doubt, when people hear the word tornado, they think of the ominous gray twisters so often seen tearing across the open plains of Tornado Alley. Torrential downpours, hail, devastating winds. Many forget that large urban centers can also be hit.
Downtowns and major cities certainly are not immune to tornadoes. It's purely just a matter of the statistics and the land area that A downtown of a city represents a very, very small percentage of the whole state or the United States.
And when the rare tornado hits a metropolitan area packed with unsuspecting residents, the results can be catastrophic. Friday night, March 14th, 2008. Downtown Atlanta is filled with people attending conventions, parties, and sporting events. Few know on this balmy spring evening that a supercell is developing just northwest of the city. A powerful tornado is about to plow through the heart of downtown Atlanta. Thousands of unsuspecting fans are packed into the Georgia Dome for the Southeastern Conference basketball tournament. Raycom Sports is broadcasting the live event, and Tim Brando is their play-by-play commentator.
It was a very important game. It was the quarterfinal round. You're playing to win your way into March Madness. Mississippi State is playing Alabama.
It's a great ball game, and it comes down to the end of regulation. And a player by the name of Mikael Riley for Alabama hits a three-point shot with pretty much no time on the clock to force overtime.
Riley for three. No, got it! The iron was kind. We're going to overtime.
And so the whole, Georgia Dome, everyone's going crazy.
We just had a buzzer beater to tie the game. We're going to overtime, baby. This is great stuff.
Just as the roar of the crowd thunders through the dome, Weather Channel meteorologist Stu Ostro makes his way into the downtown MARTA train station after leaving early from the Atlanta Hawks game at Phillips Arena.
Didn't see anything, no thunder, no lightning, no wind, nothing. Went down into the train station and thought everything was normal.
Ostro receives an automated severe thunderstorm warning on his cell phone for DeKalb County, just east of downtown Atlanta.
I looked at the radar on my cell phone and I thought, that sure looks like a supercell thunderstorm, but it was tiny, so I couldn't really tell. And weather was the farthest thing from my mind. Everything seemed like a nice, normal, balmy March night in Atlanta.
Within seconds, the supercell picks up speed as rain and hail crash down upon the city. Totally unaware, fans watch as Mississippi State and Alabama play into overtime. But the pressure cooker inside is suddenly overshadowed by the dramatic weather engulfing the dome. The storm is so powerful, it interferes with the television signal from the game.
The ball is being brought up the court. There's a foul. At the time the foul is committed, the whistle blows and the rumbling begins, and you can tell something is not right.
She is fouled by Stewart. That's a block. And we're hearing some rumbling behind us.
At that point in my headphones, I'm hearing what I know is the sound of a freight train.
Just outside the dome, Raycom producer David Barringer and his crew try to hold strong against the brutal winds tormenting their truck.
The truck started moving back and forth and started shaking. And everybody inside the truck kind of looked at each other and we're like, what's going on? And you looked and it was just shaking and moving around. And you're talking about a big production truck. It's a big 18-wheeler production truck just moving and bouncing around.
Associate producer Alex Farmentino, who is seeing the powerful effects of the tornado inside the dome, is terrified by the chaos he hears unfolding in the production truck outside.
I hear everyone in the truck over the headset start screaming. And that's like this whoa, whoa, what's that? What's going on? And we're kind of listening thinking, what in the world? Well, then you look on the TV and then things are shaking and, the catwalk swinging back and forth.
We look up and a camera takes a scoreboard and the scoreboard's rocking back and forth. And you're talking about a big scoreboard in the middle of the Georgia Dome rocking back and forth.
An EF2 tornado is hammering through the center of downtown Atlanta, causing destruction inside of buildings and arenas filled with unsuspecting people. But a tornado is the last thing on anyone's mind. In fact, in its over 100-year history, a tornado has never hit downtown Atlanta.
First thing you think of, first thing I thought of, it just went, whew. I said, oh my, this is a bomb, a terrorist attack or something. It's the first thing you think of. It just, you know, because what's going to move a truck? What's going to make the scoreboard bounce around?
Still underground and shielded from the storm, Ostro does not make the connection.
We're waiting in the train station and everything seems okay, but then we noticed there's some sort of haze coming down the tracks, and I thought, that's odd. What could be causing that haze? It wasn't foggy outside, so it's not that. I didn't really think anything further of it.
But above ground, the metro area appears under attack, and by the time the storm leaves, 1 person will be dead and 30 injured. Among those who are suddenly caught off guard as the fast-moving storm arrives on the outskirts of the city are James McConnell and April Donaldson.
It was like wind coming this way, and then it turned around, and wind started coming from the other direction. We're like, oh, and just started running.
I glanced back, and then James was like, there's a tornado across the street. And I was like, whoa, what is a tornado?
It was about 2 stories tall and wider than the street that it was coming down.
We just kept trying to run. We were just trying to run from it.
With the tornado literally looming down on them, James and April dive for their lives behind a neighbor's house.
There was a billboard spinning in the air, and we were getting hit with debris. Like, I remember thinking, like, it's either gonna come and, like, lift us up, or we're gonna get hit with something really heavy.
It just sounded like my brain telling me, you're going to die.
Back at the Dome, Tim Brando shifts from reporting on the game to chronicling the scary events unfolding inside the arena.
Debris had fallen onto the arena floor. There were these washers that fell from nuts and bolts that were at the top of the dome that had come unhinged and fallen onto the court.
This is a piece of debris, one of the hinges that fell onto the court. One of our technicians picked it up and brought it to me a moment ago.
You could see some of the debris, it almost looks like feathers, and what it was part of the styrofoam contents of the top of the dome. So you knew that whatever had happened had caused enough structural damage that the actual lining of the dome had come apart at the seams.
When you look up, you see holes in the Georgia Dome. You don't know if the roof's going to cave in. You don't know what's going to happen at that time.
The noises from a loud stampede echo in the arena as fans in the bleachers beneath the swinging rafters run for their safety.
At that point, I was really concerned because then it's not just a situation where the weather outside is having an impact on what's going on inside, but the panic of those inside could be causing another issue altogether.
People, they were just white. It was very strange. The looks in people's eyes were kind of, you know, what's going on?
People were leaving.
Friday night, March 14th, 2008. A supercell has spawned a tornado that is barreling its way through the heart of downtown Atlanta, causing major property damage and catching those in its path by complete surprise. Play is stopped at the Mississippi State-Alabama basketball game in the Georgia Dome, and after several minutes, an arena announcer informs confused fans of the severe weather in downtown Atlanta.
Ladies and gentlemen, severe weather conditions still exist in downtown Atlanta. Thank you for your patience.
Last thing you think is a weather situation. You don't pay attention to the weather forecast. It's in a dome. It's in the Georgia Dome.
In just seconds, an EF2 tornado with wind speeds up to 130 miles per hour leaves a dark and devastating backdrop of twisted metal, strewn debris, blown out hotel windows, and crushed cars in the city's downtown area. It doesn't take long for the Raycom production crew to realize what could have happened if Mikhail Riley had not sunk that three-point shot, sending the game into overtime.
I dare say at least 5,000 or 10,000 people could have been exiting the Georgia Dome had that ball not gone through the hoop. And I think that's the real story here, is that young man, he may have saved some lives.
Miraculously, no serious injuries are reported from the downtown area. But it's not over yet. Back across town, James and April are face to face with the tornado.
I thought I was gonna pass out.
Every time I think of it, it's like that was something really strange and wild that we survived. And I don't know how. It changed direction on the street where we were. It turned right.
James and April narrowly escaped sure disaster. But now the tornado is heading straight for the Cotton Mill Lofts, a historic residential complex in Cabbagetown, about 3 miles east of the Georgia Dome. Lauren Weiss is hosting a dinner party in her new apartment on the top floor of the lofts with friends Vanessa Elkin and PJ Bullock. PJ brings his new 8-week-old puppy Jackson to share in the event. The evening is about to take a disastrous turn.
After dinner, we were sitting around, just didn't have the TV on, kind of just enjoying each other's company and talking. So it started to rain, and the storm was picking up. I got up to close the window, and I couldn't close the window.
We all kind of stood up because we thought it was really odd that she had to put that much force on the window. And right when we all stood up, we started to notice in the far back corner of the unit, dust falling from the ceiling.
At the same time, Lauren's downstairs neighbor John Washington Jr. also notices something is terribly wrong.
Far away, you can see the power line exploding, and that's when I knew, okay, this is not normal because it was coming towards me. I felt the ground trembling, and then before I knew it, it was like the lights blew. By the time the lights blew, I took off, and that's when I ran, and I jumped inside the bathroom.
Upstairs at Lauren's dinner party, things are quickly progressing from bad to worse.
I looked up and I saw the corner of the building kind of bouncing.
The windows started to slowly crack, and all of a sudden the roof just peeled back like a can of sardines. It was just a huge snap. The ceiling collapsed in on us, the walls collapsed in on us.
The floor was buckling underneath me, which was really strange because the floor is concrete.
There was no time for me to think about what was actually happening to me. It was just happening.
Back downstairs, John takes refuge in his bathtub. He can only imagine the destruction happening around him.
The ceilings is like pancake down on the other side, on the far corner. And to hear the cement and the building shake and everything is still going, it's just like, where am I? I'm not falling, but I hear things falling. What is going on?
Upstairs, in a state of panic, PJ escapes from Lauren's collapsing apartment into the hallway, separating himself from his friends.
The wind was pushing me down the hallway in pitch black, dark, using the lightning bolts as a way to sort of light my way down the hallway. You know, just kind of accepted the fact that this might be, you know, the last moments on Earth. And when I finally made it to the corridor I was in, I took off full speed, running down the hallway as the remaining part of the ceiling crashed behind me.
Inside the apartment, Lauren and Vanessa dodge flying bricks and falling debris.
I just remember the dust and the sparking. I remember squeezing onto Vanessa very tightly.
We were just holding on as tightly as we could to each other.
From the bathroom below, John hears a terrifying sound.
I heard a scream like never ever before from Lauren. I mean, it was a scream like my life is in danger type of scream.
As quickly as the storm arrives, it's over.
I got my flashlight, and that's when I looked on the wall behind me, and my whole wall had just split all the way across.
John makes his way safely out of the building to the street. Meanwhile, having taken refuge in the laundry room, PJ fears the worst for his friends.
I waited for a good 15 seconds for everything to die down. And then I was kind of stuck in a mental tug of war. I honestly did not want to go back and look for my friends, mainly because I feared for the worst. I just kind of knew that they were probably hurt in the storm and were probably crushed under, you know, a pile of bricks. And, you know, my body just took me where my mind didn't want to. I eventually started making my way back to look for them.
Back in Lauren's apartment, the dust settles, but panic and confusion suddenly rises.
It was stillness. The only sounds that were there were, you know, the wires crackling, and the whole wall was gone, the roof was gone. I mean, it happened all within 30 seconds, I think.
Part of my unit had been blown into the hallway. And at that point, I remember hyperventilating because we didn't know how sturdy the building was. I didn't know what had happened. Honestly, at the time, I didn't know if it was a storm, if it was a bomb.
Soon after they begin to look for PJ, to his great relief, PJ hears his friends calling out for him.
They were screaming my name, and I heard them as I started coming down the hallway. And that was That was probably the best moment, you know, when I heard my friends calling for me and knowing that they were at least still alive.
Amazingly, no one is seriously injured. But it's not over yet. Now they must find their way out of the crumbling building. All of a sudden, PJ realizes that his puppy is missing, most likely under piles of debris.
When we finally, you know, reunited, we realized that we were missing the dog and made a split-second decision that we had to worry about ourselves first. We had to get out of the building because it was unstable.
Friday night, March 14th, 2008. A powerful tornado has just plowed through metropolitan Atlanta. Lauren Weiss and her friends are trying to make their way out of Lauren's fourth-floor apartment in the severely damaged cotton mill lofts. Fearing for their own safety, they have left PJ's lost puppy behind.
I didn't have any shoes. The hallway had collapsed in, and since we're in the corner, we couldn't really get out to the main part of the building.
We were extremely vulnerable because there's no longer a roof over our heads.
We finally got over this huge piece of the sheetrock that had fallen into the hallway and just were walking.
2 of the emergency exits were blocked by debris, couldn't use those stairwells. And then we finally found a stairwell at the very end of the hallway that we used to make our way down and out of the building.
Having finally escaped, the friends start to fully comprehend the magnitude of the storm.
It looked like a war zone. I mean, the whole complex was covered with debris and bricks, and I remember there's a water tower here, and the top of the water tower had been blown off.
I think we're lucky to be alive. I think that it's a miracle that, you know, one piece of the window didn't hit us.
Shaken but okay, Lauren and her friends leave the destruction. The rarity of the events unfolding across the city quickly fascinates geography professor Dr. Marshall Shepard of the University of Georgia.
When all of this started occurring, I immediately knew that this had to be a tornado because of the height that some of the buildings were being reported to be damaged. So I ran to my laptop and started saving some of the National Weather Service radar images because I knew that this was a special event.
Shepard and colleague Dr. Dev Niogi of Purdue University also begin a study of the Atlanta tornado.
What was interesting is that Atlanta and Georgia was suffering from one of the most severe droughts on record. That's an extreme climate event.
Shepard uses weather models to re-engineer the Atlanta storm in his lab. The results are fascinating.
There was rainfall a few days earlier in the midst of this drought that caused moist pockets or certain areas of the soil to be more moist. And so in our re-engineering of the storm, we found evidence that these moist pockets may have served to give these storms a boost as they were moving towards the Atlanta area. And then as they got closer to Atlanta, the urban effects, the heat island and the convergence may have given it an additional boost.
Shepard insists that more research is needed.
One of the things that our research has suggested is that we need to know more about how the cities and their environment interact with weather and climate processes.
Arriving home from downtown, Stu Ostro turns on the television.
I saw the images all coming from downtown Atlanta. I thought, I was right there. We were in that underground station when the tornado passed overhead, and that haze that I had seen coming down the tracks from the outside was debris that had been kicked up by the tornado.
Luckily, tornado hits are rare in major metropolitan cities. But on March 14, 2008, an EF2 tornado ripped through the heart of downtown Atlanta. Stretching over a 6-mile path, it caused over $250 million in damage.
Part of the reason there was so much damage is that you have quite a bit of infrastructure in a concentrated area.
On his 4th trip back to the cotton mill lofts, in the 2 days since the tornado hit, PJ asked firefighters to look for his puppy one last time.
They made one last sweep to look for the dog. The firefighter then proceeded to climb along the edge, go in between all the bricks, and pull the dog out. And it's pretty amazing, you know, what they did for us.
For the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantore. Your local forecast is next.